I just want to know, I just want to be able to get a copy on that machine if we can get it.
Oh, I get where you're saying. All right, well, it's going along.
It's a, all right. Okay, well, Tom, you may have the official recording of this, so if you would keep that in mind. Sorry, it's when it's complicated, when we have multiple computers hooked up, we can't.
I'm gonna be walking away and coming back from time to time, but it'll be recording the whole time. So
Great, okay, thank you.
I can provide it to you
Yeah,
afterwards.
tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's fine. Okay. All right, are we ready? Okay, I am calling to order the.
I'm at 40%.
Yeah.
I'm calling to order the EDC annual meeting, January 27th. It's 9:06. Our agenda is pretty straightforward. This time we're going to do citizen comments at the end. We have presentations from 9:10 through 1:30, 11 presenters, 20 minutes each. We have a break at 10:30 for 10 minutes. We have a lunch break for half an hour at 12. Thank you, Todd, for arranging for lunch. We'll have hopefully sandwiches delivered. At 1:30, we have half an hour reserved for public comment. And at 2 o'clock, we can begin our deliberations and hopefully make decisions today. I want to thank the applicants. There's only a few here. Is Mark? Yeah, okay, there you are. And Matt. But I think the quality, I've heard a couple of EDC members say, I'm sorry, yeah.
Could you speak up a little bit so we could hear you?
Maybe you can also move closer. I'm trying to talk. I'll talk as loud as I can. Yeah.
Thank you.
But feel free to move forward. I just want to thank the applicants. I think I've heard from a couple of EDC members that that the quality of the applications this year, on average, was higher than I think probably higher than it's ever been in terms of the preparation. I think the Q&A process was helpful to be able to do that. Hopefully, in the future, we'll be able to have public comment inserted by the public instead of inserted by me. If you notice why I was posting on behalf of everyone, it's because the platform doesn't allow for other people to do it yet. There just wasn't enough time to put that in. So don't read anything into it other than I published on the listserv. If you have a comment, send it to your favorite EDC member. And then I said parentheses or send it to me. So there's it's not clear why they sent it to me, but
if you have a favorite,
exactly. All right. So so that's the situation. We've got 20 minutes. I encourage presenters to present very briefly because we've read the applications and it's really an opportunity for us to ask questions, but feel free to start off. So we're starting with Wamba, Mark Harris, but I don't think Mark is online. Oh, sorry, no, Mark is here. Sorry, Mark. And then followed by and the histories. Have anything to start with? Go.
No.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Mark Harris, a member of the board of the Woodstock Area Mountain Bike Association. Here again with our grant application for support in hosting the Eastern States Cup. It's all written, so I'll skip over. I'll give you the high level, but the Eastern States Cup is a New England-based enduro style race. And for those of you who aren't mountain bikers, doesn't matter what it is, it's mountain biking. It's a mountain biking race. They stop at, all over New England, mostly at ski mountains that have lift service mountain biking. So Killington, Sugarloaf, they do up in Sugar Bush, Sugarloaf, Maine, Sugar Bush, up in the Mad River Valley. And 2 years ago, they came to us at S6 and we hosted, they needed a host of the event. We were glad to take it on and prepare our trails. The race takes place based at Saskadena 6. Half of it is there, and our riders pedal from 6 down to Mount Peg, and they do half of their racing on Mount Peg and then back, and then there's a big festival at the end. The EDC has been awesome. Year one, we put in a ton of work, a ton of volunteer time, and we basically just about broke even. And we said, how did this happen? This was supposed to be a fundraiser. We just had a few too many kind of, I call them infrastructure expenses, porta potties, medics, some of the hard costs that existed. And last year, the EDC was amazing in supporting us and making it possible. We're back again. for a second time. I've intentionally asked for less. We're becoming more profitable, and the way we're doing it, we're able to trim some of those costs. We can kind of scale back on the porta potties. We realized we probably ordered last year. We had 2 days of medics on site. Saturday is the practice day, Sunday is the race day. We realized that because Saturday is such a casual day, all the races are here riding around town, not just on the race course, but all over town and also at the aqueduct. It doesn't make sense to have a medic on site. We'll just work with the EMS staff to be ready for any calls that should come in. So we can trim those costs, but really in trail building, we're realizing, we're in the business of trail building. That's what everything we do, all of our paid membership, anything we raise money for is to support better trails for area riders and the public. The best analogy I can use for this race is it's like your dining room on Thanksgiving. It's showtime. So you're going to be ready for Thanksgiving. You're going to dust the chandelier. You're going to do the baseboards. You're going to have your dining room be the best it can possibly be on this date. And the beauty of it is, once Thanksgiving is over, the dust is still gone for a good while. And so you've got better trails. This is a win-win, but we're realizing the trail work, what can we do? I'll say do the bare minimum to have the best possible trails. But how can we host it in a way that doesn't take too much time? And that's on our trail builders. They're working on figuring that out. But every year they're berming, they're creating better drainage. They're doing the things that make the trails more resilient and ready to go. And that's true across all 3 of the networks we manage, but on the 6 predominant trails that are involved in the race, it's more and more true each year. So pending any storm damage or anything else that might set us back, we're starting from a better position this year. So the grant is meant, again, to just fund the infrastructure, some of the underlying expenses, and then we'll take it from there with turning this into a very profitable endeavor for Wamba. I'll stop there.
I go on.
Joe?
How many people usually attend these? How many last year? How many?
There were 315 registered riders last year, and about I think we counted 75 of them. I think was my best count from last year were age 16 or under, which was great. And when people come in, the race is Sunday, Saturday is practice day, but people come in starting Friday and they camp at S6. That's part of the festival model. And people come with their whole families, especially the 16 and under.
What's the ratio of visitors to local residents? Do local residents get them?
Local residents do race, but by and large, it is probably 85 to 90% visitors.
Visitors.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's a group of people that do the whole circuit. They go every weekend. They travel New England to race in
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Deborah and then Todd.
This is great. I'm wondering, you mentioned storm damage.
Mhm.
How extensive was it for what you were doing, and what do you need to do to prevent, prepare for that, or do you need to have money aside for that? What are your feelings, even what happened?
Well, yeah, I mean, last year we had an awful lot of work to do after July's floodings, and VIMBA, who is our parent nonprofit organization that manages chapters all over the state, we were able to apply for an emergency grant. They have an storm emergency fund. We were able to apply for some funds to help offset. It was just more trail work was what we needed. And so we just had to up the hours on our paid trail crew to offset it, offset the damage. Our damage was minimal compared to what happened a lot across the state. And that's because our trails, we've been working on them for so long and working on them the right way, building drainage and water bars and doing the things that make them resilient. And so hopefully we're in great shape and we stay in great shape throughout the year, but you never know. One bad storm can kind of turn everything over. Yeah.
More regularly. I was really impressed with the 175 quarters.
Yeah.
So that grant helped you. Is mostly local labor?
Yes, we have 2 trail builders who are both locals, and we try to keep them employed basically full time from April till almost the ground freeze in November.
Yeah, I love this program. Question is, as the inn owns Saskadina 6, what revenue are they receiving from the events and the on-site camping and whatnot? Because my question just leads to, asking for a minimal amount of money. If they're making some substantial amount of money by your event, I would see why wouldn't they perhaps cover this delta?
No, they are, the generosity of the inn is what makes this possible. They allow us to
Here,
operate
like-
there. Yeah, they are fantastic.
So what is the cost for you to host the event at Saskadina?
Nothing.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Can I just say two other things from, because you brought up the question, Joe, about people being in the race that are local. Actually, it's mostly locals that are helping to be race marshals and be a part of the race day itself, where I'm sure a lot more people would be trying to be in the race, which I think is great. And the other thing that's worth adding is that infrastructure that's being discussed that gets built out for the race exists there for people to use throughout the race or the bike season, right? And that becomes a massive tourist destination, something that we really get to benefit. So as an avid mountain biker and user of that,
Yeah.
really excited about that opportunity of continuing to make our trails world class.
Is this sort of like a bins version of for mountain bikers? You're saying like build the trail, maintain the trail is sort of, is that a comparable thing? The snowmobile trails.
Oh, Vasta, you mean?
Fast, yeah.
Bins
Oh,
or cars.
way bigger of a lift, I think, but I don't know all the things that go into Vins, but yeah, in the sense that it's a maintained trail that brings people to the region.
Absolutely. And it brings us credibility. It brings us recognition. It brings so many good things. I mean, it also brings 500 to 600 people to Woodstock for a weekend. And, last year we did it mid-October, and it was hard, but most people were camping. And so lodging was not the issue, but there were a lot of challenges. Sunday morning on race day, everyone wakes up and says, hey, where can we get a bite to eat?
Yeah.
Tigo's not open on a Sunday. It's really hard to find breakfast at 7:30 on a Sunday morning. And so,
Yeah.
well, anywhere, but in October, it's really hard. One thing I'll say is the ESC race series brings their own sponsors and does the traditional sponsorship model. What I'm going to work on as far as turning this into profitability is working with our partners to help serve all the needs of the campers and the people who come to town. We had a food truck come last year that was woefully underprepared for how much demand there was. And so we learned that last year. I need to spend some time figuring out how we're going to feed people.
You should talk to Kathleen Dolan's people. Maybe she can open something up for you.
Exactly.
Sorry, can I follow this up? I think that one of the objectives of the EDC is, it's not formally voted on, but it's implicit heavily in what we've been doing and what we will do this year, is to not do anything to grow tourism during peak seasons and to shift that tourism to other times of the year. So thank you for shifting it from the end of the peak season to the beginning of the peak season.
Yeah.
But is there any possibility, not this year, I understand, but is there a possibility in the future for shifting it to, the end of May?
Yeah, there is. I mean, every year the race series goes from May to the end of October, and you pick your dates.
I would strongly think if you could, and maybe that doing it in May require you to start planning before the day after the race this year. So I would strongly encourage you to do that, because I'm just anticipating where the EDC is going. It doesn't affect this grant.
Yeah, and I'll
Next year, I can imagine a program where we say we're not sponsoring events, that are in September and October.
I may shoot myself in the foot for saying this. I don't anticipate being back here next year for EDC support. We're at the point now. Yeah. I understand.
Well, that was my second.
In costume next year.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I think the timing, your application is clear that you're moving to reduce things and you have reduced it.
It's better for everything involved.
I think this is the last year that you'll need support.
I hope so. I certainly hope so.
Are there other questions?
Yeah.
Deborah,
Yeah,
Mike,
no.
any questions?
No, thanks for the application.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think Matt, the second, we're ahead of schedule. Thank you for coming early. Followed the instructions. This is well, you'll explain.
Hi, Matt.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm not usually this nervous on a Saturday morning. That's okay, I'll figure it out. I'm Matt Powers. I'm the executive director of the History Center. So we pose the exhibit, The Wonder Room. And so as you read for the grant application, the History Center is looking for grant support for our new exhibit that will showcase over 50 artists and craftspeople in our candidate gallery. There are also several components of the exhibit the EDC would be supporting with this 2-year project. First is a reception on June 7th. That's a firm date at this point, celebrating the opening of the exhibit and the 90th anniversary of the Vermont Symphony Orchestra. Secondly, and we do have commitments therein. Secondly, the VSO's quartet performance at the reception. And thirdly is our new art and culture series, which includes videos, lectures, faculty tours, and articles related to the exhibit. The most important outcome of this project, the exhibit, is to promote the continued importance of the creative economy and its impact on our quality of life. The History Center believes that showcasing the continuity of historic art and craft traditions contributes to Woodstock being a desirable place to live and work and makes important connections in our community. The Woodstock Historical History Center will recognize the grant made by EDC by including the Commission's name, information on all advertising, website, and social media outlets. Credit will also be located on the main exhibit signage, acknowledgement at the opening reception, and associated programming, and we hope you also attend the event.
Questions? So I have a follow-up to the question that I asked, and you did answer, which was, again, a question repetitive. I apologize to my colleagues, about the shaping of events over the 12-month period and the peak problems. And your answer was interesting. And if there aren't other questions, I just wonder if we could explore it for 1 minute.
Sure.
You basically said we would not change. I asked, is there a way to shift the time period to, and you said we would not change our regular tour hours unless we receive additional support, but perhaps there are other ways that we could talk about it. I don't think reducing a valuable, interesting thing to do is a good idea. Moving that out of peak season is not a good thing to do. It's going to be a bad thing to do. But having it in another season as much as possible would be good for the economy and not stressing our resources, I think. So I guess really maybe this is a request, not a question. Could you give some thought to that? Doesn't have to be today. But could you give some thought to that and at some point come back and share with us ideas for, here's something that we could do that might draw people here in April.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Because I think that that's increasingly going to be a challenge for Woodstock, and we're going to be looking for answers like the one you suggest might be possible.
Yeah, I answered it from the lens of, I think both, our tour season is June through October, and that fluctuates. We actually, once peak hits, we actually close down because we're just swamped. And we actually change into a different formatting. Research is huge for us. So new homeowners, people just coming in saying, hey, my family's from here. So while we shift from a traditional tour season, we shift into other services. So, and the same thing in the spring, we do mud season lectures, and that's where we're launching this art and culture series, because we know between March and June, while we can install exhibit, we're doing other things like online Zoom programs and all that. And that's part of this. Is we already have like 3 people lined up for the spring to do online lectures surrounding art and craft topics. So there's other ways of just sort of door opening that we do. I think you're referring to maybe more events or just in general.
This is a longer term issue, but I think what I'm reading between the lines, I think what you're saying, which is totally rational, is it's not really that we can't afford to be open 365 days a year with people coming in the museum. We therefore try to keep open during the times that we can afford. It might be of interest to the EDC in the future, not now, in the future, to just have you say, if you gave us X, we could be open. We could have a special exhibit in May or April. That might be a way to market Woodstock that doesn't have a downside. This is the same question to ask for 30 different TEDx or the mountain. I would just ask Michael, Mark or et cetera. So you don't have to take it just on your own shoulder.
Well, I'll throw the ball up because you will see me next year. And because this is sort of the runway to start doing other shows, we already have 2 in the works. One is on site, which is a found art object, which is somebody already has collected and produced sculptures that were related to the last flood. And there's going to be discussions and dialogue about resiliency and all of the community sort of impact on that. And that's a really nimble, easy thing to do in the spring because it's already been made. I just have to open the doors and turn the lights on. And the other one is through the library. We're doing an exhibition possibly there. And then in off season, riding up to that, I mean, I just talked to Pentangle and they want to celebrate their anniversary, their 50th anniversary. And we just discussed maybe not doing it during Wassail, which is they're swamped, and maybe doing it towards Christmas so that there's an event here in town hall because they're both parts of each other. And we would do an exhibit and we're working with an exhibition, a professional exhibition team to develop something that would be seen on stage, and then Pentangle would handle the event stuff. So we're already working with other organizations to try to develop that. But I think it's nice to have a group of people to come in and brainstorm because we sort of, I always think of what do you see that I don't see, right? And I always believe that other people need to be input on our community organization. Long answer.
No. Comments or questions?
You answered mine in the application. I appreciate that. It's very detailed and.
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Anything else? Okay,
Great. Thank you so much.
Fortunately,
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, sorry for my nervous voice.
You did a great job.
all right.
You're very scary.
Good job. Look good, sound good.
Eric, fortunately, Eric walked in at just the right time. If you can hear us, Eric?
Oh,
Went in
Eric.
there, didn't he? Oh, there.
There he is, right?
We're ahead of schedule, so we're actually, are you ready?
Excited?
Yeah,
Can be excited.
right.
Alexa, set a 30-second timer.
All right, so the next application is an interesting new thing, which is a municipal solutions summit.
Hi, Eric.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. Should we just hop in?
Yeah.
All right, so for those who don't know me, I'm Eric Guthrie, the municipal manager here in Woodstock. This is Christina Fabiano, my wife, but more importantly, the co-founder and director of marketing and operations.
More importantly, I don't think you're gonna hear about that when you get home.
That from the video, Tom.
For the municipal, all right, summit. When she doesn't put her cape on, is a superhero for this event. She also works for HubSpot, that's based out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. The idea for the summit comes from my year here in Woodstock and talking to other town managers in the Upper Valley and New England and the country as a whole. And what we found in those conversations is we share the same issues, which is concern about how the municipalities are and the challenges that come in the future and how we can deal with them. But unfortunately, we also share the same issue of not having the time and resources to dedicate to those issues. So the idea is to get all these people together in one place, and instead of having a conference where someone comes and talks for 2 hours about all the great things they've done, is sit in a room with whiteboards and really sit down and talk about what issues we're facing, how can we work together to solve those issues, then spend time brainstorming those issues, then going away and coming back in a year and seeing where we are and kind of working towards an ultimate solution for these problems and issues. And team's going to talk a little bit how we're going to engage people over the year, encouraging them to come back in the future.
Yes, so our main focus right now is building up registration for the summit. We have a large focus on programming, getting the message out there and getting people to fill out our form and come. So at the same time, though, we're building the infrastructure to keep the spirit of the summit alive throughout the year and obviously encouraging participation in next year's event. So some of those things to keep this community of practice engaged are Discord servers, or Slack channels, community meetups throughout the year, working groups where people can really get granular on their issues. Like not everybody's going to have the same things, but being able to facilitate that live or virtual piece where they can connect on a regular cadence. Fresh website content to like keep people abreast of what we're doing, case studies, things like that to show how this is working. We also want to attract people over the year. So, inviting other people in their municipalities to our Discord or, setting up really targeted nurture flows for connecting and hitting different like touch points throughout the year, like pushing out events through our, email nurture flows, different things that we'll post in our Discord or Slack. We can even venture into paid ads and just expanding to different municipal roles, which would be great. We just really want to provide truly valuable programming that encourages not only attendance at this, but also collaboration, community members wanting to present and, lead roundtables. We think this will be a really excellent event.
And the reason why we're here for the EDC is simple. The hardest thing to do is start something fresh and get it to be successful. And with that goal is we're trying to make the barriers of entry as low as possible for people to encourage them to attend. So having an event where they don't have to pay a fee to attend will encourage them to come, where they don't have to pay or worry about their allowance to have breakfast or lunch, encourage them to come out for a cocktail hour afterwards to really kind of form the community and get people excited to come. So that's why we're here asking for the small grant. When it comes to economic development, there's two ways to look at this. One is to encourage people to come here in April, typically a slow time for the resort and Woodstock as a whole. Come here, have a great time, come back in the future years, expand the conference, but also then encourage them to come back at other times during the year when they experience how great Woodstock is. The other part of this is more long-term. By doing this and doing this well, the hope is that Woodstock's gonna be to tap into a whole region of people working on these issues. So it's not just housing in Woodstock, it's not just economic development, not just planning and zoning regulations. We're gonna be to tap into a whole range of people doing the same thing throughout the region. So we don't have to start we have to reinvent the wheel every single time we have a new issue. We're gonna have someone work on that issue somewhere else that can come in and give that advice and vice versa. So even for the EDC, sharing what you guys have done externally, but also what people are doing somewhere else, bring that to the EDC and see how that's gonna work. So Woodstock's really gonna benefit from all this energy, excitement, and passion from a wide range of people that will hope to make the next 20 years of Woodstock much more palatable and have solutions for the challenges we're facing. And happy to answer any questions. Yeah.
I think it's a great idea. I really do. I'm curious, though, you don't intend to have specific speakers, is that correct?
So we're not going to have someone in front of a lecture with a PowerPoint talking for 45 minutes. The hope is to have people in the community attend. So some business owners, people who are doing unique things, some businesses that are doing employee housing, people who have been successful with retention and employment, have some of those business owners come and be in the working group. So not presenting, but being there to ask questions, talk about their successes, their failures, and kind of give us an opportunity to ask you questions and get feedback from someone who actually is successful, or maybe someone who's failed.
Yeah,
that's
great, Eric. I'm curious, though, will there be specific topics?
Yes.
That would be scheduled at certain times? And
yes.
Then people can kind of jump in on, well, I've got something to say about that. Is that the kind of format you're thinking about?
Yeah, so we have a list of issues that we kind of put in the original email of things we're going to cover. We talked about some of them, smart economic development, employee housing, employee benefits, retention and recruitment, the tourist versus resident divide.
Regional attendees can decide which topic they want to jump in on and discuss, right?
Yep, and then what, like regionalization, how to like share services, and in the original email and throughout our messaging, what we ask people is, A, please come.
Yeah.
And B, what topics do you want to discuss? And so right now we have 15 people signed up. So we have 15 different people who have said things they want to talk about. So we're going to comb through them and then try to create an agenda that works for everyone.
Great, great. Thank you.
All right.
So it sounds like your marketing director is putting in a ton of uncompensated work. And it sounds like you're thinking about a vision that is kind of going to require work year round. And I'm wondering what your sort of long-term vision is. It sounds like you really are trying to build something Is this, you know, a business you're trying to build, or kind of how do you see the long-term vision for that event?
Yeah, I'll let Tina talk about how kind of the work she'll do, but it's really going to be at most a nonprofit built on solutions for municipalities. That's why we named it Solution Summit. It's going to be really, like I said, an organization that's going to sure, we founded it, but it's only going to succeed if people have a stake in it. And so what we're doing is also asking people if they want to lead certain groups. And we, after the conference, we have quarterly check-ins or breakout groups that other people will lead those things too. So it's only going to succeed as a kind of collaborative effort with everyone. So a lot of the work will be shared by not just us, by everyone else that wants to be involved. And Tina can tell you how.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
So I think we're also taking kind of the community approach to this and making it not so hi-fi as like all of these, you know, the ICMA, I think is what you attend, and they're very produced and everything. So kind of taking a lower fi approach. We're using free resources right now, well, freemium editions of almost everything. But if we are able to, you know, grow this, I think that we would, you know, offset the cost and put it, you know, pass it on to the registrant. But look into how we can scale it through like automation and things like that. To take the lift off of me with this manual one-to-one outreach so far. But I think long-term, that would definitely be something that we would look into. And I know that for Eric in your course of your, you know, just being in municipal government, it always is kind of one of those things about like, oh, the conference was fine, but it was lacking this. And I think that lacking piece is addressing the issue of the rural, the small town, and being able to talk together, which is something that we don't see a lot of at these conferences. A lot of talking at you, and then maybe like 10 minutes for Q&A, but we really wanted to build. So with that lower fi approach, I think that we can, you know, even have like in these things where people are running stuff themselves and like encouraging people to build up. So I'm hoping that it doesn't become a full-time job for me, but definitely something that we use a community approach to, which I think is necessary.
Great, thanks.
Great. You're gonna have such a brain trust of people coming in, and I'm curious, your theme, and I don't know if this is something that you can create within what you have, or maybe next year and the next grant or whatever, but that you document this in a white paper or something, that you have somebody on set that's documenting what's coming out of it. And for your purposes, the white paper probably feels like a good way of doing it. It's going to be really powerful what comes out of it. And to that point, given, I mean, you know what goes on in a small town, and it would be really interesting if there was a moment that was open to the town, to the public, to ask your brain trusted people, not just the people from this town, but from other towns, to address the issues that we're having, you know, and be able to have that form as a part of it.
Yeah.
Or do you think that's too much of a sidetrack to involve the community in some sort of form with your people?
Yeah, I think potentially this year or in the future, that's a great idea. You know, I've kicked around the idea of maybe having some of the EDC come, you know, at one of the conference, one of the working groups to talk about things. But I think having the community involved would be a great idea.
Just for them to answer the questions, not for them to run something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other comments? I have a quick question. Yeah, it's a quick comment. I'm opposed to your opposition to PowerPoint. That's just me.
True consultant.
I would, in thinking about the direct economic, or the as close to direct economic impact on Woodstock, there are two aspects of this. You mentioned one of them, which is this topic of regionalization, finance regionalization. What that is 7 towns surrounding all buy dirt or sand for the winter. If we all bought it together, we'd pretty confident we'd get a lower price. Easy thing to collaborate on. So I'm glad that topic is on. I would also suggest that we strongly recruit, and you may be doing this already, the 6 other towns that are in this school district, because the economic impact of what those, if we need attracting people to come to the district benefits Woodstock in exactly the same way as attracting people to come to move to Woodstock. If someone buys a house in Killington, Woodstock taxpayers' taxes go down. or builds a house. So we are indifferent from a tax point, from a school tax point of view. Where
Seven towns.
7 towns, right? We don't care where you move to.
Yeah.
As long as you bring kids to the district, Woodstock residents save on their taxes.
Yeah.
So I'd encourage you to take that into account when allocating your recruiting efforts. So,
Yeah, and we have a lot of people in the Upper Valley attending some in the school districts as well as already agreed to come.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but a few of them so
yeah,
far.
but I mean, I call the ones who haven't agreed, to at
Yeah.
least call them back once and say, hey,
Yeah.
we're all in this together.
And I was supposed to meet with them all on Wednesday, but the weather kind of threw a wrench in that, so I couldn't attend the meeting, but we will.
That's great. Any other comments or questions? Okay.
Proud of you for
your efforts.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, good job, Eric.
Fantastic.
And that other person you who was evidently,
That you're here.
Thank you.
yeah, title.
All right, so we are now remarkably ahead of schedule.
Woo.
Seton is next, and I've just sent Seton an email a minute ago. Does Seton have a 215 telephone number?
That's.
Seton, is that you?
Maryland or-
Oh, that 215 is, I think, Philly, isn't it?
yeah.
703.
Oh,
Do you want me to text her?
yes, if you could, I've emailed her.
About to get blown up.
Where are you? Where are you?
Walking the dog.
Seton, are you?
Yeah. Oh, we can go hold the dog.
Dog is a beast. It's like Falcor from Never Ending Story. Although I think that one was John, maybe. Just big.
Oh, big dog.
What time was she originally scheduled for?
10:10.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we're way ahead. Let's just see actually if there are any other applicants. Are there any other applicants on? There aren't any other applicants here, I don't
Well,
think.
we have 2 at the table.
Yeah.
That's true, oh, actually, okay. All right, that's actually a good idea. Let's do that. So we'll do Todd, and then if there's time, Deborah.
Can I get by you? Oh, sorry. There you
I just want to make let me just pull this one down. Just want to make a comment before we begin on this one, because obviously, there's been a lot of back and forth on the portal. And again, the reason for my posting these things is because the portal wasn't open to anyone other than EDC members. Next year, we'll allow members of the public to post directly. A lot of the questions and comments on this particular application were related to the situation in Taftsville, but not related to the funding for a public restroom. So I would encourage Todd and anyone on the EDC to just remember that there's obviously some debates and disputes going on about the nature of the store and so forth, but there were very few comments there were a couple about that focused on the restroom. And our grant is to either grant or not grant funds to help build a public restroom. So I just encourage us to stay focused on that topic and take into account the comments that were made by the public on that topic. So Todd, go ahead.
Right. Thank you for allowing me to be here and for what you guys do. I know I'm normally a part of it, but I appreciate your volunteering and what you do for the municipality. I think being in Taftsville and that property is nearly a 200-year-old property. So I think a little bit of history lesson is in my 2 minutes. It hasn't been successfully ran since Charlie sold it. And when I talked to Charlie, we talked to him about half a dozen times over Zoom. He's in Portugal. He tells us how it's an unsustainable business. So before we purchased it and had these conversations with Charlie, we talked to Kathleen Dolan and others, and we realized that country stores in Vermont, which are sacred as part of the Vermont stated goals to maintain country stores and their wares. We talked to Kathleen Dolan, the Salinger family. These are the sorts of family names. Dolans and Salingers are the only ones that seem to be able to put these places up. So my family, most people know I work in show business. I make a good living. When we looked at the store and we didn't like it, it felt like the East End to us, sort of dilapidated, and we wanted to go and see if we can clean it up. So we purchased it knowing that it was, in our opinion, a gift to the community in one way or another. Some of you may or may not know our family interests. We're very philanthropic. We've donated many sums to TEDx, many in the tens of thousands of dollars to Billings. When you sit at the round bench in the park, we paid for that bench. Lots of people in town don't know because I'm not normally into advertising or philanthropic adventures, but I want people to understand that this store for us and the property in general will be for our children and our children's children and the town to enjoy. It's the gateway to Woodstock, and it doesn't deserve to be a dilapidated closed building. With that said, the business model is impossible. So we've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars to prop up the insides of the building, the outside of the building, bring it up to code, remove asbestos. And I've never asked anyone for a dollar. Somebody asked me if the building's for sale. Yes, 2.25 million. So it'll never be sold. But what I want you to know is I haven't worked for 6 months. I haven't been paid. I've been working. Show business had a shutdown. I spent $900,000, sold all my stocks, do not have a dollar in my savings account to keep my employees working in Los Angeles, Vermont's employees as well, Connecticut, New York, and Atlanta. So when I look at this bathroom grant, I said, look, you know me, I don't want to come and ask a municipality for money. I'm rich, I can pay for it myself. It's a private business, this and that. Well, I'm here because I think that if anyone should ever be a case study for a failing business, what are you doing it for to benefit the community? It should be me. So this bathroom is going to be built whether you want it built or not. Whether you give me money for it or not, we're going to build the bathroom. But because I have no money, the bathroom's not getting built right now. Okay? So once the bathroom is built, we can do permitted use things. We would never do something that wasn't allowed. We wouldn't just allow a circus if the town didn't give us a circus permit. We wouldn't allow whatever you can imagine, pros or cons. Everything is by the book. So we're here to talk about the bathroom. I would like to build it sooner than later because a few people in the community have reached out and said, hey, can we have an art show there? Hey, can we do this? You can't do it legally without certain boxes checked. And one of them in the property is the ADA bathroom. I will get sued. So I am here to say, hey, if I can get some amount of money and $50,000, look, I'm an entrepreneur. I would ask for $1 million if I knew there's $1 million, if the bathroom costs $1 million. So I'm not suggesting you should give me $1 or $50,000. I'm suggesting that if the community is to enjoy the property that I and my family have sacrificed and continue to sacrifice, the sooner the bathroom gets built, which will be public, whether you pay for it or not, it will be free, whether you pay for it or not. We will put it in the master lease of any tenant that comes in that building, whether you pay for it or not. I want people to enjoy that property. And I can't pay for it right now. It might be a year, it might be 6 months, I don't know. But my first obligation is to my family. My second obligation is to my family interest. And that family interest is deeply tied to this town. I own that building 100%. There is no bank that owns it. Every dollar I've worked for and put in, and it's for the people. So that's why I'm here. And I'm embarrassed to ask for money, but I haven't gotten paid. I don't have a job. I can't put in a new bench. Can't support TEDx this year. You know, this is where it's at.
All right. Thank you. Questions, comments? I have, okay, there's one question. I just want to highlight it because I think you answered it in the Q&A portion. In terms of it being free and easy to access, which is the public benefit that we might be looking, you know, it is a public benefit that we would be looking for. Would someone who's coming to use the restroom have to pay to park in order to use the restroom?
No, and that's a great point. Parking's been contentious for anyone who hasn't called and asked me or emailed me.
I'm not asking about parking.
It's good. Parking is free unless you pay for it. Right now, we have during leaf season, we put up signs so that out of towners we hope would go give us some money toward the lot that was $250,000, and we made $87, which I'm very stoked about. But hundreds of people have parked there and not asked and not paid, so I think they understand it's free for them. But if they don't, regardless, if that bathroom is open, it'll be very clear that you can go to the bathroom. Just like if the restaurant or the store is open, it'll be very clear that you can go in said space and not have to pay for parking. So how we do that or whatnot, there's not I'm not the guy in Willy Wonka that's the evil candy person trying to go and squeeze a buck out. You know, it's the opposite. This is the worst business I've ever ran in my life, and I'm gonna continue to run it. But yes, people will be able to use the bathroom, whether you give me $1 or $10 or not. And they'll be able to park there and walk in just like people do now who come to me from the bridge when they see me in the front of the store, even though it's closed, doing something. May I please use your bathroom? And by the way, do you have a sandwich? Yeah, come on and use the bathroom, no problem.
And then my second question is, the hours that the restroom will be public,
Yeah.
Confirming my understanding is when there's a tenant that in the master lease, as you said, there'll be a clause that says when you're in operation, you must allow public access to the bathroom.
Yeah, 100%.
And then the other times that it would be open is if there's an art show.
Yeah.
It's required to be open.
Yeah, so so once you do modifications to these structures, you have to bring it up to code. So for example, the front of the building and the facade design is a certain way, and the new entrance has to be in the middle of the big parking lot. And why is that? Because the handicap ramp would extend almost to where the dumpster is for the angle of attack needed for that ramp, right? So it's all these engineers involved and all these things that happen. I think I mentioned to John that the engineers for the parking lot and just the water system alone was over $40,000 for us to work with V-Trans, the state, the town. So it's a lot of expense that goes into stuff. Everything is calculated to be right. But in the end of the day, ADA people deserve to be able to use a bathroom. They deserve to go in the store, and that's what we want to do. And people should be able to use this property. And right now, I feel like the town, the people in the neighborhood that might want to do it, or I think that there was a wedding at the Moonrise, and they asked if they could potentially park. We said, sure, no problem. Those people have asked us. I want people to enjoy it sooner than later. And again, because of my personal family situation and the investment that we're continuing to make, it's just going to be delayed. And that hurts my feelings because we got the outside looking like it looks. Some people love it, some people don't. It is what it is. It will be what it is, with or without the support.
Joe, and then Deborah.
God, I got just one question I'm curious about is, at some point, a store will be there or some kind of commercial enterprise will be there.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
So if you do not get this grant and can't open the bathroom from grant money or not, would that store be able to open?
We will, so in a commercial lease, there's tenant improvements, right? So we know this. So looking at who could afford to take that space, and part of the Economic Development Commission's stated goals and what we're working on is bringing new people that bring business and hopefully can open a restaurant, right? So I look at what we have in Tassville as the perfect storm because this is what we're permitted to do anyway. We have a beautiful apartment above, another studio. These are things that we want to go and encompass in the community. At the end of the day, no business could move in there unless they were Microsoft and pay the TI with the rate of rent to make it work. So we're going to build it anyway. We've already built the water supply. We've already built the bottom. We're going to build the bathroom because that's how we're going to get someone in there, because no one can pay $50,000 that's going to run a little general store and pay for that bathroom. The economics wouldn't work, right? So that's part of the philanthropic effort of that property, is getting that infrastructure ready. So we will not have an operating tenant in that portion of the store without the bathroom. And thereby, the longer it takes for the bathroom, the longer it takes for any of that other stuff to happen. That, if I made sense in what I said to you.
I was wondering, will you have a sign up somewhere that lets people know, like, hey, on your way, come on in?
Yeah, so it's interesting. We plan, so once we have infrastructure in place, so for example, public water supply is now in place and this and that. So we plan on engaging, like we always have said, and community members in Tassville specifically have come and called us or emailed us or knocked on the door and made that engagement, which we've always been open to. Just the general town meeting, we said when we're ready, and we're still not ready. We don't know. I can tell you it's not going to be a weed store, okay? And it's not going to be a Subway, right? But I don't know what commercial clients might come in or what they want. But what we want to do is maintain, and this is part of our permitting, general store and something else. So the question is this: once it's a thing, of course there'll be signage, and I plan on going to the town and saying, hey, just like we're doing with the parking, please don't park at the Tassville covered bridge and block traffic and be unsafe. Park in this parking lot. These sort of things will happen at that time. So yes, but there's no point now in directing traffic to something that doesn't exist.
I'm just wondering, like, so it will say public restroom.
Oh, well, it'll be a public operating space. So no different than if you go in Dunkin' Donuts, either it's a public restroom or not. You say, can I use the restroom? So am I going to put a giant sign out on Route 4 that says public restroom? No, but anyone that comes in the building and wants to use the bathroom will be able to use it. So, you know, that's how that'll be. Make sense?
Yes. And how is it going right now with, like, do you have people that are interested? I mean, like,
that's a topic for another time, but you know,
okay.
we just put the sign up a couple months ago, and I think we've done a lot of commercial real estate. I personally have rented hundreds of thousands of square feet of commercial real estate. It takes about a year to find a good tenant, and we're about 2.5 months in that search. But it has to be the right fit for the building, and you know, for what what it needs to be for the community that we can sour as well in terms of the economic impact of the building. So right now, the only person who's interested right now wasn't a good fit. So we had to pass on that, but we'll see what happens. But someone will be there one day and it will operate and it'll be great.
Thank you.
Larry.
Yeah, Todd, I really love your vision for this. This is great.
Appreciate that,
Part
Larry.
of me feels like your request is premature, and that being all these, if we find this kind of a tenant, if we find that kind of tenant, if we get permits for this, can you respond to that?
Yeah, sure. So that's a great question. We have all our permits. I can open a restaurant tomorrow once I have the bathroom and it's permitted. So that situation that doesn't need to be relitigated. The only issue is, when can people use this property in a public way that doesn't open up us to extended litigation potential like ADA issue? With the bathroom, we complete the final picture of the shell as it is now for people to use the property. So we have other tenants, we have the post office, we have real estate tenants. So having that bathroom in that space allows anybody to come and say, I want to have an art show. And I can say, sure, have an art show. Just give us proof of insurance or pay us 10, whatever it might be, the arrangement, they can do it. Right now, they couldn't. So it's not about filling that space with a long-term tenant. It's not what this request is sort of trying to facilitate. If Microsoft comes right now and says, I'd like to open a Microsoft cafe, well, we'll build the bathroom with Microsoft Cafe. But what we're not seeing is someone coming to Woodstock, wanting to open a restaurant, wanting to run a store, having pockets like Microsoft. So we're chipping away at the infrastructure like we did the water supply. And the last piece is that bathroom, regardless of inside or outside activity. Yeah. So it's actually the exact right time in a funny way. Because again, just to reiterate, the business of what happens in that shell isn't directly related to the business that can happen anytime, anywhere in the property. Make sense?
Yeah, well, then if I could follow up, so let's say you don't have a tenant for inside. When will this bathroom be open?
So this is a great question. In my mind, one day a tenant will come. It takes time to get the right commercial tenant. But right now, if someone comes from the community and says, we want to have an art show, which happened, we got these emails, we'd like to set up shop. We can't do it without certain boxes checked. The only box left is the bathroom. So it's sort of chicken before the egg in that. Maybe no one will ask in the community again to use the property.
I think Larry's question is, let's say that the bathroom is built and then someone.
Whenever an event is happening, public event, the bathrooms will be open for sure.
But only then.
Because someone has to open it, someone has to clean it, right? All these things. So if there was a community volunteer that wanted to open and clean the bathroom, I'd certainly be willing to open it as many hours as they would want, right? We don't have, without that front tenant, someone to do that. But like I talked about the master lease, when someone comes in, it's going to be very written clearly that the infrastructure we built, public water supply is one. So if someone wants clean drinking water, and I decide to give it to them, I can legally give it to them because we've done a public water supply as an example. So we're going to make sure that the restaurant component, if someone comes in there and says, hey, I'd like a glass of water, they didn't pay for it, I paid for it, that glass of water is free. So there's going to be lots of things like that because we built this infrastructure that normally we built by tenant improvement allowance through a long-term lease negotiation. So the bathroom in the beginning might not be open as much as we'd love because the building's not in operation in a 5 or 6 or 7 day a week schedule, right? But ad infinitum, this bathroom will be there for a long time for everyone to enjoy. And again, whether or not we get public funding to help the bathroom, my goals aren't changing. The bathroom, someone wants to use it, just like a couple weeks ago when someone knocked on the door and I was like, come on in. I didn't know them. They were, looking at the bridge. This is what it is. It's not we're not saying put a quarter in the door and try to open it up, right? So at the end of the day, no one can use the space. I can't legally have little tables out front for kids to have a cup of coffee or whatever without this bathroom component, without risking getting sued.
Are you? Other comments or questions? Let me just make sure I don't have any. I don't think we actually asked you how you would credit the EDC with support.
You did. I said I'd put up a giant EDC logo in the bathroom, flashing light, and say, you know, look, I might do that anyway. You know what I mean? Like, this is like, you know, I'm all for like spreading the love in the town. At the end of the day, you know, it could be whatever you want. I imagine literally the funniest, most giant logo in the bathroom. That's kind of ridiculous. That's what I would do, but I'm an artist, so I wouldn't trust my vision.
I have a question.
Yeah.
No, Todd, some people could easily, or maybe not so easily, interpret the bathroom issue as a capital improvement that most businesses have to endure when they open up.
Yeah.
We had to build a bathroom and we paid for it. Sante, before Sante was another business. They opened up their business, but they had a bathroom, but they paid for it.
Yeah.
So then we get into, are we as an EDC subsidizing a business venture
Yeah.
for your bathroom?
Yeah.
That's, how would you address that?
Yes. Yes, you are. 100%. Yes.
I think the question would be, would
ahead.
Mulvere allow people, would they allow people to use the bathroom without any other purchase and so forth? Would you let?
Oh, we do that, yeah.
Yeah, and I would do that anyway. Also, I think the important thing to really focus on why I'm here is because my financial situation doesn't allow me to build a bathroom anytime soon. So that means that town, community, anybody can't use it until it's there. I have another bathroom that I let people use all the time, whenever they ask, every time. It's just not ADA. So I can't open, there's a bathroom down there right now. There's gonna be two bathrooms. One will be the new ADA one and the ADA entrance, and there's a bathroom that already exists. So we could open, if we didn't change the building, do asbestos remediation, all these things, we could have opened a sandwich shop the day after we got our permit to operate the kitchen. We don't even have to put in a hood. We can just serve sandwiches and that bathroom's fine. But once we decided to make modifications for the structural integrity of the building and the beautification of the building, it gets very complicated, and especially with a 200-year-old building. So yes, it is a capital improvement, and what your benefit is the allowance of two things. One is the allowance of understanding and knowing that if it exists, the potential for someone to use that space for the betterment of the town or the community is yes, it's possible. Otherwise, it's not. And the other thing is that happens sooner than later based on the whim of when I can afford to do it. So it is a risk. It's no different than when we paid for a park bench. You know, how long does that park bench last? You know, how many butts sit on it? Like, is it really worth it? So in my version of the park bench, I went and gave the town, who has a tax base paying revenue, I gave them something because I felt as a community member that needed to be done and it was not right and people weren't enjoying it. So it's really the same thing in reverse, right? Someone donating like that, this is a reverse. And I'm going to say that, hey, town, this is really about you. It's about if you have to pee or poop and you're at that bridge and have no place to go, you don't feel great. And if you knew that you can go in this thing and there's a bathroom there or a store or a place you can get a sandwich, that's a better feeling for the gateway to Woodstock than a dilapidated, rundown structure. So that's where we're going, and we will get there. It's just a time thing. We're really here to ask about funding the bathroom in portion due to the timing of it being built otherwise.
Okay, all right, last question. Well, go ahead. No, definitely go ahead.
Given
We're
that
getting
it
to
may
the
take a while to get a permanent tenant in, like you say, you have somebody who wants to use it, and they use it once that's built, that may be, change the timing of the bathroom. So
No, if we get the grant, we're building the bathroom starting right away.
right, I know, but it may take another year before somebody's in there, like you said, but
Which means a tenant.
a permanent tenant. But the difference is like, you have a wide open space and you have people who are wanting to use it.
Yeah.
So if this was to happen, would you be willing to say during this period of time?
Well, that's the whole point, Deb.
Right, that's.
Remember when you were like, maybe we can have a TEDx thing that, yes, so the whole point is.
Wait, let her finish the question.
Sorry, yeah.
During this period of time.
During this period of time that, there would be an agreement that you would do X many community events for free or for, open it up in a way that allowed people to use the space and therefore be open, or maybe not free, but you know what I mean, in a way that serves the community during that period of time and maybe brings attention to the building, might help get a tenant, that kind of thing. Like, is there a...
Yeah, so that's that's a very complex question that would take me hours to actually answer, because if someone comes there and says they want to have a rock and roll concert, no, what I'm saying is, if I agreed that someone could have these public events. So what I'm saying is, if someone goes and Tassville gets together, who's a very close knit group of two different groups, okay? One that likes us, one that doesn't, let's say, okay? But at the end of the day, there's still a community. If Tassville wants to come and the Mennonite church is having an event and needs overflow, I don't feel comfortable until I have all of my box checked to use it. When they had the wedding at the farm, we were fine because it's like this kind of thing, you know what I mean? So if it's an official big thing, it's either yes, we can do it, or no, we can't. But the whole point of us spending this money on this property is that we want to host whatever the community wants to host. And if it makes sense for us, we're going to do it. And if we have to charge them for it, we will. And if we don't have to, we won't. And who knows these situations or what they need. So for example, the two women that came with the art thing, we told them, hey, I can't do it without the bathroom, but if I have the bathroom, you got to just provide insurance. So that's a real world example of someone that came and asked us, and what I would have charged them was, you just need to bring the insurance for your event for the day. So it's, I can't really answer because it's too broad, I guess, but,
Right, no.
but the spirit is, the spirit is, with the bathroom, whenever it happens, people can do stuff. Without the bathroom, they can't. So that's sort of where it's at. And I'm not sure my timing on building the bathroom without public funds is
Okay, all right, I think
the bathroom.
that's all the time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
Go back to my other side.
Okay, sorry, we're now back on schedule, so. Well, I mean, because we have around the order. So we're now roughly right on schedule. All right, thanks, Bob. Okay, Pride of Woodstock. Seaton.
Hi, I'm Seaton McElroy.
And I'm Gabe DeLeon.
We're the co-chairs of Pride of Woodstock. We're very excited. This will be the first year that there is an official Pride event in Woodstock. This was Gabe's initial idea. And I had jokingly said to him a year or two ago, if there's ever Pride, I'm in. And he was like, oh, guess what? You're in. I was like,
Yeah, you are in.
I was like,
Very much in.
I'm in. I'm very in. So the Pride of Woodstock is going to be an overall weekend event. Part of the component is a high heel race, which is my baby. It is based on a high heel race that happens in DC every year, which is just a really fun event. The whole weekend, though, goes from May 31st through June 2nd. The Inn is graciously doing a lot of things on their own dime, on their own property, with some cocktails. They're doing a trivia night. They're doing 2 drag brunches. We have other businesses in town that are going to be hosting other events in the name of Pride, but in fact, Zach's Place is going to do a cookout because they do an event every year, and so they want to do that. So we're really at the point where we're working on our tentpole activities, and then businesses are starting to say, and people are saying, hey, could I do this? And we're like, yes. We really want this to be a community event, and what I keep saying is, Pride is not happening to Woodstock. Woodstock is putting on Pride, right? We are a town that is used to events coming through and tourists coming through, and of course we welcome all of them. That's part of the point of what you all do here. But this is not something that we're saying, hey, rest of the world, come in and see Woodstock. This is something that's like, this is for Woodstock, right? Like, this is, people want to come in. We obviously want them to come in, but like, this is a Woodstock event. This is for us as well. And I think it's okay that we say, it's for us first. And, we would love for other people to come in and share their talents and show how great our town is. And if they want to move here eventually, that'd be fantastic. And build bathrooms for the public, that would be fantastic. Take all of them.
Although we have not committed to putting up a big. Not yet, but we will mention you in the next article.
Exactly. So that's all to say, we have a lot going on that weekend. And so, and of course, it's our first time. We don't know what to expect. So we're trying to sort of cover all of our bases and also get as much community involvement as possible, which also means community dollars. So that'll be donations. We're obviously asking people for donations, but we know that the high heel race is going to be one of the most public things. I like to think of it as the crown jewel of Pride, because people are wearing high heels and maybe tiaras. We don't know.
Or a dress.
Or a dress. Everybody, men, women, straight, gay, non-binary, bring them all. We're excited. So this is the thing that we thought would be a good thing to say. if we're gonna be asking for community money, we're asking for, tax dollar money. We thought this would be a good one because it's visible, it's in the central business district. And it's something that we hope people like come and say, oh my gosh, I was in Woodstock for this thing and it was so cool. So the high heel race is, as you've seen with your spreadsheets, we're estimating it'll cost us a little over $4,000. We've been really fortunate to be able to work with people like Dale Freitas, who's been able to show us, what she does every year with her turkey trot, and she sort of guided us in what to expect and how to communicate. And so our first year out, we are not quite, again, we're not quite sure what to expect. I tend to be like, oh dear God, is anyone going to show up? This one's like 5,000 people are going to show up.
No, that's it's not true, but there are about another dozen municipalities in Vermont that put on some type of Pride festival, anywhere from a Pride picnic in their local park or green, all the way up to the full-blown festival that occurs for a week long up in Burlington. So, this is going on already. It's for me, it's the right thing to do. And having had conversations with people in town, from houses of worship to business leaders to residents, it's the right thing to do to bring people together. The conversations they've been unbelievable. I've gotten to know people better than people that I knew better, and people that I didn't know, I got to know. And the most wonderful thing about this community is it's very progressive. The conversations have to continue. They're very important. This event is going to bring even more of us together in the center of town. And this is going to be the high heel race. It's going to be 5 minutes, maybe it'll take if you saunter, but I think the whole thing is you're bringing people together. We're going to have a little bit of fun, and we hope at the end of the day, it's also an economic boom. So for the town as well, bringing people here. So right thing to do, help the economy, bringing people together. Those are the three things I would say.
And so the logistics are that it will start that Saturday, June 1st at 10:30. We are using, because the lines already exist, the crosswalk at Elm and Pleasant, and then the crosswalk in front of Gillingham's on Elm as well. So that's our start and finish line. Logistically, what we're going to do is we've had people that are going to donate pickup trucks so that they can be sort of stages. So the one down on Pleasant will be the Ready, Set, Go. And, all of the acknowledgements. Thank you to the donors. Thank you to EDC. We'll give all of you a crown to stand there and wave and say, you're welcome for the money. That's our starting point.
I'll add that to this list.
Please wear heels, Barbie outfits, totally fine. That'll be our Ready, Set, Go space. We have our permit already from the village, which I've abstained from, that for the entire Elm Street. We have talked to the police department. Chief Swanson's been really helpful with how we're shutting down the streets. I actually just ran into Matt Powers yesterday, who said we can use the History Center lawn, so that will be the registration point. Get your t-shirt, get your bib number, that sort of thing. So people will start there. They will run, walk, sashay, saunter, whatever it is that you need to do to get to the finish line. Then we will have a pickup truck on that end that again will be a stage with microphone, speaker, and that will be where it's like, this person came in first, second, third. We will make those sorts of announcements. And we're very fortunate that the artist Juan Carlos, who you might have recognized from Billings Farm doing his exhibit, he has graciously offered to be our pro bono photographer. So he will be there at the start and finish line taking wonderful photos. Very excited about that. And then once the race is over, because we do want to open the streets back up as quickly as we can, we will move everybody over to the green. And that's where we're going to do our awards for first, second, third, best hair, best outfit, and best high heels. Our dear friend Brenda has offered to be the judge for best hair, as well as she should be. So we're going to use the space and then make sure that we move over so that the businesses and everybody can open back up. We've already started talking to Carrie at Eyes on Elm to have sort of a little race watching party in front of his business. The History Center might be doing something there. We really, in this, you'll see with decorations and stuff, we want to decorate, but we also want to get the crowd involved in this. So, we want to buy little pride flags, which will be fun, because this is, run or walk or enter absolutely, we want that. But just as important is to have people on the sidelines having a good time in Woodstock, being in this, you know, cute, quiet, quaint town, and then being like, but look at the amazing things that happen here. Like, this is not just leaves and covered bridges. This is pride. Like, you don't, it doesn't occur to you, but we have, you know, a substantial LGBTQ plus population here. We are fortunate that one of those people is our police chief, which makes it even better. So he understands that component, and obviously the safety component. We've also had conversations with him, and we've started having conversations with people from Lebanon Pride about, in addition to, you know, just general security and safety and traffic control, having de-escalation person there, because we have gotten some questions about, what if somebody protests? What if somebody's saying something scary or mean, and how do you deal with that? So we plan on having people there that are that know how to de-escalate so that it doesn't turn into anything crazy. We know what just happened over at Northern Stage the other day. So we're doing everything we can to just make this a fun, silly event that anybody is welcome to be a part of.
Joe? I think this is great. I think this should be fun as hell. But I'm curious. I'm sure you would like to do this not to be the first and only time you do it.
That is correct.
You like to do it, you know, for years to come. Are there plans of how you would be self-sustaining? I mean, will it be a fee for people to
Yeah. So
do a race or anything? What kind of idea do you have about that?
So the race itself, and it is up on Eventbrite right now. You can register as of right now.
And then buy your heels.
And buy your heels. I can show you websites where you can buy up to size 15.
Eventbrite.
Oh, yeah.
So yes, the heels, I can help you with that. I've already started choosing some for Gabe.
She sends me
Do.
periodically different heels that
Pink, sparkly, goldfish in them.
I only use Nike pumps.
Okay, there you go.
have them in red.
They do. It'll all happen. So we are charging, as with most races, $40 as a registration fee.
For the race?
For the race, which we think is, you know, we talked to Zach's place, theirs is $30. We think that this is sort of because it's more of an event, and they are looking for people that are like all families. So they're like, if you have a family of 4, you don't want to charge them too much. We think it's going to be individuals, maybe couples. So we thought we could charge just a little bit more, so that covers, you know, t-shirts, stuff like that.
I was curious if you considered any other, you know, merch other than a t-shirt, just because I feel like at Zach's place, year after year, we'll register and just, I don't particularly like to take a t-shirt, or not because people have enough t-shirts. You could think of something that's like a little less expensive, like a bumper sticker or a bandana or something like that. Is that something you've considered?
Yara?
Well, so we've had several discussions about that. There was a sense from the task force that you know, having a T-shirt, especially as an inaugural event, historic inaugural event, it would be a collector's item. So you know, we could always choose to do something different in the future, but it's customary to usually give a T-shirt at a race, and 2, I think there might be collector's items. It'll be the first. So it's nice takeaway for people.
And also an easy, as we're obviously asking you all for money, and for the entire event, which is much more than $4,000 for the entire event, we are going to be searching for more sponsors. So that's also an easy opportunity for us to say to sponsors, we're going to put you on the T-shirt, and that's sort of like a general thing that people want.
I mean, in the budget, it says, I mean, this covers the race.
Yeah.
Registration, and I think you wrote that you would send that to, but shouldn't that go to defray the other costs, or preparing for the next year, or?
Well,
We're talking, you know.
do you want me to take that?
Yeah, please go ahead.
No, so I can tell you that as a task force, we chose to also look at donating for a particular charity. So after costs, the proceeds of the high heel race will be going to LGBTQ plus youth in Vermont. So we've talked to one organization, Outright Vermont. We haven't really gotten them to commit, but we have the potential to donate this money for LGBTQ plus youth. For example, last year there was one of the very first queer proms up in Killington, which had 250 kids show up.
Wow.
which is amazing, and not all of them LGBTQ plus, but also allies. And so it's amazing. So, you know, there's a shift with the demographics. And I think, you know, if you think back to high school, sometimes, you know, kids get bullied. And I think it's important to have all kids have a healthy, you know, childhood and school life, and trying to contribute to things that are positive for them. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to, if outright Vermont doesn't want the money, we're going to give it to the local high school. And by the way, the Queer Straight Alliance at the high school has reached out to us, and they want to volunteer. The president of the high school Queer Straight Alliance has wanted to. He's reached out to us and wants to participate. They have over 20 students there who participate in that, and we've also reached out to the Sharon Academy with the help of Reverend Leon Dunkley and Geraldine Fowler. So we have interest from that demographic, and I think it would be a wonderful thing to be able to contribute to their.
And just one more thing to add to that, as with a lot of races, you know, races, again, looking at the turkey trot, because that's something we're all familiar with, there is the covering your costs, and then there is what is your broader message. And I think for us, the broader message is, you know, especially in, without being political, but in a time where sometimes it's difficult to be LGBTQ plus, and to be LGBTQ plus in a small town where you don't have a lot of mentors, you don't have a lot of people to look up to. I think it's important that our part of why we do this is for fun, because I like high heels and drag queens. I will tell you, I wax poetic about them. But just, you know, this is fun, but this is also for us as a community to make a statement that we are more than, right? So we are not just, I mean, and he also knows this term, we're not a bunch of rich white people who just like care about the bottom line. We are people who want to embrace a diverse community that doesn't necessarily look like what you always see or what you always think of as Vermonters. We are diverse economically, we are diverse sexually, we are diverse in lots of different ways. Your daughter, I always say, is the best person in town who lives that and breathes that and hires that and pays for that every day. I always point to her, I'm like, Sam is the diversity. She brings all the diversity into town. And so we want to amplify that. And so part of that is like, we are doing this because it's fun. Makes economic sense. With, you know, Gen Z is now recognized. They are saying like 28% of Gen Z,
Almost 30%.
identifies as LGBTQ plus. Millennials are about 17%. So the people that we want to come and move here and like us and be the next generation of leaf peepers and skiers, you want to get them now, and you get them not by showing them dollars and cents. You get them by showing that you care and that you're interested. For, you know, any young person who you're trying to get to commit to vote for an old white guy of either side, it's difficult. They're like, care about me, show me how you care. So this is a way that we can show like, we're interested in economic development and bringing people to Woodstock, but we legitimately care about the youth and the LGBTQ plus. So this is part of this is we want to give back a little bit, just like Zach's Place is giving back to a particular community. Any other 5K, any other race does that.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, it's kind of more of it's a comment. So I just remember last year during Pride Month, there were a couple different organizations, whether it was a state-run organization or Upper Valley, where they would feature a calendar of all the Pride events happening across the state or the Upper Valley. And I think this would be really great because it really, like you said in your application, kicks off the whole month.
It does.
So it would stand out as being one of the first events. And White River Junction doesn't do their Pride until the very end. So I just think I think it would really stand out, and it's, you know, it's in the off season, and I think it's great.
That was the plan. Yes.
I've got two questions. One is, this is a micro question. They're both related to the budget. You've got $600 in for a microphone and portable, whatever.
Oh,
that's not to purchase it. I assume that's to rent it.
it was to rent it. But the good news is, right?
Yeah, we actually might be able to, as of yesterday, in talking to Matt Powers, he said we might be able to borrow theirs. They have two. So if that is the case,
then that will come off.
Yeah,
that,
but that was a
conversation.
yesterday.
It wouldn't, this number would go to zero if we got that.
Yeah.
So good, because what I was going to suggest is that this can't be the only event, and perhaps if the EDC, I don't know what I don't think it would cost much more than that to buy it.
I don't think so.
If you can't get it from Matt, let's talk about.
Having just, yeah, a community one.
Because you could always use one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That will reduce our costs in the long run to buy it once.
Yeah.
But my other question is, and it touches on, it goes back to Deb's question, but I want to ask it again and sharpen it a bit.
Bring it on, John.
You're really asking for two, in my opinion, you're asking for two things, both of which are worthwhile. One of which is much more clearly related to Woodstock economic development than the other. You're asking to support an event, which is going to cost you $2,250, or maybe even a little less if you save on the speakers. And then you're asking for us to fund a donation to some worthwhile organization. My concern about this is not an unusual situation for the EDC. There are many, many worthwhile things that aren't quite directly related to Woodstock's economic and community development. If you could give the funds to a Woodstock organization, an LGBTQ plus
The Queer Straight Alliance at the high school.
right, that I can imagine would be community development.
Okay.
I suppose everything is related to economic development, but it's clearly community
Yeah.
development. Giving it to a Killington or a Rutland or Burlington organization is worthwhile, but in my opinion, is outside of our objective.
Yeah.
So my question would be, either can you commit to some amount, or can you commit to the gift being to a Woodstock organization? If so, I mean, maybe
We could do
Would it-
that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Because we're in,
We could give it to the Queer Straight Alliance at the high school.
would they have a productive use for that much?
They have a prom. I'm sure they have other events as, for their senior year. And if, I would imagine they would make use of it.
Okay, and
Not sure all their events.
Or you could use it for next year.
Correct.
yeah,
okay.
yeah. And we also, in sort of our conversations, Gabe was really smart. Before we started putting, pen to paper, he said, we need to socialize this. So going and talking to businesses, talking to residents, talking to houses of worship, and just saying, what do you think? Because if people didn't want it, we weren't going to do it. And so in some of those conversations, especially with houses of worship or businesses, they said, oh yeah, we want to be more welcoming. And so I think there are other opportunities to have, LGBTQ specific events.
That could be supported by.
And if it's an art exhibit or whatever, it could do that.
So my second half of my question then is, because I'm anticipating what's going to happen at 2:00 today.
Mhm.
Building on my earlier comments, which I've been here for, which is that we have I think a very strong list of really good applications, which are about twice what we have allocated to spend. And I imagine that we're going to start talking amongst ourselves about saying, well, what if we only gave?
Yeah.
If we didn't, you asked for 3, what if we only gave you 2, whatever? If we gave you $2,250 instead of $4,250, would the event still take place? Would all the things you talked about, absent the gift to the Rutland?
I think I know Seton, I think well enough now. And if you don't know me, we play to win. So we'll make it happen.
We will make it happen.
We will make it happen.
I think we would be covering your costs. We would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not suggesting that that's what we would do.
Yeah.
Eliminates a worthwhile thing, but
Yeah.
we may be faced with something like that. So the event would still happen if we fund just the expenses.
Yeah. We understand the reality of that.
If you should have run, John, yes, it will.
I'm only saying. Never mind, and withdraw my, no. I don't know that I can.
There are stores in LA that you can go show.
I'll give you more than $40. I don't have to. I'll walk with people. I'm sure I can.
But you have to wear the crown.
And
Whatever you want. I don't want to break my ankle. All right. Are there any other questions?
so did everybody start having fun?
Yes.
Yeah. Getting excited?
Yes. I think, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Look at that.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. All right, we have a 10-minute break. And Peter Smanier, Peter, are you on? All right, well, hopefully Peter will show up. Let's just see. Deb, can you could serve as the fill-in if we don't have a person available? Would that be all right?
For what?
Meaning that you might go.
So early?
Yeah, because you're scheduled intentionally right after lunch, so we could move you before. That'd be all right? I mean, you're ready to.
Ready.
Folks online, we're gonna mute ourselves. Well, actually, I guess we won't mute ourselves. We'll just leave it.
I just bopped over. I just bopped over and said hey to him. See what he
Well,
was.
if you ever want to actually like do a meeting.
Yeah,
Let me know.
yeah.
Basically.
So what came of it?
And John, this is Tom Ayers. I'm going to pause the recording until you come back on, but I'll start it up again when you,
I tried to get here.
That would be great. Thank you, Tom.
you bet.
Still muted.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We pretty much are.
Now it's- yeah.
By the way,
If you look, wait, hold on a second, I'm just testing, see the microphone.
Affected it
All right.
so much here
I'm you.
because.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, okay, great. Right, folks, we have an interesting technical problem, which is that that clock has stopped. It has been 10:31 for the last 10 minutes.
Oh, wow, that's so interesting.
So it is maybe,
Stopped.
yeah. So it is in fact.
That is really Back to the Future-esque.
Wow.
It is in fact 10:40. And so, Tom Ayers, are you online? Let's just, hopefully his clock hasn't stopped either.
Had it in there. Yeah. I love that.
So I just want to,
I would look up a call.
It's always the worst.
Yeah.
Even.
Do you, get your haircut dry? And walk again?
okay, thanks.
Team, thank you. Okay, thank
Bye, bye, take care.
Oh, no.
Hi, Beth. How are you?
Great.
Festive,
So-
festive outfit,
Tom, are you,
Fine,
you know?
it was kind of appropriate.
you.
I did full Vermont here, but secretly underneath, I have a New York Mets shirt, so. You know.
I am recording again, John.
okay, thank you. All right, guys, we're back on
That's right, just letting you know, but I'm on camera here.
it's 10:42, so we're gonna get started again, and Peter, Peter Rumanier, are you, I don't see you online. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's right. Okay.
Are you Peter?
No,
No, I'm not Peter.
just, can you introduce yourself? This is Bookstock.
This is Bookstock. I'm Dave Whitney. I'm one of the board members of Bookstock,
Hi.
and Peter is in Colorado this week. So I am here. I'm not sure if you all have a copy of our report that we sent,
We have a copy of your grant application.
the grant application, but there were also included with a report for the EDC. I have extra copies here. I'm not sure that you all got it.
Yeah, we did not. And some of
Okay.
us- And I apologize for not distributing it. We don't have a mechanism.
Thank you.
Including additional materials.
There's a lot of detail in that report that I think you'll be very interested in. So let me just make a few quick comments. This past festival, Bookstock, I'm sure you're all somewhat familiar, if not intimately familiar with Bookstock. We attracted about up to 1,500 attendees this past year. That's a very iffy number. It's very difficult since people show up on the green, don't pass through any central point. So we found it very difficult over the years to actually get the full size of our attendees. But we did a better job this past year, and we discussed that in that report. About 75% of those attendees were from outside of the Upper Valley, which is very interesting. And about 50% were new attendees. They'd never been to Bookstock before. So we're drawing further away and new people every time. We started off as an entirely volunteer organization, and the first 10 years of Bookstocks, it was volunteers. Most of those volunteers got much older, I being one of the examples. And it became very difficult, especially after the break we had during the pandemic of not having a Bookstock for 2 years,
to start up again. So we decided to do the full corporate path. Perhaps to begin to pay some people for doing huge amounts of work. And as a result of all of that, we thought it was going to take us 2 to 3 years of whatever help we could get from the EDC to get us to a point where we'd be self-sustaining. Now, we have asked for less money this year than previous years. And we had hoped to be self-sufficient at this point, at this upcoming book stop. We didn't make it. We got a lot closer. We've managed to raise almost twice as much money from donors, corporations, and outside organizations, both in the 2 years ago, and also we have doubled those donations this past year, and hopefully we will continue to do that. Turns out this whole construction of a 401c3 turned out to be a lot more work than we realized. So that's why we're still coming back this time. And having said all of that, I'm willing to take your questions.
I just want to highlight that Peter did a great job answering my question about sustainability, which is in the portal, and basically reiterated what you had said, and I was pleased with the answer, so I just wanted to point that.
And in that answer, I think he committed to not asking for any funds next year.
Correct.
That has been our goal all along, to get to that. And we were hoping sooner than it turned out.
Right. Well, I think one of the benefits, by the way, of this, just in case it's not obvious, this portal is now feeds into a database that's perpetual. The next year, we'll pull up these applications. Benefit of having a grant manager that now is good. Other comments?
It looks like I'm getting so many people from expanding and getting so many people from outside the area. And I'm curious as to what you think created that for you, and are you upping the ante? How do you measure that?
We did address that in that report that I just handed out, among other things. But one of the big things was that I've gone off on a tangent in my mind.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay. How did you get such a great response from outside the?
A lot of what we've done over the past years is to improve, and we've improved dramatically, our marketing of the festival. We have spread marketing materials such places as the Welcome Center on 91. We've come to a larger marketing more locally, like via the Valley News and the Vermont Standard. We have sent a lot more blasts out over net. We have improved our website and the use of our website.
Fantastic.
And there are several other things. We have a board member who's full-time focused on marketing and getting the news out. Now, we have a lot of stuff now on other social sites such as Facebook and so forth. So we have done a lot of work that's sort of behind the scenes.
Fantastic. Thank you. It's great.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions. First, thank you for having an event that's not in peak season.
Yes, we moved that.
I have two requests. One is that you fully develop the partial response to to the Peter's response to the question, how will you help to attract people to move here? And by here, I mean the school district. Would it be possible to have a realtor's booth at the festival or things of that sort? Which he said it's absolutely possible.
Yes,
I would just request that you convert that from absolutely possible to that we do it. And I think that was the intent. I think Peter was not trying to sign a contract, and I wasn't asking him to in my question on posted, but it seems the reason for attracting people here is partly to support the business community and partly to achieve more strategic objectives like having people move here. And the town, as of now, does nothing to attract people to move here. And so having things like, and I think the EDC's focus is going to turn towards that over the next few years. You're a great opportunity, and you, as possible. So let's see if we can make sure that that happens.
yes, that is.
The second question is, and I don't know if it's you or Peter or others who would have to speak to this, but the statement is, however, we are likely approaching our maximum level. Well, my question was, what do we think about the growth of this? And the question is, we're approaching our maximum level.
We spent a lot of time with recently, but that's been true for a couple of years. The facilities that we use in town are, as you all know, quite limited in a lot of areas. Housing or lodging, restaurants. The facilities that we use for the presentations are mostly fairly small, and we have a limited number of them. We have on the order of 6 or 8 that we can and do make use of for presentations. We have talked about, and I think it's almost certainly going to happen, is it will reduce the number of author sessions this year, this coming year, to help address some of those issues. One of the issues that people have raised about Bookstock is there are too many sessions. I can't go to these 2 because they're at the same time. Reducing the number of sessions addresses that to a certain extent. But one of the benefits of Bookstock is that we have lots of sessions. So you're sort of between a rock and a hard place on a whole bunch of different issues. Parking is another issue. We, for the past 2 Bookstocks, have brought in porta potties, which we were not able to do prior to all of this, which addressed another issue to a certain extent. I don't know it's the ideal solution, but it's certainly a lot better than what happened before. All of these have caused us problems, and I know that you all have the same concerns.
Yeah. Marion? No, I'm done. No, I'm done.
So you mentioned the difficulty in counting a real number. I understand it's because you count the number of attendees of each session, but you don't know how many, if they went to multiple sessions, if you're counting multiple times. Have you considered having some kind of central check-in, which would both give you better sense of where people are coming from and how many are coming, but also an opportunity to reach out to attendees in the future by collecting information, or even some kind of free online sign up that maintains the free nature?
Yes, we've tried a couple of things in the past. We had a central information booth, which we recommended that people come to, and we would certainly ask those questions. But most people don't come to that central point. This past year, we used Eventbrite, which is an online app. I guess many of you are familiar with that. And we asked people to pre-register. And we got a lot of people that pre-registered. So we have some hard numbers, but we have a lot more people here than those numbers would indicate. And so that's why we end up with an estimate. I think the current estimate is much better than it's been in the past, but that is a problem. One of our goals has always been that this was a free festival. That all these presentations are free. Yes, if you want to buy used books, then you pay for those, but, or if you want to get something from some of the vendors who have booths, you have to pay for those. Last year, we added 5, I believe it was, workshops that had a minimal charge. I think it was $30. And that was very successful, and we have extended that this coming year. But Eventbrite, to get back to what I should have been saying, it's very difficult to get people to do things if they don't want to do it. And we have an awful lot of people that just drive by. Oh, what's going on? Oh, it's book stock. Let's stop. And so they come in the west end of the green, or they come in on the east end of the green, or they come across the street from the inn. And so they're showing up at no central point.
If I can just follow up on this, this is a solvable problem at no cost. And I am disturbed, but not at you personally or anyone personally. I am disturbed by the fact that this problem has not been solved despite direct requests from the EDC over several years to solve it. And so I need to take that into account, and I don't think you're not going to solve it right here. This is a solvable problem.
Yes.
At no cost. And so I just felt that's not a productive comment, because there's nothing you can do about it.
But on that point, I think
I'll make the comment at 2 o'clock.
what I was thinking of is, would you, if we were to go and fill all or part of your grant, would you be willing to have discussions with us about exactly how the metrics of counting people should be done and work together to agree on that?
Maintaining it as a free event.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's a good.
That has been our biggest problem, is maintaining it as a free event.
Why is that important?
No, I mean, about getting a good count,
Yes.
what I meant, yeah.
Why is that important? To get a good count?
Why is it important?
Yeah, I mean, we have other things in town that we don't count. You know, we have St. James Fair, and we have
We don't
the
support-
art festival and all that stuff that goes on, but
We don't give them money.
yeah.
I think because development implies growth, and growth implies counting. You can't we take your statements of growth as what they are, which is a part estimate and a part counting. And
Solvable issue.
these are, but the real point is that it's easily solvable at no cost. And so,
Well, I would really like to hear some of your.
right, okay, I'd be happy. Your willingness to discuss it, then we'll put that to the test. It's either will be easily solvable or not, and hopefully it is. But as long as we can talk to you about it, I think that would be fine.
Absolutely.
Okay, terrific.
Anytime.
I'm sorry for being frustrated. It's just, I've had this conversation. This is the 3rd time. Other comments? Greta, last
A
one.
quick question. Have you considered increasing the amount of events or, programming for kids within Bookstock?
Yes, that's been another problem area that we have tried to address since, I don't know, probably almost 15 years ago. And we have tried a whole bunch of different things. And we've tried newer things to try to get more families with kids, and so far we haven't found the right answer.
Well, I can be in touch with Peter about some ideas and some people who would want to.
Yes, we're always willing
Right.
to listen to any ideas.
I don't know if it's really a question, but I do know, because I volunteered last year, that there was a full track at one location of family-specific, child-specific events throughout the whole day, and almost no one came to them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I guess there are some ways to get that information out to the community better, because everyone with kids is always, they're always looking for something.
One of our problems has been our demographics tends to be older, tired, were not necessarily retired, but that age group. And the younger folks, we have been attracting more of them, but they don't seem to be bringing the kids.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. That's our time. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very
That's great.
much. Really appreciate it.
By the
Thank
way,
you.
my frustration is not about the event, which is fantastic. And I hope we can continue to support it. It's just about the counting. All right.
Hey, John?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you brought up a really good point about, that we could have applied to some of these other ones, about, trying to have either a broker or somehow to, encourage, we could have done that with a couple of the other ones. It occurred to me after, when you said that.
With, you mean like at the History Center? Well, that's
Well, any of those, sure.
Pride.
The Pride of
Pride one, yeah.
Sure, Wamba,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, that's a really good point. Yes.
Yeah.
What's the point you're trying to make? I'm sorry.
Capturing, when we know there's people coming for something that we're sponsoring, to be able to insert something like a real estate booth as an example at that event, so that we can have people that are interested to have the information.
Right. If it's something, even if just
Just
a
even-
sign interested in moving to Woodstock, have a pile of, I mean,
Listing.
yeah, right, exactly. Yeah.
Can I make one other point?
Yeah.
So that it doesn't get unsaid. Huge kudos to you for putting this all together so well.
Yeah, great
It's
job.
Really great. It really, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of work and it really pays off.
Yeah.
Well, and the automation is going to reduce the amount of work. So it's a one-time.
I have a lot of complaints about it, but I'm gonna keep them to myself, because I feel like I'm sitting next to you.
Todd is pile of
Yeah.
tests the pages.
No, great job.
So, thank you. I appreciate that. So Wamba, Bookstock, and what was and the high heels
Well, any event.
so far.
Oh,
And
TED-
we're gonna make the
TEDx.
same comment with Deb, right? And TEDx, at least. Maybe there's another one that comes up. I don't think so. But in those four, basically realtors, et cetera.
And I don't know if it's sort of,
Yeah.
sort of related, if we're thinking about ways that we can sort of universally improve the results we get from all the grant recipients. I think another would be to make it a condition that they cross promote. So if we're giving grant money to
That's a great
the
idea.
mountain bike event, TEDx, Bookstock, whatever it is, as part of the commission of the grant, that they support other grant recipients.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are 2:00 ideas, but I'll write them.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we'll repeat them then, or we won't have to. Those are great ideas. Okay.
Clarification for that realtor's booth. Would that be maybe a booth that different realtors work through?
Yeah. So it could be collaborative. We're not trying to pick favorites, but we're really asking you to reserve space and put a tent up, or maybe the
That
realtor has
is-
a tent.
Very easy to do, yes.
Don't crowd it out, basically. Just leave space for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, okay, so we have, let's do them one at a time. We have the two requests from the Chamber: beautification and Wassel shuttle service and parade.
Hi, Beth.
Hi there, I am Dr. Langston.
Beautification.
Beautiful.
Okay. And so I am back again to talk about beautification. And for us, the beautification is the flower baskets and the holiday lights. So they're very specific. I think 2009, when the market tanked and people were not here, we had merchant meetings upon merchant meetings and came up with the idea of flower baskets, as they had in Pittsburgh, New Jersey. And Larry Perry was a champion of that event. He owned Woodstock Home and Hardware. They were very generous, both in donations, etc. And from that time on, we have partnered with the Woodstock Union High School horticulture program. And right after April vacation, they plant the plants. We pay for the plants, and the dirt, and they plant them. And around Memorial Day weekend, they were ready to go and be hung up. And we've been able to simplify the hanging a few years ago.
And the village has taken that over, so they hang them up for us and take them down and store them. The lights, we have been fortunate enough to work with Chippers originally, who did all the lighting in the town and the chamber purchased, well, again, Larry Perry donated the lights, but now they do not donate. We purchased the lights for up to about $3,000. And then Chippers and timber tenders put them up before Thanksgiving and take them down before the middle of March. And what I'm asking for is, and we've been fortunate enough to find Roger Ansardi, who we pay to maintain the flower baskets. And if you're ever out early in the morning, you will meet Roger, who tends them almost every day for a flat fee, and deadheads them, etc. I talked to one of you talked about the deadheading. We'll get him a bucket so that the deadheads don't land on the sidewalk. And I've already spoken to him about that. And we kind of inherited both of these. Oh, the chamber will do it. And we don't have funding for it. So I'm asking you for the fund. And I'm happy to put on the website at the Welcome Center baskets made possible through the Woodstock Economic Development Commission.
Bob?
Beth, first of all, you're one of the hardest working people for this town. And, you know, I appreciate you so much. And I personally support this effort, but the third year in a row, I will just say the same thing that you know is coming. I don't understand why we can't ask businesses if they're interested in sponsoring it. I know that if my business was running strongly years ago, I would love to sponsor this sort of thing. So when we money, you know that the pool of municipal money is going down as we go into larger projects, a year-over-year basis. One day, this may not be available for you. So this may not be the year, but I really just hope that one day we can see that Mascoma would like to sponsor the fireworks and the trees, and there's some recognition for that, and it alleviates you from asking for municipal money. But again, I love everything you do, and this is important stuff, and I think it has a lot of value. So I've said my piece 3 years in a row. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments, Larry?
Just the same question that I asked in the part of the our downtown subcommittee. Wouldn't this be more?
That's what I was. Oh, okay. So, oh, sorry. Did I call it Larry
Yeah.
first? But that's the same. Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead, Jeff. Yeah.
Larry, that's a great question, and I don't want to muddy the waters, or you know, I personally would like some clarification on this. Last year, we discussed a program or process where we would grant the chamber or the village $15,000 to maintain what had to be maintained in the village, i.e. the flowers, trash can cleaning, redoing the picnic tables, any replacement of umbrellas or any of that sort of stuff. And then base that on a 3-year program where that 15,000 would go down like 5,000 a year, and in 3 years, give the village time to incorporate it in their budget, you know, maintaining Teagle's Landing, for example. So we talked about it. I think we actually discussed it, but it was never voted on, as far as I can understand. Now, this year, Stuart Matthews and I are working on a downtown beautification program, and we are scheduled to submit a proposal for a grant, and part of that would be, again, the same project, $15,000 for downtown maintenance, and then that diminished by 5,000 a year for 3 years until giving the village trustees an opportunity, pardon me, to incorporate it in their annual budget. So I'm not, it's not clear to me where we stand with all this.
Right. Well, can I, yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Can I
Please
just
help.
suggest that that I think we have, everything that Joe said is correct. It's coming down the pike.
Yeah.
I'll talk about that at 2:00 and explain. I'm very happy, it's a very unfortunate that we've reached the very happy situation where we're gonna have to make choices among very worthy things that are included in our list of priorities. Basically not, yeah, so we finally come to that strategic point. My suggestion is that we treat this request, these two items, the flower baskets and the lights, are clearly things that if we stop doing, like, are clearly priorities in downtown beautification. I just suggest that we deal with this request as it's been proposed to us, approve it or not, but that I believe that in the draft that I saw of the proposal coming forward, some of that was double counting this, and that we simply would just take it out of that. If, you know, we're not gonna hang the lights twice or put up twice the flowers. There are other things in that proposal that aren't included here, and we would deal with that at the.
So what you're suggesting in that proposal, we would just, if this gets approved,
Just delete that.
we just delete that from the.
Right, exactly. And then in future years, we might not do it that way, but this year at least, we have the proposal in front of us.
But so again, then I'll ask the same question. So are we gonna ask Beth to come back every year, or is it kind of a request thing where the trustees can incorporate it into their budget?
We'll decide that. That
We'll
will be the
decide
next,
that when?
at the next, no, when the second proposal happens or next year. I'm suggesting we not make that decision today, mostly because we're not equipped to make it today. We haven't had the conversation with the trustees. We haven't had the proposal, yet, so. Mike, but we need to resolve it. I just.
Yeah,
we can do
we've
it
been
today.
hanging out there for a year or so.
Michael?
Thanks. Just a question on the budget. I'm looking it over, quickly. At a $2,500 profit, if I'm understanding.
It is not a profit, although it would be lovely if it was. The community donations and the money from the chamber is by the seat of our pants. Excuse me for that, but we don't have $3,000 in our budget to make the lights and flower baskets happen. We don't want this to go away and would have to somehow do fundraising. The only sure thing is the $700 we are going to receive from the Woodstock Rotary Club toward planting flowers.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, for the flower baskets.
For the for planting, yes.
Yes.
But the cost of planting flowers is $1,400 directly to the Union High School. Hey, the high school.
John?
What, Larry?
Yeah, I see your approach. My only concern would be if there's a duplication, then it reduces the amount that we could give to other applicants.
That's right. That's right.
I just point that out.
That is a good point, Larry. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. No, we could decide, I think at 2:00, we can decide to, we could decide to, we will be getting a request for, I think it's the flower baskets. Well, we could, in effect, what you're saying is we could increase our community grant pool from 70,000 to 81,500, knowing that we're going to get the same proposal in our kind of priority area of downtown beautification rather than through a community grant. And I think we have the power to, we set the arbitrary amounts. We had those amounts approved by the select board. We can change them with the approval of the select board, who has to approve this financial grant anyway. So if at 2:00 we decide to take this out of this budget because we plan to approve it in the other budget, we could have that discussion, and I don't see anything technically stopping us from doing that. And I'm sure the select board would treat that the same way they would treat our approval of the grant in this process. I think what we should decide at 2:00 is whether or not, is both of those things. Do we want to have flowers and lights? And then secondly, do we want to include this budget, or do we want to increase the community grant budget? I think it's within our power.
Well, I think at 2:00, that's the decision made, or no, need to be made, whether we do it now.
Yeah.
Or we
Do it a month from now.
do it a month from now.
Right, exactly. So in my reading, I mean, none of this is written down. I'm confident we can do it either way. So, all right, are there any other?
Poor Beth has to stand up there,
Well,
sorry.
eternally deliberating.
I just can't wait till 2 o'clock.
Beth, is there?
Let them eat
Still
cake.
10:30 though, that's the thing, 2 o'clock is never gonna
Right,
come.
look, Beth.
I know.
Yeah, me too,
Yeah.
like 4 times.
All right, are there any other questions about, this is a
I
familiar.
just wanted to answer Larry's question directly
Yeah.
because I have worked with Joe in the past on Teagle's Landing, but have not been invited to the beautification committee. And I would be happy to serve on that committee and provide input, but I'm kind of working in the vacuum right now.
To no detriment.
I am.
Well, there is no committee yet. That's the whole
But
thing.
two things. One is nothing that would be happening there is to any detriment of this particular grant proposal.
Exactly.
So there's no harm yet.
Okay.
And the second thing is, Joe, please
Feel too hot.
consider Beth's volunteering for that. I think it would be
It's
very
been
valuable.
more than considered, once there is a committee.
Right, okay.
You know, this is the real
All right.
underbelly of government right here.
Let's keep going.
You think?
All right. Are there any other questions on the first grant beautification?
Thank you,
I
Beth.
think we're familiar with
Thank
this
you.
one. All right, the second one is slightly different than in past years, the Wassel Shuttle Service and Parade, which are bound together by a calendar, not.
And I did not bring it.
Here.
But I think you.
Well, I know what I'm asking. I know the asking. Okay, so, I think we all know that Wassel is the heartbeat kind of the holiday of the fourth quarter for the Woodstock area merchants and community. And this year, I think we all recognize that the parade was less than stellar for a variety of reasons. And while at the same time, the shuttle is used unbelievably. Okay, let me go back. I'll talk about the shuttle first. The shuttle, we have tried to have donation baskets on the shuttle. Butler's Bus will not let us have donation baskets on the shuttle. So we can't even ask for donations. We could probably raise a few $100s, but we can't do that. And the shuttle worked really well. There was virtually no parking left at the high school during Wassel. We used River Street, the backside of the middle bridge, and it worked really well for everyone. And it's really a vital component of Wassel. And to keep people out of town, we can't park around the green, as you know. The second thing is the parade, which was, again, less than stellar. There were 14 horse entries and 1 dog entry. And that was it for the parade. And so I have pulled together a committee. We met yesterday that includes Norm Frates Jr., Dave McKay, Lynn Tracy, whose husband and friends drive the 3-horse wagon and has been in the parade for 15 years. Molly Hutchin. Anyway, it's a great committee. And we met yesterday feeling really revitalized, have made a commitment based on that group to have a band that John found for us,
AC/DC?
It would be nice. I don't think the horses would really like it. But a band from Brattleboro that
Marching
is,
army band.
right, but they're not going to march because it's cold. So they ride in a wagon. And so we've committed $1,000 to this band to ride in a wagon. So that we will have at least some music. We're also talking to a bagpipe band. And are talking about, we haven't made any clear decisions, but perhaps giving stipends to people who come. in the past, I mean, we have a pony that has been coming from New Jersey for 15 years. They bring their horse trailer, their carriage, stay somewhere, and it costs you know, if you have horses or other animals, feed, etc. So we're talking about a stipend for for participants so that they can, if they commit to the parade, we will perhaps give them $50 or $100 instead of having to pay $50 to $200, which is what was asked last year.
Okay.
And so this is a new, we're looking at fundraising also from some of our larger organizations, you know, banks, etc.
Question, Deb and then Todd. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Deb and then Todd.
I loved Wausau. I mean, it goes without saying.
I love Wausau.
But I mean, last year was just, town was bustling away, and the way it worked on River was fantastic, even for residents. And I just want to commend you for that. And yeah, you know, great mission, but you know, it just, people were so excited all over. So I just
Thank you.
to say that. Question is, and I totally support the idea of what, you know, of beefing up the parade. Is there a way potentially to have people buy tickets for the, you know, make reservations, not for a specific time, but buy ticket for the shuttle so that that's a way you can get a donation? Like, you know, maybe to do that and including something else that they get during the day.
I don't know. I think that that's really an interesting idea.
Yeah,
I mean, the same as
shuttle, and you get
and the wagon ride that ride around.
cider or something, and so
Right.
it's a way to sign up and a way to bring it up.
Right. I think that's a really
So Butler doesn't want you collecting money on the bus, is that correct?
correct.
So could you have somebody standing in front of
Of course you
the
can.
door of the bus with a basket saying all donations would be
Right.
appreciated?
Or
Could you
give
get
us-
away with that?
Yes,
At the
but
bottom
Butler,
of the parking lot.
anywhere outside. Butler doesn't control.
Yeah,
the
right,
outside of the bus.
exactly.
Right.
They control the inside. You can have tickets.
Just takes
Yeah.
all of
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Instead of being on the bus, they'd be before they get on the bus.
Okay, Todd,
Sorry to take your idea.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to.
No, I think that's a great idea.
there's a cartoon in the New Yorker where there's a board meeting and there's one woman and a group of men, and the man is the chairman, and
this woman?
the woman makes the comment, and the quote of the cartoon is the chairman says, Linda, that's a very good comment. Would one of the men like to make it? So, my apologies. My apologies. That was Deborah's idea.
I gotta move my seat.
Todd,
So my mother, talked about the parade, numerous times, and was not stoked with the parade this year. So I wasn't there this year. The year before, I loved it. My question is, this is such a big event, and we know, to Joe's point in many meetings, that people are coming no matter what to Wausau, right? Like, this is gonna happen. So because we're worried about visitor experience, right? Do people wanna come back here? Do they wanna move here? Is this actually enough money to go and get your parade committee to have a substantial impact where you think you can really turn it around?
It's a piece of
Or
it.
citing yourself on the
Yeah,
ask?
well, that's a really nice question, but a perfect question. But we had a commitment yesterday from a committee member from one of the businesses for $1,000. So I have a stellar fundraiser or two on that committee.
Right.
And so this is seed money. I didn't even want to commit to the woman in Brattleboro but after yesterday, I was able to write to her last night. She sent me a picture of the wagon and the band playing in the wagon, and
Cool.
Key
Yeah.
is the horses.
Yeah.
The key is the horses.
In the backpack.
The key is the horses. I mean, you go to a football game, you watch a game.
you
The
have
cheerleaders and the concessions and the bands, they're all fun. But you go to watch a game, the horses are the key.
People like the dogs too.
I thought they go to watch Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Right.
The Butler's bus, so is that like our, whoever runs our schools buses?
Yes,
Cause $800 seems really reasonable, and I feel like
I know.
so easy to,
That's what it was
Yeah.
2 years ago,
Yeah.
it was $800.
Okay, thank you. And then my other, budget question is the sound system, because I don't know if you were here when Seton was making her presentation, but, you know, they're looking to also rent gear and everything. And, so the $1,200 sound system line item, is that something that you rent year after year?
Yeah, and it's this year, 2023 was the second year. We had Vince, and I forget his last name. He has a recording studio in Randolph. We hired him. He just manages it so that people on the whole green can hear both the music and about the horses, and you can hear it on the dummy.
Okay,
So
you're also, it's.
So it's not just the,
Paying him.
yeah, it's the whole.
it's not just a Bose.
Right, and it's a person.
It is. It's Jim Yeager and Vince who come at 8:30, set it up and.
Right.
And just as a FYI, I think Deborah will like this. Michael's not here, Michael Allen anymore, but we talked about maybe asking a school group to do some more packages on Friday and Saturday so that, you know, they can cook over the little fire pits that we have. We have 3 fire pits. We've also, just as a way for your understanding, we have permission, we got the permit for vendors on the green on Friday night and Saturday, so that we're expanding so that you could have the little twinkling lights, you know, from 3 o'clock until 7 o'clock, have the merchants open, make it a little more vibrant.
Can you make it snow?
I did last year. I know.
I think I know the answer to this, but I know the high school, middle school used to play, because I know my kids' fingers
It
froze.
was wonderful.
I assume that program just isn't robust enough to do that.
It is a really frustrating piece that I have written. I have had phone calls,
The person that
emails.
used to run it. is not
Yeah,
there.
Jody's not there anymore. We would love to have the high school band back. So if anybody from the high school is watching this, we've called them.
For other schools,
Touch.
because I know
Yeah.
sometimes other school bands can be recruited. to
Yeah.
come and-
I would say that Michael Zoldis is a really good resource, because he used to run the band here, and now he's the head of the Dartmouth Jazz Department,
Yep.
but he's very well connected in the music programs at different schools.
Yeah, it would be.
Sorry, Michael and then Deborah. Oh, sorry.
Okay, I was just thinking a way of taking up space on it might be to highlight some of the other events and have the march, like have a section of Pride. I mean, it's you have so many eyes. So to let them know, like, what, use it as an advertisement, what else goes on. So Pride goes by, Bookstock goes by, TED or, you know, the bikers go by, you know, so that.
It would be fun.
It would be, you know.
You have to do it before the horses.
Yeah.
After the horses,
Especially
it's messy.
But I'm just saying, it's like, it's a good opportunity to showcase, and that also.
that's fun.
Extends. Right.
My comment was really similar, but slightly nuanced in that, floats for sponsorship. So like I know the parade, I've been to several other holiday parades in small towns, and they have, you know, everything from the local youth hockey team, you know, to maybe like the local fuel providers and things like that might be willing.
I think you have to look at what the purpose is. I mean, I'm happy to look
They
at
could set
that,
up a
but
float, make it look.
it has to just be, yeah, it has to just be,
Thematic.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
would be like
Yeah.
a Christmas themed float, but
Yeah.
done by.
and the hockey team, I will tell you, the youth hockey, we paid 200, we gave a donation of $200 and they, for the pooper scoopers.
Oh, I remember. that.
And they had their hockey uniforms on, so.
It's gotta be on
So-
point.
That was just a comment, because I wanted to.
Thank you.
Before I forgot it and didn't text somebody about that idea, but the
No, I appreciate that.
the thought though, that I had just kind of on this is, it looks like there's still some like planning and like a great like ramp up kind of opportunity in what's going on with, you know, the committee together and like planning all in advance. When I'm looking at these grants, I really am looking for a direct like contribution of dollar amount to thing. But I feel like there's a lot of things here that we could still figure out and ramp up and like new ideas. So how much of this money is it gonna be to kind of, like you said, like kind of maybe like go to the coffers to use versus like is locking us into any decision or idea of how it could be spent?
I, at this point, the next meeting is March 1st at 2 p.m. And if anyone's interested, you're welcome to join the Wassel committee. Parade specific, but the whole thing. The $5,000 is really a pot. And again, I've committed the $1,000 to the VFW band from Brattleboro. A piper is a couple $100, and they don't come as a band in the wintertime because not everybody's pipes work.
Some pipe sprays.
The pipe sprays, yeah. But so it's a pot for everything, and having it, initially we thought, well, if we had, 50 horses at $50 a piece, we'd have $2,500 to at least, pay for a little gas for them to get here. So it was that kind of thing.
I have a question. It goes back to Todd's question about sponsorship and support. If the EDC were to, sorry, but I think that I also think that there's an opportunity for sponsorship, and we've raised this issue, several times, and it hasn't, come about despite some efforts by the chamber. If the EDC were to get commitments for sponsorship, would you be willing to allow us to keep that money up to a maximum of $5,800? Because
I'm confused. So you're gonna,
we would solicit businesses to, we would create an idea for sponsorship like a corporate float. You would have, you would have the ability to say that's not in keeping with the event.
Right.
But and we take the risk that we've spent the time to get someone excited about a corporate float, and then you say, well, that's not okay, but you'll make a reasonable, we trust you'll make a reasonable decision. If you were comfortable with it, then we would take that money and use it and you wouldn't have to go do the corporate sponsorship.
We could. I think that I would hate to commit to that right this minute, because of the new and excited people that are on the committee.
Well,
who talked about doing their own.
Doing their own sponsorship.
Yes. So if you have, and I don't want to speak for Norm or David McKay, but the Shire committed monies yesterday.
Right.
So I think that we will be going out, and maybe we won't even ask, maybe we'll raise $5,000 on our own.
Well, then, okay.
Then we wouldn't ask you for the money, and you'd have it in a pot.
So
I'm not saying it would be an.
No, perfect.
Yeah, would the sponsorship be on top of?
So I think what you're saying is you want the first chance to do that. To do what I'm suggesting.
Right.
Great. So then would you be comfortable then, if that's the case, by, let's set a date, June 1st?
Yeah.
Basically between that, we'll commit to whatever amount we commit to for the two grants, because there's really sponsorship opportunities maybe in both. Whatever amount we commit to, and then by June 1st, you'll either say, we can reduce that request by X because we've got sponsorship, or we'll allow you to go recruit sponsorship and you can keep the money with approval for the physical. If we say we're going to put up a banner, you have to say it's okay to put up.
So in July, if Fred comes off the street and says, I want to give you $10,000 to give to Beth, we give you $10,000 and it comes off.
Right, exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Is that okay?
You're comfortable.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, and if you, again, in the past, Dead River was a very great sponsor quite a few years ago now, maybe 5 or so. They had a banner in the parade. They walked, they had.
Right. So
and
that's
we're
Michael's
happy to
idea,
do that.
basically, a version of it.
Yeah.
This is great. This really moves the needle on
Right.
potential. I think it's great.
Okay, so you guys have taken till
Till June first.
take till, March, April, February, March, April, May.
Yeah.
And do your sponsorship plans. And the best solution of this, obviously, is that you guys.
Right.
But
Right.
give us a chance to reduce our costs if you can't.
Absolutely. We just wanted, it's kind of a safety net
I understand.
is
Yeah.
what it
Perfect.
is, so that we can say to the horse people,
Don't
Are
think we gotta have a big-
yeah.
All right, any other comments or questions about these two? Or just the most recent? Okay, great.
Thanks.
Yeah, Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Beth.
Nice work.
Okay, so it is actually 11:36.
We might have to pick up the stuff from the ballots.
Yeah, well, actually, so it's a little bit, we could either do the TEDx now, or we can, either way, the lunch break is gonna be longer.
Right.
Deb, can you do it now? Are you fine?
Sure.
Can we do it? Let's do it.
Okay, and then we'll finish at noon, and then we will be able to
Take a
extend the lunch break by 20 minutes.
And we wouldn't be able to move.
The problem is I publicized 1:30 as.
No, I don't.
Reserve that.
Oh, shit.
I think that's the right way to do it, but I figured it would happen only in the others. So we would be late rather than early.
So
Apologies.
you want me to be up here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Am I here or am I not here?
You are here.
I am here. Okay.
Hi, Deb.
Hi, guys. Hi. Thank you for having me. Okay. So I just want to thank you for your support. You guys got me off the ground, and we're going into our third year. Obviously, when I first came here, I was just incredibly hopeful that we would be sustainable within a year, and then getting to understand how the community works and what's possible, and seeing what happens with other events. It takes a little bit longer. I still think that I am within range with everything that's happening to be self-sustaining within 4 to 5 years, which is part of what I'm trying to do with this year's grant, is to put me in a position that maybe I don't even have to come back next year, but I'm definitely committed to being done by next year, by after next year at the most. The first year I asked for, I'm going right to the money, and then I'll go to some of the information about the year. The first year, you gave me a beautiful grant for 25, which really made it possible, along with other, thank you, Matt Olnett and other people who've come to support it. In the second year, I specifically wanted to ask for much less, and I asked for 49% less or 40% less. I forget what the exact math is, and maybe overshot it a little bit. We ended up in the red both years, but getting less. And we increased, which I think is on the document, we've increased by 49% as far as the amount of people that have come. So this year, what we're noting is what is necessary to make it a smooth process. And what we really need is to be able to bring staff in earlier, so it's not a one-person gig with a bunch of volunteers at the end running around and driving a Penske truck around in the middle of the night, that you actually have some people starting earlier, and that I have money to compensate them. It's just too much to ask for people to come on board and to do the amount of work. I mean, it's one thing for me to do it. It's my passion project. It's another thing for me to ask somebody else to work at that level without the compensation. And so I really need to build my staff earlier. I got a great group that are working as advisors. What's happening is you're able, when you first get a license, you're only able to have 100 attendees in the space and 100 elsewhere. Sometimes it's harder to sell the elsewhere tickets because people feel like, well, I want to be in there. So we tried the second year to make it a lot more fun, and people definitely enjoyed that. But now I'm at a place with TED that I can apply and get a license for a larger grant. what's great about, I'm not grant, license for a larger number of people, which takes care of the money issue because I'm able to sell more tickets. The great thing about this license is that it's not like incremental. It's not kind of a thing where it's like you have 100 and then you go to 200 and then you go to more. It's once you get that, you know, Bob's your uncle. You can, is that the expression? Yeah, Bob's your uncle. You could go as big as you want, as much as the community can support you to do that work, right? And that you have enough. So that's where you have things happening in, you know, at big colleges and things like that. But what they want you to do is come to a TED event so that you understand what is required. I am hoping, and I'm going to look into it, that they have some seminars or something for us licensees so we can work together on best practices and understand that. So those are the two things that I'm working towards. I want to point out a couple of things that are exciting about what has happened so far. Our videos have been seen, I think I checked yesterday, and it's close to 40,000 times around the world. I haven't been able to break down because I don't have access to the TED's YouTube, so I can't see where around the world they're being watched, but that's not bad, you know, for a beginning. And we're also increasing the people who are wanting to be involved. I'm getting many people asking about what next year is going to be already. Last year we had, what was it, 120? I think it was more than that, but about 120 applications, which was fantastic. As far as our goals are concerned, I've had 2 people who were speakers, and I don't know how many attendees, but I have 2 people who are speakers who came here, who loved it so much that they're coming back. They said, you know, both of them said, I just want to come and check it out when it's not TED to make sure like Woodstock's as magical as I thought it was, or was it the TED weekend, but they're looking at land, you know, and that's exciting. And I've had other people say, you know, I've saved up so I could be here for this weekend. You know, this is my birthday present to myself. Next year, I'm going to be bringing more people. And so that's exciting. We're looking into spacing, which is, you know, billing's great, but you know, the theater is only 100 seats. And now we're looking into possibly, can we switch it around and have 250 people upstairs and the overflow being in the theater, or is it time to move elsewhere? You know, so we're figuring all of those things out. We're also getting more support. So.
Questions?
Talk.
I have a question about the budget, which we can't see. So because we need on the link, we need to share it. In fact, you might have it in your email.
Such a bummer. It was really. Because on that, yeah, tell me the question.
That's right. But basically the question is this, in the first year, we granted you 25,000.
Yeah.
The second year, we granted 15,000, which is the trend that we want to see. And this year you're asking for 15,000, but my understanding not in the application, but maybe it's in the budget spreadsheet, but just in talking to you about it, and I'm not sure about this because I didn't talk to you about it in the last 3 or 4 days, was that what you're asking for, it really is, it has to be explained as not 15,000, the same as last year.
No.
But 10,000 for the kinds of things we spent last year and a one-time, so for 10,000 to support the reduction in losses.
Yeah.
Right, plus $5,000 to enable you to basically to attend the conference and to get the license.
Yes.
And so it's a one-time thing. And so while you're asking for the same dollar amount, what you've done is you've decreased the operating requests. I'm not arguing for or against. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, thank you.
Because in my mind, and I think in many of our minds, the reduction
is important.
Yeah, it's 10 plus 5, not that might
Correct.
equal 50%.
The trend is 25, 15, 10.
Yeah.
Not 25, 15, 15.
Absolutely.
Although you're asking for 15. So is that correct or?
Yes. And the 5 is literally the fee to go. It has nothing to do with travel. It's nothing to do with like all of that.
And you can't get the license without going to.
I have to go and attend
the expanded license.
The big conference in order to.
Truly a one-time cost.
Correct.
Truly a one-time cost. And I'm sorry you didn't get this.
It's okay. That my question about
So
it
if you're gonna have to expand the following year, you have to go to this conference again?
No, that's what I was saying. It's a one-time thing. Once I go and get a larger license, you can do anything above 100. Like if I have an auditorium that I can fill with 600 people, I can do it. If can only go up to 200 people, I can do it. You just need one time to go to the entire conference. They want to inculcate you in understanding what a larger conference looks like, I think. At first I was like, damn, they just want me, and it's not about that. They really want you to understand and also be in the community, so you get additional community support from other licensees who've done this and who struggle with, getting it off the ground in whatever way. And as far as ticket prices is concerned, and I'm sorry you weren't able to see this because I have everything listed from 22 to 23 to 24 to forecast. Ticket prices, the first year we made $9,300. The second year we made $13,900. So that was increased by 49%. And so if we just increase it a little bit and say, okay, instead of $13,900, without the new license, I'm hoping we could still increase it by $2,500. With the license, we could increase, we can almost double it.
Deb, how do you plan on increasing?
What kind of what?
Plan on increasing ticket sales?
I need the license so that I can.
Yeah, once you get the license, how are you gonna get?
So again, we've increased from first year to second year by 49%,
Gotcha.
right? And I think if somebody from the marketing can attest, like the things about TED that were advertised were the most opened emails that were sent out by Woodstock. And the general increase in our awareness has, I don't know what the percentage is, but it's much larger. Also, last year, we ended up with a lot of people who said, I wanted to come, but I wanted to be in the theater. We closed off the theater tickets end of August, beginning of September. And that was when the 3-page article.
Tell me a little bit more about the marketing process that's involved with TEDx.
Right, that's what I was saying, that the main stuff that came out last year happened after we already closed. It was already sold. The theater was already sold out.
I think what you're saying is that
Yeah.
I wanna know how they sell it.
without additional marketing, she expects to get more people with more capacity, but there
With the
was more-
same amount of marketing that we've done, we would be,
How is the existing market?
how is the existing marketing?
How is it happening? How are you selling tickets?
Have you seen it?
What?
Have you gone?
No.
Okay, be great if you could. But also,
One more ticket, yeah, I know, but
okay,
but go ahead.
it's not about one more ticket. It would just be great if you,
Yeah,
so you could see what it is.
okay.
But we have we have people involved who are expanding our online, as far as our Facebook marketing, so we have people on Facebook and Instagram. Our email list is growing exponentially. I mean, it's grown from 200 people to like 900 people within the first 2 years. So we have that. We are going to be, I think, again, we're going to be involved with what's happening with the marketing group. So, and the other thing to be aware of has to do with the videos themselves. Okay. One of our videos this year, right now, Rachel Feldman, just got released, and it's about women not getting their just dues in Hollywood, right? It's all about women not being able to make movies and get their movies ahead. That is just going out at the same time as what's going on with the Oscars and Barbie. She has a huge social marketing campaign for every women's organization around the country, and they're all focused on her TED Talk. So that is something that is very, that again is TEDx Heartland Hill, TEDx Heartland Hill, and that's how it's getting out farther and farther.
So the answer to my question, from what I understand, is email, Facebook, Instagram. That's how the word gets out about TEDx and Woodstock.
And just also like NPR underwriting.
And what?
There's also, I mean, it's not just that, it's the TED Talks themselves. It's not,
Video.
The talks are reproduced.
Right, it's not something that happens and it goes away and people don't know about it. It goes out and it's exponential. So-
From 7 to 8.
Right, it's always, right, that's the TEDx stuff. Yeah, so it's out much farther than I even have to do it, but to have a larger team is also the help.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I think a way to think about it is that, like, if you think Major League Baseball, like Ted's the Major League Baseball, TEDx Heartland Hills a team, so other teams naturally learn about other teams, even if they're not their favorite team or whatnot, and that builds cross interest. So a lot of people love these conferences and these videos. So again, when they hear about the one from the filmmaker or whatever, they naturally get engaged just by liking the product baseball, TED.
Benefit to Woodstock itself is the influx of people that come in TEDx.
I think it goes farther than that. It's not just the influx for that moment. And by the way, we moved it up a weekend, so we're doing it before the main weekends in September. We're still doing it in that period of time, but we wanted to get away from the first weekend of the season. September 13th or 14th. And that will help a lot and be about bringing in new people as well.
That's the benefit to Woodstock, is bringing in people for that.
I think part of it has to do with it also being, it's kind of a major feather in a cap for a community to do a really well-produced TED, because the kind of people that brings in, and we haven't marketed in targeted towards Boston or New York at this point, but we will probably be able to we will probably do that once we have the ability to sell tickets. Like we have the space for people to actually come and get a ticket.
All right, let me just, so Marion and then Greta.
So yeah, I'll just, a quick comment, which is, I mean, it also just, it really elevates the sort of the status of Woodstock in by having an event. But the question was, so am I understanding that the 5K additional is just for the entry, and you're gonna have to yourself personally pay for your travel and all of that, and you're just picking?
Yeah, I mean, if we get grants, that's great, but that's not what this is for. This is.
So you're still, I mean,
I'm still needing to find a way to invest farther to get there.
Yeah.
Right, and
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
But I would commit to doing that. If we don't get the money in to do that, I will have to do that myself. Yeah.
Yeah, quick comment and a question. The comment is kind of in support of your answer to Joe's question, because it is also just more, even potentially more so than bringing outside people in to attend. It's also bringing outside people in to provide a cultural event and something to do for the world. So I think it's a lot of locals who are attending. Really nice to have things to do, as you know. But my question is, you had talked about how once you get to the point of some kind of substantial growth, and maybe this new permit is that growth that you're looking for, the name might be changing to TEDx Woodstock. Is that still, or do you need to keep it Heartland Hill because now you're established as that?
I mean, I think that's a conversation for me to have with people here, I mean, I think there is, the more it's going out, the more people are associating something really positive with it, and doesn't make sense. They know it's TEDx Heartland Hill and Woodstock. Does it make sense to up it to Woodstock, or does it make sense to up it once we're in a theater that could hold 500 people, and is that where it needs to go, or does it need to stay just within the 200 to 300 seat realm? I mean, that's what I'm going to figure out over the next year will let us know, what really is, where it's supposed to land. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
This is not for this year, because I know you have to plan it a year in advance, but I hope that in future years, you'll consider moving it to earlier in the year. This is contributing to the peak problem, not ameliorating it. So I'm going to say that for every event. So I hope you'll consider it at a different time of the year. And I have one question. It seems like the 40,000 impressions that you're getting on the videos is a pretty powerful marketing vehicle. I presume you're not allowed to blatantly put in a commercial for Woodstock, or do they simply, I mean, I can't imagine TED, given how tightly they manage things, will let that be blatantly allowed, but can you subtly do it?
Well, I could subtly do it on my website,
No, I'm talking about when they click on the video.
No, there's no way for me to target the commercial that comes up,
No.
meaning like I
No,
can't,
I'm talking about the video.
I know. So,
In other words, for the first thing of the video, does it have to be focused on the speaker and the first words that the person hears when they click on that video are the words from the speaker's mouth? Or could it be you introducing them and saying, here we are in this lovely village of Woodstock, which is voted the most beautiful town in the
Kind of
world?
how it opens now, John.
Right, I understand, but when you click on one of those videos,
This is, I just clicked on the video. I'm saying this is the first, this is 8 seconds in.
did you click on the one that's embedded on our site or?
It's the 8 seconds in, it has all the sponsors.
Yeah.
So it has our Woodstock.
no, right. What I'm wondering is the first audio.
I don't believe, I have never seen one where the organizer comes on and says anything. It's always the person.
Right.
And what I was saying, the targeted commercials is on their YouTube channel.
I understand
a
that point.
different-
I'm not asking about that.
Yeah.
Okay, we can talk about this offline.
Yeah,
Right.
but we can,
I think what I'm suggesting is unlikely. Opportunity, might, if it's possible, it's an opportunity, but
yeah.
But ask the speakers to say something right off.
Yeah.
We're
Thank you for this
happy to be-
beautiful town.
Hey, you do?
absolutely.
And I'm curious, like, just as we're standing here, like, what do people think about changing it to Woodstock as opposed
I think it would be beneficial.
Absolutely.
Very.
to? Okay,
I think
The
that's
only
part of
reason
what
I
we're
wanted
paying
it
for.
was because, right,
right. I put in for Woodstock first and they said, no, we need to see how you do.
it would be so cool.
Yeah.
in My opinion.
Yeah,
I feel that's what we're investing in.
yeah.
And the other thing that that it shows,
Absolutely,
and I'm
that happens.
sorry you weren't able to open it up. I'll try to see if there's a way to
Okay,
do it.
you answered the question.
But if with this increase, it covers, it would cover the cost of the budget, including more staff. So I'm hoping then we won't be in the red. We'll actually, with this, be able to be self-sustaining.
Are there other questions? I don't know.
Thanks, Deb.
Thank you very much.
Great event so far.
Okay, so for folks that are online, folks here in the room, it is still 10:31. It's a couple minutes before
Time
noon.
stands still.
Okay, we're gonna take a break, and Tom, are you still online? I know you're online, but you might not be sitting there. In any event, we're gonna start up again at 12:50. We can't accelerate,
Looking at the clock.
because we've said that public comment is at 1:30. So we'll start up again at 12:50. Todd is going to arrange for some food to be here in 15 minutes.
I'm gonna go get it right now.
Yeah.
Is that legal? Can I get up?
You may. So I don't think we have to vote to
Well,
be in
Swanson-
the dais at all.
Maybe
We're
I do.
continuing our meeting at 12,
It's 12 So we're gonna reconvene at 1,
in 12:50,
12:50, but,
and we have two more presentations
okay.
from 12.
Okay,
at 12.
John, I'm going to pause the recording while you're lunching, and I'll just come back at 12:50 and start it up again.
Perfect. Thank you, Tom.
I'm gonna-
Take care.
I'm gonna let the people in.
Thank
who-
you.
Seeking an active permit structure of an on-farm restaurant, including parking, patio area, 650 Concord Road in Woodstock. My name is Kevin Marchi, and I'm the chair of the commission, and I will preside over these. Also with me is Suzanne Butterfield from Stockbridge, the Roderick and Clay from Stratford. We are charged.
Jody Natalia. Okay, hold on. Okay, try it now. Push sign it.
I'm not sure that you guys.
It worked. There you go. Okay. All right,
Everyone.
you're in. Now, hold on 1 second.
I am.
You don't have, you don't have, you got applications, you got voting. I was gonna say you're not an, oh no,
Okay,
you're not,
Spencer?
you aren't any team member. Okay. Right,
So I'm ready.
yeah. So now the voting, you're just gonna pick for each one. Yes,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
abstain, or and I'll explain
The
that.
Rotary.
Perfect.
So I can just leave it alone.
Right.
Leave it alone.
Yep.
I am, leave me alone.
It's kind of been.
Joe,
By the
leave
way,
me alone.
the fact that you're not getting emails from this.
I could commit to like
Figure that out
some
because
maybe.
this system works on a lot of things today.
Yeah,
You get an email.
You guys having this problem?
Yeah.
Really?
But, no, but it's not, probably isn't my fault. because
Yeah, but that's
we're having conversations about why someone would not get an email. It's quite possible that your system, like you once called it spam and now it's blocking it.
Oh, I
Or
see.
it once went into spam and you never said it wasn't spam and so therefore it's continuing. It's not, you're not doing you're probably not doing something wrong. Right, exactly. Okay, thank you. Hey, Tom, you can still hear us, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay, fine, just making sure. All right. Is it less disturbing to you if we mute ourselves?
Yeah, that'd be fine, actually, because I'm working on some other things.
Okay, I'll mute ourselves.
Thanks. Hi, Clayton. This is Tom Ayers calling from the Randolph Select Board. How are you? Well, I've got some catching up to do to get
Tom,
to get to your age, but
Oh, no.
Tom, can you hear us?
hold on just a
It's
second.
John, yeah, mute your microphone so we don't want to overhear your conversation.
I mean, we do.
Okay, thanks.
No, we can still hear you. We still hear you.
Clayton, hang on just a second. I gotta deal with a computer issue here. All right.
Tom, your haircut was nice.
And we'll mute on our end too, once you do, Tom. Just mute yourself in Zoom. There you go. We're gonna start in 5 minutes, right?
We went to London for a holiday, and the kids in London said they don't want to go back. And we had already tested the school for the next year to move to the next year. If we want, Fairfield. So when the school, you know, there's 8 kids in the class.
I think you're unmuted now.
Fairfield Country Day School.
Okay, I'll start recording as soon as you restart.
All right, sounds good, thanks. Tom, we're about.
All righty,
Uh,
we're off and running.
okay, great. So we are, back on schedule after being ahead of schedule. We've got 2 more grants. Marlena, from, McNamee from, the school district. And DJ Jesser, sorry, from Moonrise Therapeutics. Okay, Marlena,
Yes,
go ahead.
yes, go ahead. Oh, right from
Yeah, we'll do it from, can you turn that little.
Okay, all right, this is very professional. So thank you guys, for having me, for, encouraging me to submit my application. And thank you so much for the support that the EDC has given to this project, over certainly last year, this current year and the prior years before that. In all of our presentations that we give to the public about this project, we make clear that the we're where we are right now for the new middle and high school because of private fundraising and grants from entities like the EDC. So we are so grateful to that. To date, we haven't used, it's all been funded money. Everything, all of our, construction documents, et cetera. So a huge thank you. This position has been successful this year. Overall, $3.5 million raised. And this particular year, where the EDC covered 75% of the position's cost, there was approximately $1 million raised. So I just really want to thank you, and I think it's a tremendous return on investment. Moving forward, we are requesting $35,000 for a fundraising enrollment manager to continue to build this capacity for fundraising and attracting students to our district. So that is it in a nutshell.
That's it?
Okay, questions?
I have.
Yeah.
So are we talking about two separate roles that you're asking us to fund? Now, with the fundraising, sounds to me like once the school is built, that ends. That fundraising portion of it. But the enrollment manager will continue, and who will fund that?
Yes, Ray, right? You're Ray? Are you, no, Joe, sorry, Joe.
Very easy name.
Joe, sorry, Joe. Joe, it's a great question. We want to continue we want to continue the fundraising for sure. There's a lot of capacity. Donors have been generous to date. No other school district in Vermont that I'm aware of has raised this much money pre-bond.
Let me ask you, at that point, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna go, a bond issue is gonna go before the town in March, right?
Yeah.
Once that's approved, what fundraising do you need? I mean, it's done.
Yeah, okay. So we still are committed to continue fundraising to burden on the taxpayers and expand our programs at the school. So we're still committed. So we will still continue to fundraise.
Or the school will be built. What?
But there's plenty of donors who say, for example, they want to put their name on a classroom. That's an opportunity, a funding opportunity. Say they want to develop a program that is in line with what the district needs. That is also an opportunity. So there's still a lot of fundraising capacity. So we're going to continue. What we're saying to the public is we have 3.5 million going into the bond.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's what we have, but we will still continue fundraising, and we want to add enrollment management moving forward.
And enrollment management means exactly what? Beating the bushes for other kids to come to the school? Is that it?
Essentially, yes.
Yeah.
It's working with, other.
But wouldn't that be a function of the school when they have to, wouldn't that be part of their payroll?
It's more administrative in nature. Enrollment management.
No, administrative.
No,
You have superintendents and.
Yeah.
And they, we don't pay for them.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I honestly don't know how much capacity is there. It would need to be a new position of some kind. And as it's viewed as a revenue position, because enrollment management is essentially revenue and fundraising is revenue, I think you can look at it a little differently than, say, what the superintendent does. That's just my take.
And so this will be an annual kind of request.
I was just talking to Roger about that too, about the annual request. I mean, certainly the EDC has been very generous to us. It's been a great return on investment. We do eventually want to break away and be able to fund the school district. But I did respond to one of the questions in the application. Why can't the school district fund this? The bottom line is that every dollar that's freed up in the school's budget can be applied to other things, programs, facilities, the list goes on. It is a tight budget. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of the school budget, but I know enough that it's tight. So
Todd and then Michael, and then Todd, Michael, Deborah. But Larry, I also at the end want to give you a chance because I don't see that your questions were answered either. So if you want to ask them again. So Todd, Michael, Deborah.
Marlena, so thank you for this. And look, I see the fruits of this, but as you said yourself, it's a revenue generating position. So at 20,000 per equalized student,
the person doing that position recruits 2 people, you can pay that bill, and it doesn't have to be ad infinitum for the EDC, whose grant funding will be going like this as the major grants go this way. So my concern is longevity for it. So, you know, at $100 million budget for the school, to have to come to the town, of which there are 7 towns in the district, it's hard for me to swallow why we should be the burden of this wholly. And again, furthermore, reiterating back to the fact that you have a target. If you hire someone, you can see how many people that person brought in, you know the equalized spend per student. So it's not that I'm against it or for it this way, but I need more clarification on why Woodstock should solely be funding this.
I can't give, I don't have an exact answer to that. I just know that the money that Woodstock EDC has committed to date has had a tremendous return on investment.
Sure.
And that would continue. And I firmly believe, and this is my opinion, that a new school is completely vital to the vitality of our town and our district.
Yes, but this application is for the new school. That's for the bond vote to decide. This is for this position in 2 equal parts.
Right. To that 100%, Todd, and to that point, we have a messaging that says that we will do our very best, taxpayers, to increase enrollment and to decrease your tax bill, and this is our effort in doing so. That is our best. It is our best effort. You know, we've already started that process, and we will continue. So all fair points, 100%.
Michael,
Yep.
Michael, then Deborah, and possibly Larry.
One of the things that we talk about is, you know, the importance of spending money on things that help promote our community, our economy, develop, you know, our school is just so intrinsically linked to them. You know, really excited and happy to see this application. Because the current discourse happening in the town shows that people are extremely concerned about the costs, and we should be doing everything we should or could do to lower those costs. Right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And so, just to a question that was asked earlier that I wanted a point of clarification, the bond would be over 40 years. So it's not like the school is built and then all of a sudden we have to stop paying for it. Actually,
right.
We're paying for it for a much longer time into the future. And if I understand it properly, money raised, you know, we need to keep raising money well after the school is built to continue to alleviate that tax burden in the long run. Is that the case?
It is the case, and all these are all also great points. Right now, the projection is that it would be a 40-year bond. We won't know that until we go out and shop the bond, and that could be done in the next 3 years. So there's a little bit of a runway there. I think that all fair points that you just said about every year it helps to repay. I mean, the enrollment is key for and also fundraising, but both revenues will, you know, strongly bring this tax burden down. But it's just there's every dollar helps like tremendously over time, and there's no stop on the fundraising at all, in our commitment to fundraising and enrollment management, for sure.
Deborah?
Yes. Was there a role before the EDC put money towards it?
No, there was not.
There was no fundraising
until 22, about 18 months ago, this role started. Yes.
It was created within that period.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
And you mentioned money that people are interested in going to a program, or I want a building with my name. Or,
yes.
Can you tell us how much of that money is going towards things like that? And can you give us an example of what kind of programs or want to be created?
Oh, want to be created. Okay. I mean, it's hard to say. Currently within our donors that we have who've committed to this project via pledge, you know, it's a little bit hard to get some people behind capital projects like brick and mortar. Anyone who's worked on capital projects know it can be hard at times. If we can, once the bond goes through, if we can, you know, reconfigure our campaign to be like, first of all, okay, it's actually happening. You don't have a conditional pledge. This will actually go for something. Right now, your pledge will be converted if, when, you know, when the bond passes. So some donors went for that, some didn't. So this is, number one, there's more like certainty in donating. There's more certainty of this building's going up and here's your science wing that you can name. So that's an example. Here's your wellness, like a wellness program, potentially. These are things you work on with administrators to develop programs that donors would be interested, that there's a need at the school, et cetera. So I don't know if that answers.
But these are.
It hasn't happened yet because this would be this summer, if, and hopefully the bond passes, if the bond passes, that we would move towards. So there's, yeah. So hopefully that answers.
And again, forgive me if this is ignorant or there's.
Yeah.
One.
Yep.
But in the past, when I've worked with fundraisers, the money for them eventually came out of the money that was raised.
Yep.
You know, so I'm curious, given that you now have this great track record that we
Right.
did, that a donor might not fund it,
Right.
or that this could be taken from this large amount.
Yeah, it's a fair point, and one that was floated last year. Why isn't this self-funded or potentially a donor funding it or district or whatever? Here's the deal, is that every dollar that goes towards this position, I mean, this position in total is large, and I'm not sure if it's going to be 2 half-time people or 1 person, but it's, you know, it's a pretty sizable, you know, it's a market rate of a little over $100,000. That's market rate for this type of position.
So
that's
from money raised.
no, the other part, yes, I'm only requesting, we're only requesting 35. I know it's like the second largest ask here, but the other money we do believe can come from the district. We do, yeah. But to the point of the rest of the 75% of it, or when you guys give, if you guys gave 35, that's like almost equal to 2 students, you know, so it's just a reinvestment in the community, but it's a little convoluted, I know.
No, that was
Okay, all right, thank you.
I don't want to put you on the spot. Want to ask some of your questions? Because Marlena, it seems like if you said you answered some that were online, but it didn't make it into our system.
Oh, sure.
Maybe you.
Okay, I'm happy to re-answer them.
Do you?
Yeah.
I see your answers.
You do?
Yeah.
Now.
There's like under.
For some reason, it came 4 times in one. It's the same answer. I'm sorry. I've just kept going.
Okay, sorry. Then I apologize on my copy. I'm at a
Okay.
point in time, so maybe I didn't get it. So
Okay.
sorry, Larry.
For I had
Marion.
basically 2 things, one was whether whatever we did for you could be contingent on the bond passing.
You did, yeah. That is a really fair question. I kind of thought about that after what I submitted. Is these activities, whether it's say the bond fails in March, I think that the school should still continue fundraising, not for a new, you know, imaginary school, but you know, I'm not, you know, but for programs or whatever. So there is that aspect. You could also potentially start building an enrollment management program, even if the school bond didn't pass. Maybe that would be research. Maybe that would be starting to get your like network of, you know, networking and contacts throughout the area in these member towns like Weathersfield and Heartland and all that. So there could be some work. It would be a huge lift for this person to recruit with the current building. And that's a little bit biased for me to say that, but I'm just being honest. But so I think that these activities could and should be still move forward.
Be willing to come back to us if the bond does not go through and explain more with more.
Would, yes, 100%. Yeah, with a different proposal,
The
yeah.
other question was, in terms of the fundraising that's already happened, is there a direct line between that position that we funded and the 3.5 million or a substantial portion of it?
What do you mean direct line?
Did they go out and get the money, or would it have come in possibly anyway?
It would not have come in anyway. Some of it was a mixture of volunteers, actually asking for that money. Some of it was the role, so it was a mixture. But there's so much behind the scenes that goes involved with fundraising, and the fact that we actually had have a fundraising campaign, there's no way that volunteers would be able to run that. So, so yes, the 3.5 is essentially the doings of the fundraising manager. Yes, to answer your question. Yes, Greta.
Sorry, Marion was first.
No, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, so, let's say the bond is approved in March, and then do you kind of have like some donations in the back pocket that are kind of like, let me know when it's not a hypothetical donation, it's like. that
Yes.
will
Yes.
significantly-
Yeah.
And then there must be like kind of a period that's really kind of the sweet spot of like, the initial kind of rollout of the construction project that I'm sure that's like the go time really probably.
Yes, it 100% is, and we have quite a few donors, and I mean to be quite honest with you, and I know that some donors right now we have in the pipeline, and it's a little confusing to some of them who might be new in town to kind of see what is going on. Normal discourse and democracy at work, it's all fine, but it's a little confusing to them. So, those people are in the pipeline. We have, those are some large gifts too, potentially large gifts. But yes, there's a number of donors waiting on the sidelines. It's a little abstract for donors. I think we did, in the current state. We've done well with the 3.5 for sure, but.
Yeah, so, kind of two questions. One is, I think other people have asked this, but I want to make sure I'm clear on the answer, which is there any possibility that this 35K could come out of the funds raised? I mean, because I think we talked about that last year as a possibility, and then the other.
If it would be paid back at that time? Is that what you're-
Yeah, that it could be paid back or accounted for from that. I mean, if we've raised $1 million, saying that 35K generated that $1 million, could that be paid back in some way?
Yeah.
And then the other part of the question was just, in terms of the enrollment, management. This is maybe getting in the weeds, but I hear a lot of talk about the sending towns, the choice towns. And I haven't heard them mention at all. It seems like that would be, the place to be targeting.
Yes.
That part of the plan.
I can't speak to that logistic. I just know I refer to them as neighboring towns. Which I know there's a difference between choice towns and sending towns. That I don't know if I feel comfortable talking about the logistics of that. If you don't mind, I can find out a little bit more for you and get back to you. Regarding your first question, the one thing that I think, I know John had a question on the application as well, is, I think this is a real pride point for the EDC, that you guys were willing to invest in us. And if we take that away and have a donor do it, then you don't get the credit for that. So that's one point. Secondly, I mean, maybe I'm being too Pollyanna about it, and the second point is, it is hard, and this is what I said last year. We have asked, and we do have a bit of private funding for the current position right now. I will be clear about that. So we have tried. We will continue to try to get private funding for this position. It's hard for donors to. It's not that they won't, but it's hard. In the absence, the district doesn't have a full comprehensive fundraising budget. In the absence of that, it's hard to fund for things. We've just had piecemealed, we do have the grant writer funded in the district. This position is not fully funded. So that's just the bottom line.
I think we love the pride, but we also like being able to put the money towards the other
So fair point.
Two quick
Yeah.
last questions. I think other people, because we've run out of time. Have other towns last year we talked about other towns being asked. Saying, and I think we gave our grant saying, look, we'll give the grant, but we want other towns to fund this. Were they asked?
They were not necessarily asked, no. And that is something that we can address.
Is there a logistical problem with our making grant contingent and subsequent to a formal request from each of the other 6 towns? Or to put it differently, would it be a problem if we were to make our grant, if we made one for whatever amount, a matching grant? That these are about half the population. We would basically say, whatever you raise from the other 6 towns, we'll match up to an amount of X.
There's no problem with that at all. And
I think that would guarantee that
Yeah.
you either choose again to not
Yeah.
ask or.
Yeah.
But also then take the consequences.
Yes.
My second question is, we actually have another proposal that's about to be put forward to us
Mhm.
to spend EDC funds on the enrollment of additional students. And that's by our marketing team
Oh,
who
okay.
have, who are able to repurpose their marketing platform to target people with young families in towns who are able to send kids,
Great.
so forth.
Okay, great. Okay.
Well, if, it sounds like you're not, I mean, not a lot of people are familiar with,
I'm not aware of it, sorry.
but, right, so I guess my question was going to be, how would you evaluate spending the money on this position versus that platform? But I don't think any of us can actually evaluate that. But I just
Yeah.
want you to know that we're faced with that. We're about to be faced with that opportunity in
Got it.
6 weeks. So,
I
okay.
think that's really exciting, and I think that, you know, if the EDC is committing funds to that and however you're administering it, you know, perhaps we could partner or, you know, whatever, but yeah.
Actually, partner, no matter how we do the fund.
Right,
Partnership would make sense.
right.
I just, we've run out of time, so unless there's any urgent questions. Are you thinking if you're,
Well, I
go ahead,
just,
last question.
thanks, and because this is a point of clarity, I'm sure it'll come up later in our conversations. In your comment and going and reaching out to the other towns. But in lieu of us having funding, the tax burden would fall on residents of the town of Woodstock.
No, all the time.
No, yeah,
Oh,
all,
district.
it's
Just 7
district.
towns. 7
Okay,
towns.
so all of they all pay the same, property tax value that we would. Okay.
School,
Yeah.
school
School
tax.
tax.
School
Okay,
tax.
okay, I just wanted to make sure.
School tax.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is property tax.
It's based
Is
on.
it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Based on,
It's-
yeah,
yeah,
it's
it's-
based-
It's a portion of your property.
exactly,
Right.
Got it,
Yeah.
got it.
the majority.
Which is
portion.
why we're really, like, getting people, but, yeah, we'll come to this in another meeting, but getting people to move to Killington. Some family moves to Killington with 2 kids, lowers the taxes by
Right.
the exact same amount as a family moves to Woodstock with 2
Right.
kids.
Cool.
So,
Okay, thank you.
okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Are you DJ?
That's DJ. Hi,
Okay.
DJ.
So you have the honor or the burden, I'm not sure which, of being the last presenter.
She's
So
trotting in.
that's right. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for considering our proposal. I am standing in for Laura, our operations director, who actually wrote the proposal. So she is unable to be here, and I'll try my best to answer all your questions. It's basically a $5,000 request to support our overall programming. We're a small nonprofit, mental health in Taftsville, Vermont. And we serve, I think, I don't wanna, you have all our information, so I don't know. I'm happy to just open it up for questions.
Sure. I would say that, in Tazewell, I've seen DJs in their work, so that everyone knows it's very solid and well ran. I would say also, what I would ask normally is, are you trying to raise the money elsewhere? And I know you do with putting on the event you all done. So just wanted for the record know that there's a major fundraising event that happens on a yearly basis. And so I assume this is to pick up the delta of what you might have been looking for.
Yeah, we try to make our services, when I started in 2002, it was just my business, and you know, it was super challenging financially, and then in 2018, a group of people got together and wanted to make it a nonprofit, and we try to commit to always sliding our scale to 0. As you all know, the demand for mental health is just so intense, and especially for those that can't afford quality care. But so we do try to raise a lot of money to offset, you know, the expenses.
And so this is just trying to fill the gap of what we're looking at that might be necessary.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we do grants, individual donations, and events, as you mentioned. Yeah.
I didn't see this in the application. I maybe may have missed it. Are you 20, it said 27 out of 385. You serve about 385 people, and 27 of them are from Woodstock. And I assume you're including Taftsville and Woodstock, because you said you were right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I have been out of the last
Okay.
little
so-
while of all the
I guess-
numbers and the figuring,
All right,
but
that's
I'm
okay.
happy to get you anything that.
All right, no, I understand.
Um,
Let me ask you if you're aware of the following. Is there unmet demand? Are you turning away people in Woodstock because you're serving people from other places? Or are you meeting the full demand?
well, we do give priority locally because we work with schools. So if a guidance counselor calls or Adequacy Health Foundation, we work with them. So if we have direct contact,
You give priority.
then someone is, yeah,
Okay, so you're unlikely to, there are people who can't get into your programs from Woodstock because you're full up with people from some other good place.
no, we do have a waiting list that we're working hard to address, but we do give priority to our local partners.
All right, other,
When you
Questions,
say
Deborah?
local partners, is that the only students that all the students that go to uni?
We
Because you, Reading,
serve
all-
like that whole, yeah,
right, so when you're saying
larger.
when you talk about giving priority, it's to that whole area or to Woodstock?
Well, some of our, like with the Woodstock, elementary, middle and high school, we have a lot of connections there. So,
but the priority is to the students in the school.
or families,
Or
we also
families.
try to.
The school, which would be the whole district,
Whole
right?
district.
So we have
Cool.
again, the district versus Woodstock and, yeah, it's hard to.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
for those of us who know your services,
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
phenomenal. I mean, I know
So
someone who's
amazing.
part of it. It's unbelievable.
Well, it's honorable to do the work and thank you for all the work that you do as well.
It's
Yeah.
pretty straightforward. Do we have the money? Is this the right thing? We know what you do. It's great work.
Yeah.
I do realize that, I mean, I wouldn't have thought to come to the EDC.
Glad that you did.
But Laura just feels like economically, it's like mental health is an important element. And so I think
Yes.
that was the intention there. But
Thank you for coming.
Thanks.
Thank
you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a clock that works and it shows that we're ahead. So of time. So there are members of the public who are here. There are a few, hold, let me just check about people online. There are a small number of people online, really just two people other than two people who are not the reporter or us. So if there are any folks here who would like to make public comments, we don't have to take 40 minutes, but I would like to ask people really to kind of keep their comments to 3 or 4 minutes, 3 minutes, I'm going to say, and maybe you can repeat yourself if we have extra time.
To the specific issue.
Yeah, and right, and keep this focused. I understand from the comments that were posted with respect to the Taftsville grant, that there were a lot of issues raised. The only issue that we are concerned about here is whether or not we should fund a public restroom, where there could be other of the issues related, like parking, could be in a very narrow sense related to that. Like, will parking be free if you have to use the restroom? And Todd addressed that question. The answer is yes. So please keep the questions to the question of whether or not we should be funding a bathroom. It is a legitimate topic to whether we should be funding a private business with a bathroom, but it needs to be related to the bathroom, this isn't about the Taftsville store. I'm going to ask Todd, and I'll ask the same thing with Deborah and so forth. I'm going to ask Todd to leave for this discussion and for the deliberations that we have about his grant, because we don't want to give, the other applicants are not here to answer questions. And so when we get to our deliberations, we don't allow we have to have, otherwise we'd be deliberating till the end of time. So we have to deliberate ourselves, having gathered the information we've gathered over the last week and today. And Deborah, I'll ask the same thing for you when we come to yours. So, and if anyone wants to make a comment about Deborah's grant, then in the community, then please, Deborah, step out.
So we're not gonna go one by one, it's just people can talk about whichever grant they want.
No, we're gonna go, this is just the community. We're not gonna say anything now.
Right.
people can,
I think the question.
yeah, you mean the sequence, like, should we?
To address the grant as a totality.
Oh, I see. Well, how would you?
He's out of the room right now. Are we just gonna focus on that right now?
Oh, that's a good idea. Why don't we start with that? Because we know there's a practical matter, and we will leave, we have an extra 10 minutes, so we will leave at least 10 minutes for the other grants. There aren't many people. Roger, you may want to comment on some other grants.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
I mean,
Yeah, I understand, but
1 3-minute.
that's fine, right? That's fine. So we'll do that. We'll have, let's take up to 30 minutes if there need be on the Taftsville grant or anyone else. There's only, I think most of the, anyway, let's just get started and see what happens.
But we don't want Todd to miss any.
To miss the other
comment
comments,
on
right.
anything not related.
That's
to
correct. All right, let's start with Taftsville then. So let's see, and hopefully may have to restrict it because we want to leave some time for other grants. Okay, are there any people who would like to comment about the Taftsville grant? And I see there's a couple people online. I'll call on you in a minute.
We probably should clarify that we don't want comments on other things.
Correct. We don't want
Todd to.
We do not, we don't want comments on other grants other than the Taftsville grant for the moment.
Should Beth leave for 1 second?
What? No, if you make, don't make. Right, so Kevin, just say who you are and then you've got 3 minutes.
Okay, Kevin Lynch. The request for the bathroom that Mr. Ullman wanted will serve very few people. And we have a bigger problem, and that is the amount of people that come to Woodstock. We all know about the bathroom situation. That money could be much better spent putting down at the East End bathrooms. It's been talked about before. A couple of bathrooms down there will service more people. I believe there's sometimes a point that there was a buses might come in there and be dropping people off. A shuttle takes off from there. But to put $50,000 into someone's business who's mentioned several times that if he doesn't get the money, he can afford to do it. It should be spent for what we promote in Woodstock here, principally the main events that happen in Woodstock, where so many people come in, and really we're in dire need of bathrooms in the correct location. And the correct location is the East End. There was talk about years ago about putting in the middle of the green. That didn't fly. So really, that's the best place to spend money for a bathroom, not in a place where there's very few people go over the Taftsville Bridge and visit the Taftsville Bridge. So really, please put the money for bathrooms in town. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there, let me just go to online for a minute. So Ray's iPad. I'm not sure who Ray is, but Ray's iPad, go ahead. Oh, Ray Bourgeois. Okay, good.
Yeah, I have a problem with the grant. I think it's a lot of money for a part-time operation. I think if, the store, if they had the store open or something, that would make sense. But right now, I can't see me supporting that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Someone in the room?
I'm Mary Young, Brullo, a resident of Taftsville, and thank you for answering my questions, John, and Todd also answered the questions that I posted. I can just agree with what has been said. It seems like the cart's before the horse. We have a store that hasn't been open for more than 2 years. Was actually shuttered by the Ullmans. It was open prior and shuttered since. I just don't think that, certainly, and I put this in my note, the community of Taftsville isn't looking for an ADA bathroom, doesn't need an ADA bathroom. We all live there, so it isn't a need for us as a community. I can appreciate that someday it might be when the parking lot's used for events, which is well described in his application, but I don't think we're there yet. And I appreciate, Joe, your question, which is, does it best benefit the private ownership of the store? And I believe that that is certainly true. It benefits the ownership of the store, but does not benefit the community of Taftsville. I think if an ADA bathroom was going in, not using EDC money, of course it's a good idea. Every place has to have an ADA bathroom. No one's opposed to an ADA bathroom. It's using the money that the EDC has to support a private venture. So that would be what I can't support. I thank you all for the time that you've put into all of these applications and grants and for being so professional in the responses. I think it's been terrific.
Thank you. Is there anyone online before I go back to the folks here in the room? Ray, do you still have your hand up, or you probably haven't put it down, but, and I'll call on. All right, Ray, if you could, if you're still there, I'm sure you're still there. If you put your hand down, or we'll call on you in a minute. Oh, I think you just put your hand down, I think. You did? Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment on this grant? Okay, Roger.
I'll be very quick about this. I think the EDC has, in my opinion, wisely been very leery about giving substantial sums of money to private businesses to work on their infrastructure. And I would suggest that you continue in that direction. Thanks.
You have 2 minutes, 52 seconds left. Later. Are there any other comments? You want to go again? Oh, no, you haven't gone. No, sorry. That's why you didn't make a comment. Do you want to make a comment? But just, if you do, come up to the podium because they won't be able to hear you. Is that all right?
Or actually, I can say it to Todd. But it was just an idea because I was listening to what's been going on, and we have an ADA approved, but it's a porta potty. And I know that those aren't glorious, but it could be a solution to some of the issues where, you know, you need bathrooms, but you can't afford them. Anyway, that was just a thought.
Please do mention that to Todd. You may.
Okay.
It can't hurt.
Yeah,
Can't hurt to share.
They're really luxurious. They're much bigger and.
They do smell that.
Actually.
All right.
But they get clean.
Are there any other comments online or here? No. Okay. All right.
Let me go.
Are there?
John, do you want to wait
Yeah.
for about 4 minutes to ask for public comments since you said, what, didn't you say 10:30?
I did say 1:30 in case people
That way
want to sign up.
technically we waited.
Okay. Well, hopefully the clock will keep running.
Right? We can go up and move that.
Was it a new beer? Was it a new battery? Whoa.
It is, but I had said it because Roger was 3 minutes fast, actually. So if I had said it then, we would have reached 1:30. All right, that's fine.
What am I watching?
I agree. Let's wait. Yeah,
John gets to put a AA battery on his tax.
that's right. I'm gonna feed that battery cost through the grant
have
manager
a
system,
clock?
administrative grant.
You have a clock repairman, us.
All right, so we'll wait 2 more minutes. That's a good point, Larry. Just say that we waited until, let's see if other people sign up.
How do you raise your hand?
Oh,
I think you just did.
You go ahead. Is that Nancy?
Yes.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Nancy. Perfect.
I was actually very impressed with a lot of the proposals, and I am basically just reiterating that I think that public money maybe should not be used for private business, and that's what worries me.
Okay. Thank you. Larry, we're gonna let you be the arbiter. Whether this is,
29.
was that 129
According to.
and 50 seconds or 128?
And then when it is 1:30.
All right, it's 1 more minute.
He's probably fine.
The polls close in 20 seconds.
Right. I could tell some jokes from the annual meeting of the
Well,
Economic Development Commissions.
I'm not going to project any winners right after the polls close. Just one second.
1:30.
We're going by the official properly running clock. All right,
Do you want me to go get
What are you
Todd?
waiting for?
yeah. Just in case, if there are other people who are gonna sign on at 1:30, because we announced 1:30, you know, just to keep it transparent, so. We already had a question about why we did the Taftesville
First,
project
yeah.
in a different time. Which, you know, so I don't wanna, it doesn't, people can watch the video if they would like, so.
So Todd, can he come back in?
Yeah, Greta's going to get him if he has to run away.
He's at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay.
Breaking into the candy.
So Roger, okay, great.
Bring back
All right, Roger,
popcorn?
go ahead. So now we're, did you want to make, does anyone want to make comments on any other grants? Roger, go ahead.
I think you have 4 grants that I would call great for Woodstock branding. That being the mountain bike, Bookstock, the TED Talks, and the high heels. I think these all appeal to constituencies that we are trying to appeal to, both for visitors and for people who live here. And I think they bring a tremendous amount of value added to the town. I think with all of these, you were, to a greater or lesser extent, presented with sustainability models going forward, or self-sufficiency models going forward. I think it should become explicit as much as possible when you make grants that there be a path to sustainability. That might change, as it did perhaps in the sense of TED Talk, and you need to come back and say, if we could just get one more year. And I think Bookstock could be much more explicit about that sustainability model. I love Bookstock.
They have said, oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, I love Bookstock. I think it's one of the premier events here, and from a branding standpoint, it's a tremendous value added, just as TED Talk is. I think going forward that you should not be making any kind of grants without an explicit sustainability model built into the grant. Again, with the understanding that things change. And from that standpoint, the chamber does lots of great stuff, but I like what Joe said about 15 this year, 10 next year, 5 after that, and then it's gone. I think any grant that otherwise you are committing to $1,500 a year or $1,800 a year for the rest of time without a sustainability and self-sufficiency model. So I think you've got a great set of things. It's going to be hard to make decisions. But I think but those 4 especially, I think are things that are adding to the branding of Woodstock. And from the standpoint of funding the grant manager and an enrollment person, I think there could be questions and discussions about how much of that should eventually roll over to the school district. But there is absolutely no question that both of those roles will bring revenue in to the town to the district as a whole. And I appreciate what John is saying, that when we're talking about the school especially, we're not talking about Woodstock having a return on investment. We're talking about the entire district and the entire region having a return on investment. I think also all of these organizations could be working more closely with the EDC funded marketing system, and having much more kind of discussions about how do we put all of this, because again, these things are great for Woodstock branding, and there's no reason that a high heels cannot be cross-promoted with Bookstock or cross-promoted with any of these other things. Thank you.
Roger.
Thank you, Roger.
Are there other people online? There's very few. Just Nancy and Ray. Okay, any big folks here would like to talk about any of the other grants? Kevin and then Mary.
Let's see if I can be Roger and you can show it to me. Kevin Lynch again. The old expression, what Lola wants, Lola gets. What Beth wants, Beth should get. There's nobody in this town that works harder than Beth, puts more hours in. I've worked with her for a number of years back. She works hard. So whatever I think she needs, without any exception, realistic exceptions, please give Beth the money she's asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Want to say something again? Yeah.
Mary Young-Grillo from Taftsville. Just a couple of things. First, I want to support DJ Jesser's grant. I've been involved with her organization as a volunteer, and a helper of sorts. And the work that is done there is pretty profound in terms of making dramatic changes in people's lives with mental health counseling and with equine therapy. So I strongly support her grant. The other thing I wanted to say, which I put in writing in my letter, which is online to Todd's application, but then I took it out, and I just briefly want to say that I think all of us are concerned about the infrastructure here in Woodstock. I don't think there's any person who pays taxes here or who lives here who isn't concerned about our wastewater, our water, our school, and our gorgeous but needing a lot of work town hall. And I might just suggest that in addition to all the good work that you're all doing as volunteers and in running the EDC, that that maybe there's space in some of our thinking to realign a little bit in some of the goals and purpose, because I think if we don't support the infrastructure, we can't build a house, we can't build a school, and we can't invite more people here, and we already can't support people who are coming for, would we have $6,000, 6,000 people here for Wassail weekend or some unbelievable number? We can't support that. We already know we don't have the restaurants, and we can't build more without more water. So it just made me think a lot as I looked at where money was going. I think it's time for all of the organizations in town and all of the people in town to really look at how do we best. I've even thought about a fund, an EDC fund that supports infrastructure and takes donations just for that. And you guys do great work. You're probably already talking about it. Just wanted to give my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If I can just respond directly to that, just from an informational point of view, because I think it's really important. If you look at that in the last, say, 15 months, we have put $750,000 towards what I would call infrastructure, childcare capacity.
Yes.
Right, and housing.
Yes.
And so now we also continue to do other things that
yeah,
that might not be considered infrastructure. And so, but I think that I'm not saying there's not more work to do.
No, but I
it's
really
also
appreciate
we
that.
I think have made
Thank you.
significant shift
Yeah.
towards that. And I think you'll see in 2024 a lot of work going towards at least generating ideas to do more of that, particularly in terms of how we deal with an overflow of people.
Right.
So it's thank you for the
Appreciate it.
comment, and it's good to hear community
Yeah.
support for that. I think
Absolutely.
my sense is that our direction is already and will
Yeah.
continue to be will be more and more aligned with the plan. So
Well, thank you. And thank you all for the work. I know how hard it can be at times to
all right, thank you.
sit at councils like this and listen to everyone. So thank you.
Well, it's worth it because of the sandwiches. So.
Sandwiches are good.
Yes.
All right. Are there any other comments from folks online?
I just wanted to vote for Matt Powers and the Historical Society because it does take a lot of work and it does attract people and it does cost a lot of money. That was part of my past. And I think it's a good program.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Nancy. That was Nancy Shawcross. Kevin, okay, maybe, well, I mean, we're ahead of schedule, so we have time, but.
Short and sweet. I think the idea of supporting Wamba is a great idea. It brings a lot of people into this town. I see so many bikes in the back of pickup trucks, hanging on the back of cars. A pretty respectful group. And the amount of work they've done at the Aqueduct, Mount Peg, Mount Tom, not Mount Tom anymore, Suicide, Pasadena 6. It's a great boom for this town, for the amount of people that come in here almost year round that ride the trails during the wintertime, but especially during the summertime. It brings a lot of revenue into this town and they work hard. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Folks online, last chance. Okay. All right. So now we go into a part that I'm really not good at, which is that no one but EDC members can talk. Deliberations, which is legally a thing. And for those that have been to EDC meetings before, they know that I have a hard time telling people to stop talking. So please help me with that. Right. And don't say anything. All right. For EDC members, I want to introduce 2 things. One is I just want to put our overall funding in context. I think it's really interesting where we are. And then second, I just want to tell you what to do with your laptops. And then we'll just take a few minutes to kind of So here's, so the first,
So sorry, and since we're a couple of minutes ahead of schedule, in the next like 10 minutes, I would love to take a bathroom break. Is this time to do it?
that would be.
Okay, I'll be really quick. I'm sorry.
No, any
Greta, take your time. We know what you're doing.
You don't have to pay for parking.
Wow, that was a good.
Well, there's John's vote.
Was that a pro or a con? You could interpret it either way.
No.
Well, I saw
Stay
John,
out of that one.
your application disappeared somewhere between for the toilets. You had a.
Oh,
a
yeah, yeah,
draft
yeah.
At one point. in
Yeah,
time.
I was testing.
Anybody hungry? There's more sandwiches here. Oh,
That was the first.
You guys want any sandwiches? They're from Alex the Butcher. They're really good.
They're really good.
Anyone want any sandwich?
I have a test
They're
website.
really good. They do a great job over there.
But I only have one database. So when I test it on the test system, it shows up. Delete it now.
Sanitized it.
Ask a question.
Thank you.
Especially about the voting.
Yeah.
Want to get.
Let me just,
I'll ask.
well, yeah, because then everyone will hear. So just. But if you are just sitting
TJ,
around,
there's
if you
a plate-
go to the
there's a plate
app
right there.
and you go to the applications tab and go to voting. If you go to the the grant manager and the applications tab and click on voting.
Wait, I wasn't listening.
Okay.
What?
If you,
that's
if
pretty
you just, you go to the app and on grant manager, go to the applications tab. And within that, click on voting.
Oh, God.
Tip.
I'm missing.
You know, it'd be great.
All I
if
see
you had
is
a
the,
running total.
all I see is a Bitcoin logo
Next year, when you
and
do
a
this, John,
Nigerian prince.
if you had a running total
I-
under the.
Yeah, I was
I-
just thinking.
I was really hoping that I was gonna see that.
There's a
when I went
reason.
to-
Yeah,
I also,
I-
the font, also,
I'm gonna
I'm
do that
I'm
when
gonna
you
read
go
the font could
John,
be,
you're such a slack.
you know.
I have, no, I didn't have time.
Last tennis, more towns.
All right. Okay, Greta's back. All right. So I guys, I have two comments. So first of all, I think we are going to run into the problem that we have, as I said at the very beginning of the meeting, a really good set of applications here. They total $147,000. We said a year ago, we decided on a 3-year ramp from $100,000 down to $30,000 for the community grant program because we felt that we needed to direct funds toward the major infrastructure issues and the major things that we're talking about. Interestingly to me, this set of applications makes me wonder whether or not.
That was a
continuing
wise
down that path-
decision. Yeah.
No, I think it was a wise decision.
Well,
But whether, or but hold on, the first half of this conversation is gonna lean one way, but the second half is gonna lean the other. So, but in any event, that's a next year's decision. Technically, we set the $70,000 allocation. The select board did approve it. But since the select board has to approve all of our funding recommendations, we will develop some roster of recommendations today. They may add up to 70,000. If they add up to less, I don't think the select board comes in and says, we want you to do more. I hope they don't. But if it goes more, we would have to say to them and to ourselves, we're doing this because knowing that we had set a limit, but that we have decided this is what we would like to do and asking them, as we always do, to approve it. So now in that context, over the next couple of months, we are going to get requests for funding on top of the 70,000 of $100,000 for a marketing program or up to $100,000. Some funding separately from that for a website revamp. Let's call that 25,000. I'm making that number up. It's not going to be 100, but it's not going to be 5. We're going to get a request. We're going to see this request for housing at the next meeting of a minimum of $230,000 for housing incentives. And somewhere between $15,000 and $50,000 for the first year of downtown rejuvenation, the kind of program that Joe was talking about, plus possible. Let's not double count. Let's leave Beth's in the community grant part for the moment. So that's a total of $450,000 to $500,000. Our revenue, if our revenues in 2023 were 370. So, and we have now no reserves. Right, I mean, we have cash.
Spent it all.
No, we haven't spent it all. We have encumbered it all.
Encumbered it all.
Right, so we have cash because we haven't given out all the funds, but we don't have, in past years, and when we were talking about childcare, we could give $500,000 to childcare because we had not encumbered $400,000 from the beginning. We've now solved the problem that the community was complaining about in 2015 to 17, which said, we're giving you all this money, you're not spending it. We've spent it, I think, on good things. We made 108 grants. So in the context of thinking about the 70,000, whether we should go above it and how much, we will be, if we go above it, taking money away from things that are right in our target area, all in our priorities, not small, random, small things cut across a whole range of objectives, but core things that we've said are critical. And the biggest piece of that is likely to be housing, which is infrastructure, which is sort of central to everything. That's not to influence our vote. These, as I said at the beginning, I'll repeat again, this is a very strong slate of applications. Everything in here, I think, can be a very good argument for me. This is really worthwhile and benefits Woodstock. But I just want people to be aware that we've now reached the point where we have to make choices among really good things.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is any of the money that was previously granted not been spent?
Yes. And that number is counted in the fact that we have no more reserves.
But I mean, in other words,
about 100,000, yeah, about 5% of the money we grant
has not been spent.
No, doesn't get spent.
No, I'm asking,
Hasn't been
if, for
spent yet.
example, if we have granted $50,000 for something or whatever, and they've only at this point spent 25 of it.
But we have the 20, we have that 25. We have.
So what is that amount that we have? Any idea?
It doesn't matter much because it's encumbered, so we can't spend it.
That's right.
And we don't spend more than it.
Well,
because
my
we have
question would be, should we ever consider the thought of, okay, we're granting you $25,000. You got to spend it within the next 6 to 18 months.
We're going to do that in this.
And if you don't, it gets back into the kitty.
We've already agreed to do that with this cycle of grants.
Okay.
And that's why we asked the question, what's the time frame in which we do that? I think we won't have time today to, it's a very good point. We haven't built into the process, when are we going to apply those? How are we going to set those dates? But I think we have a little bit of time. I mean, a couple of weeks or even at the next meeting, we can go down and set those default dates. So I just want people to understand that as we think about when we add up the totals annually.
I made a spreadsheet.
Right, so we're going to have to we just have to remember that this is what's kind of coming down the pike in the next 3 months. And I think that's a great thing, but it means we have to make tough decisions now and over the next 3 months and going forward. Okay, so the process then is if everyone should be on a page that says voting 2024 applications.
Yes.
Okay, what I'm going to suggest that we just each take a few minutes and that we just fill in. This is not a vote, this is an indication. So that we can put the list up of what the totals are, 1 second, and we can see if 8 people are in favor of something, we probably don't need to discuss it frequently. There are 4 categories of voting: yes, no, abstain, and yes if lower amount. So we do not have to award the amount of money that has been requested. I don't think we've ever awarded more than was requested, but we have more than once awarded less. And especially when you have lots of good applications and not enough money to spend on them, that's an option.
So if we vote for yes, if lower amount, then will there be a subsequent discussion about what that low amount went?
This isn't a vote. There will be a subsequent discussion even about yes or no. There will be a subsequent discussion about everything. This is just the temperature. But
There's a check in the temperature.
correct. And it's just sort of seeing where we are at the beginning and figuring out how we should spend our time. You can change anything that you key in.
Okay.
Right. And I would also say, because I think, in my opinion, there's an option for, at least in the case of the school union, there's an option for a loan as opposed to a grant. A tangible option in the sense of we could give them the money and ask that when the bond is passed, whenever that is, that it be paid back because.
So that's my question, that yes, it's lower amount to me means I need to discuss this because
Correct.
there's some things that it's not, my answer is not yes or lower amount. It means I want to discuss an idea.
Every circle on here is whatever it is, and I need to discuss it, every single one.
Right.
Yes is yes, and I need to
Put
discuss.
something It's not about a lower amount, it's about discussing.
All of this,
Yeah.
there's going to be a discussion, no matter what.
I got you.
Do you want us to be mindful of like staying within the realm of our yeses adding up to 70,000 or no?
I want you to be mindful of what you would be comfortable with. So if you are a vehement advocate for going above 70,000, then vote
Okay.
more than that. And
Thank you.
there should be I agree, there should be a total, but, all right,
I didn't mean to give you a hard time.
that's all right.
I was gonna
So-
say it, but thank you.
That way you don't have.
Yeah.
Two questions, two of the items we talked about sort of alternate funding. And I didn't know, I mean, I guess you're gonna say we're gonna discuss them anyway, but Wassell, we talked about, having a cutoff for.
Yeah.
Beth to look for alternative funding.
Right.
Same with the,
Beautification.
Right, so-
fundraising one.
Right, so let's make the fourth column maybe. How's that?
Okay.
Okay, I just didn't
Instead
know.
of, instead of yes,
Yeah, no.
Because we had talked
No,
about.
no, let's just make the fourth column, the column that says yes if lower amount, yes if maybe,
Yes. Yes, we need.
yes
to
if
discuss.
whatever,
Yes.
yes if
That's
whatever,
exactly what-
whatever it is that we want to
It's,
propose. Okay, what was your second question?
Just afraid.
That was it was
Oh.
two items
Okay.
that.
Oh, I see, fine, okay, all right. So
All right.
let's just take 5 minutes, kind of put in what you think, no looking at the person. Because there are right answers.
I think we should be allowed to caucus, actually.
We're going to caucus, we're gonna spend an hour.
Because there's a strategy game here. I'm
Yeah.
gonna know until you give me, something on my yes list until. Right.
Oh, you want to bargain?
Yeah, that's whipping.
Oh, okay.
It's preferred.
Yes, okay, yeah, whatever, 5 minutes from now, we'll reconvene the discussion.
Do we hit submit?
I'll say one word, recusing.
Oh, yes,
Yes.
but yeah, of course, there's abstain, obviously Deborah and Todd are gonna recuse themselves on, or they're gonna abstain, excuse me. Sorry, I also need to say that in order to pass, when we get to our actual voting, in order to pass, we need 5 votes. There are only 8 people here, but there are 9 positions on the EDC. So 5 out of 8 of us have to vote for something in order for it to pass. So an abstain is the equivalent of a no, in mathematics, different emotionally, but mathematics.
Because Roger refuses to sit with us at this table.
Huh.
He comes to every meeting.
Who would make public comment though if he didn't? It's kind of like.
Susie.
That's right.
and did we hit submit?
Yeah, then it
Yeah.
does it bring you to a different landing page, so whoever
No.
coded this.
No, it doesn't, it brings you to the
You
same
know,
page and you
really-
can see it in this.
Really
paper.
like,
gotta
for
do it all over
me,
again,
did I
right?
really hit
That's
it?
because you,
Huh?
you have to do it all over again because you didn't work keeping it refreshed.
This is real weak sauce.
If you guys want, before you do it in, click cancel to see whether or not your thing is live.
I hope I did it. I think I did. Can you
Did
tell
you
if I
push
did it?
submit?
Yeah,
Did it pop up?
it said, go back to the page if you want to change stuff. That get brought up here. It's
Oops.
fine.
It's stressful. Side with it. Oh. Yeah, you're ruining their dream. You're a dream killer, but a dream catcher. But
You're gonna vote all over again.
that's why your glasses are yellow.
I feel fine. Oh, Michael, are you done? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, could you do me a favor? Can you let me share my, oh, no, I will share my screen. Never mind. I'm the host.
Bringing them out. I need a body suit.
You go back there, just move that over to the right. No, and when you sit down on the screen, just move the chat thing over.
I'm just gonna close it.
Okay, you sat in the wrong place.
I'm happy to be here and help out.
All right.
Because our millennials dream is helping with, yeah. You click it? Right click it.
Go to school in Rutland.
I did. Yeah. Elementary in Rutland Town. Yeah.
Yeah. Vote submitted, thanks for joining.
That when I was growing up, there was 30,000 residents and now it's.
You know, I'm actually taking off.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, guys, this is a horrible format.
It is.
I didn't have time to, yeah.
John, we're proud of you.
All right.
Wait,
Just.
can we-
Looks
John,
like
can I
everyone-
switch my answers
It's
up to
difficult to
them,
read.
like right now? So
You
unless
can
I
just
give
tell
you.
me, yeah, no,
I
I'll
just did.
refresh.
Okay.
My parents were dairy.
I have another projector. It literally in the
Oh,
store, you
during
should take it.
COVID.
Absent, very bright.
Yeah.
It's in the box for like 5.
All right. So what we have here is 3 grants with 7 or 8. So that's the Wonder Room for 2,000, the Wamba for 3,500, and TEDx for 15,000. But those are the 3 that have 7 or 8 votes. So I just want to say, is there any comment about
John, is
those?
there any way to make that stronger?
I'm just telling,
Higher contrast the projector.
I'm just, if you just listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
You'll be able to hear it.
I have to change it doing that.
So we have to listen.
So the History Center,
Okay.
Wamba.
Yeah.
And TEDx all have 7 or 8 yeses.
Which adds up to 20,500.
Okay, which adds up to 20,500, right? So is there, pending a discussion about the total dollars? One of the things we've done, by the way, is come back after we said, okay, these are the things we want to do, but they add up to $80,000. Where can we cut? Do we cut everyone by 1/8, or do we change it? So we'll have a discussion about the dollar amounts. Right.
And like, things we want to ask them to do as part of like with Wamba or what, you know,
Yes, in terms of,
promoting, real estate, that business.
in terms of contingencies and things of that, so yes, but I presume people, yes, we'll have a chance to do that as well. It's a good point. But let's see if we can narrow down to, you know, assuming we're asking for reasonable things, which, you know, so is there any further discussion? I mean, again, we can come back to this in terms of the amounts. But is there any further discussion about those 3? I mean, it seems like we're pretty aligned on those. So does anyone who voted no on the one of those, it would be the History Center, whoever that person is.
Can you use the actual grant title? So I have a-
Exhibit the Wonder Room. Sorry, the second one. Exhibit the Wonder Room. There's one person who voted no. Does anyone want to try to change the other 7 people's minds, or should we move on?
Well, enough vote to pass, right? So move
Yeah,
on.
okay, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I meant, do you want to try to convince people? Okay, all right, let's just look at the ones that have, there are 3 that have 2 or fewer yeses. The MVSU, well, sorry, the MVSU has 2 yeses and 5 maybes, which is the lower column, so we probably need to come back to that one. Well, actually, Bookstock has 1 yes and 6 maybes. And Taftsville has no yeses and 4 maybes. So maybe we just talk about Taftsville now because, well, actually, sorry, then, right, book stock 6. Well, I think we should talk about Taftsville now. So, and Todd, you're obviously abstaining and don't have comments. You want to leave or you want to, yeah, I'm going to deliberate about it.
Well,
It's really got,
maybe,
I
maybe
think
if I have
question, I
questions, you can
Well,
answer.
no, but he can't answer questions.
Okay.
Todd is now the grantee.
I prefer to let you guys
Yeah.
not have it.
And I don't want him to jump in and ask questions.
That's correct, that's
We-
correct.
Deborah's-
Free to talk bad about Todd.
Just trying to get you to move in there, you know, sorry, I'm not skinnier.
You're right, I apologize.
It's okay. The maybes is lower. We changed lower to maybe. Maybe it depends. We have to talk about what. I got it.
So Taftsville has how many maybe?
Taftsville is 2 no's, 2 abstains, and 4 maybes.
Or maybe?
I changed my vote.
Again, okay, that's right. No, there's no problem. 3 no's, 1 abstain, okay, right. So it's unlikely that this would pass because we need 1 more vote. Someone would have to change their vote to. There is one thing that I want to add. I'll just make a comment about this. I have mixed feelings about this. I do not, I do not believe that we should not give money to private businesses, period. I think that's a bad policy.
Double negative.
Sorry, I believe that there are circumstances where we should give money to private businesses and circumstances where we shouldn't.
Got it.
The website and our discussions that we all had, if you recall them, lays out what I think is precisely the situation when we should give money, which is what the website says about the grants, which is when the primary beneficiary, that we are not opposed to businesses being successful. That's not our policy, is to make businesses unsuccessful. What we are, however, if we're going to give public money to a private business, the primary beneficiary of the grant needs to be the public, not the business. We're not opposed to a business getting something out of it, as long as the primary beneficiary is the public. So for example, giving $1 million to someone whose bathroom was open 1 hour a year, the primary beneficiary would be the owner. And giving $1 to a public bathroom that was open 365 days a year, 24 hours, 24 by 7, the primary beneficiary would be the public. And we are at neither ends of those extremes. So my point though is that I believe that the philosophy shouldn't be one extreme or the other.
Well,
The question for me is what is the nature of the benefit to, what is the magnitude of the benefit versus the magnitude of the dollars?
An even better example than the bathroom would be, we've given money to lots of private daycare. Some of those
Right,
businesses.
those are not for profit. This is for
Yeah,
profit.
yeah,
So I should have said for profit businesses.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have said for profit business because sort of by definition, hopefully not for profit has a public mission. So for me, Todd has explained, I believe, that and maybe the application wasn't crystal clear about this, that he's prepared to do 2 things. One is that he's prepared to technically to ask the town, because he doesn't control it, but the sign right in front of the Taftsville store, which looks like it's controlled by the Taftsville store, and the sign says the Taftsville store, or no, it says welcome to Woodstock. So, the sign that's right in the island in front of it.
You guys pay.
Yeah, right. So so maybe that's why the town controls. He's prepared to have them put on that sign a statement that says covered bridge parking, points to his parking lot to eliminate safety problems involved with the others, and public restroom.
But not open, unless he's got something going on in the building.
Correct. Public restroom. Sometimes, correct. Exactly correct.
Sometimes public restroom.
Well, no, it's never open.
Always public, sometimes open.
Correct.
That's like.
Always public.
Banners.
Yeah.
It's like the visitor center
Yeah,
bathrooms,
it's a public bathroom, but it's not.
like the visitor center bathroom, like the bathrooms in town hall,
Yeah.
which are advertised as public bathrooms. We could be more specific with all of those public bathrooms.
Yep.
Right. But just to be
They climb in
clear.
the window of the town hall.
So he's prepared to do that, and he's also prepared to communicate directly through the listserv, or maybe through other means, but certainly through the listserv, to the Bridgewater folks to explain his parking policy, which is.
Castro,
Sorry, Tassville folks, to explain his parking policy, which is, if you're here to use the bathroom, or if you're here for a reasonable amount of time, not overnight, but if you're coming to shop at the store, or you're coming to visit the bridge, or, you know, you're gonna be here for an hour or two, if you're picking up your kids at the bus, whatever, you can park for free. We're not gonna enforce the rules, and so just don't overdo it. And he's prepared to communicate that. He said using the listserv, or whatever widely means. Anyway, the reason I have mixed feelings is because, is that enough of a benefit? I don't think that's worth $50,000. I think it might be worth $10,000. I don't find it credible that the community would not benefit from a public restroom, and particularly a person who said it would be great to have a public restroom, just not paid for by government dollars. I think the point is, it would be great to have a public restroom. It would be a benefit. Is it worth 50,000? To me, absolutely not. Is it worth 10,000? It might be worth about that. If someone said, is it worth zero? Or I'd say maybe it's worth zero. I just don't know. Anyway, I'm sort of.
But John, what he said was, whether we pay for it or not, he's gonna put a bathroom.
Correct. And it's gonna be public.
And it's gonna be public.
Right. Correct. We're not going, I agree. No question about that. So we
either pay for it now, he pays for it later.
Correct. That's our choice. Yeah, I'm not making an argument.
Yeah.
My argument isn't particularly convincing one way or the other.
I'm not arguing one way or the other.
He's definitely.
I'm just asking a question.
Other comments about this?
My thing is, what I said to him is, I think it's premature. I don't think there's no plan, there's no tenant, there's no use for this other than, some prospective thing, and I would maybe, if something gels, maybe come back in another year, but I just feel it's premature.
Okay. All right, other comments? Okay, all right, so let's just put in, okay, fine, let's just keep going, and then we'll come back.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think my comment is just, it would be helpful for me to sort of see it in context.
Okay,
You
fine.
know, as far as sort of like you said, definitely not worth 50, is it worth 10? I think
Right.
that kind of depends on where every.
Okay, fine.
You know.
All right, so let's have Todd come back in, because we're gonna have the other discussions, and then at the end, we'll vote, and we may need to kick Todd out again to discuss. Okay. All right, I'm just gonna go down from the top then for the others, because we've talked about Tassville. We've talked about the four that have pretty strong, clear support. So the next one to talk about is Bookstock, which has 4 yeses and 4 maybes. So I assume this discussion is perhaps about the terms and whatever. So does anyone who's a maybe want to comment on why they're a maybe? See if I was. I think I was.
I think I was a yes.
Any comments about? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was a yes.
Oh, does anyone have any comments about Bookstock?
Right.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's what?
I said it's awesome.
It is.
Yeah.
Great.
It's really good park community. This wasn't brought up in the application, nor was it brought up in the conversation, but from my understanding, their board is under some new leadership and new energy things coming
That was
into
last
it.
year. They did
Yeah,
that.
yeah, and so I think that,
Bookstock?
Bookstock, I think putting some fuel into that fire at this time is just really well placed.
All right, so Todd, John, Larry, and Greta were all lower amounts. I'm trying to remember, why was I a lower?
We were talking about putting the thing on the green and whatnot.
Oh, right, the real estate.
The real estate thing, yes, right.
Real estate and cross promotion.
Yes, that's what.
I think is,
Okay.
is, a way to really amplify whatever we're investing in all these events. It's just part of the program.
Yeah,
I couldn't agree more. That's
Great cook.
And I think books, I'll just comment. I think
Yeah, great cook.
the programming was like really elevated this year. It
Yeah.
was much better than before. It was like, I think, just like much more energetic. I think it was a really good, I went to several of the talks, and I'm not usually into that. So,
I will say,
good.
I didn't get a mailer out there, so I actually didn't know and missed it. And, I might not be on the internet as many people, but it'd be a great suggestion of them if we do fund, to really make sure that the word is out there for people who aren't perhaps in a local listserv type of thing. Or look at- I get the paper at home, and I read it mostly, but I must have missed.
Yeah, we actually, I actually helped them make a request to be in the town email and
Oh.
it didn't happen.
I get the town emails.
The,
read them.
the market committee one, and that was before I was on that committee, it didn't happen.
Larry?
They represented that, it'd be self-sustaining next year. I would think that that should be part of our.
Oh, yeah, very good point. So three,
Not coming back in 2025.
three requirements, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Real estate, real estate cross promotion, 2025.
And let's add in
And the
the
counting,
getting on the,
which you ask for every year, counting.
Counting, right.
oh, right.
Well, you know,
The condition last year.
yeah, oh, sorry, no, they have to meet with us. Sorry, they have to meet with us to talk about the solutions.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we can only hold them to meetings. They have to implement the solutions. But
Yeah.
I think they want to do it if
They
they
seem
knew how to do it.
very amenable.
So
yeah.
meet
Discuss.
on counting
Yeah.
and. No, sorry, what was the first?
We have the cross promotion, real estate thing, accounting. We need to make sure that the emails goes out to the town email,
Through the marketing.
marketing.
So onto the marketing, when I get them onto the marketing
Yeah.
platform.
Yeah.
Okay, I got one.
And self-sustaining.
No 2025.
Okay, Deborah?
It would be great for all of the events that we are putting our money towards, that they, only into a sign in the green for each one of them, or within a set. Comment. So that's, if you're coming through the center of town, and you saw this weekend book stop.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like that should be part of like for Pride and.
If the trustees will allow.
Well, trustees always allow it, you just have to make sure. If it's clear.
So we're basically a common element on all the marketing program, the promotional programs.
It's public, maybe it's not on the, but you have to do something that's visually. public.
No, I like the idea of a sign on the green. It's really
Me
simple.
too. That's.
Right, but Deborah said it for every one of them.
Agreement with the grants, like each person, it has to get that, you know, and it has to say.
Make it a rule for everybody.
One sign that basically
Yeah,
says, thank you.
There's a rule for the trustees that if it doesn't happen on the green, you're not supposed to have a banner.
If it doesn't happen on the green, you're not. supposed to have it?
Intergovernment conflict.
I'm not following the sentence.
Yeah.
Okay, so if the event isn't
So like.
green, like Bookstock,
On Elm Street,
So you can't put it on the green.
you can't put it on the green.
The Wamba couldn't put it on the green, so.
and or neither.
Not supposed to.
There is a discussion about putting.
All right, that's true. Okay, a suggestion is fine. Oh, that's.
Not supposed to.
Wait, well,
You
I
just
don't
talk
think
it
so.
aloud.
There's a proposal. And they may be able to go to the trustees and ask them to have it on Central Street from above Footprints to where.
Oh, yeah,
All right.
that wire that goes across.
Yeah, actually, can I short circuit this conversation? Since last year, although it's only partially implemented, a requirement of every grant is that we agree on the promotional program for the EDC.
Okay.
That will be part of this. And so we have to sign off on their marketing program. So when we do that, we'll solve this. That's
Okay.
at another time.
Great.
No, he didn't comment. He basically.
Your
Oh, Beth
suggestion.
commented.
I know.
Sorry.
But is it about how to do the marketing? Because if that's so, we're gonna deal with it later.
Yeah.
Okay, you just give it to us offline then, because
Okay.
because we're gonna, they have to submit a marketing program that we have to agree to.
It's a
So
lot of-
whatever your idea is, we'll incorporate that in.
A lot of things happen, John, you're C minus.
All right. All right. So I think what we're saying is yes to, where did to Bookstock? Oh, sorry, are the 4 people who are maybes on Bookstock then become positives?
Yeah, I just kind of put it in the yes, a floor amount. We're just kind of trying to
Right.
organize my thoughts. If like we had to shave a couple $1,000
Correct.
one, then that might be for discussion for me.
I agree.
So, okay.
How about if we put it in for the moment for counting for that
I will put it
10,000?
in as yes.
Put it in as, yeah, I would put it in for yes at 10,000.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Well, let's hang on, let's put it in at the full amount.
And then cut later?
back.
Cut
Yeah,
back.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Okay.
All right, so I'm
We have a
changing my
fictitious-
answer right now. and
Right,
saying-
yeah. Okay,
Thank you.
all right, municipal summit.
Do you have that? Just like check a box somewhere or something?
No, she's keeping track of the numbers. I can change it in here.
You probably just need to refresh.
Oh, should I change my thing in my thing now?
You can, yeah.
And you don't have to. We can change them all at the end if you want.
Bookstock.
The only one.
Yeah.
This is a lot.
Sorry, I should have. Oh. On the screen?
Yeah.
Oh, you shouldn't be looking at the screen. You should be, oh, well, you,
That doesn't.
you don't get, sorry, no, sorry, you don't get it. You don't get it on the screen. I mean, you don't get this page. Sorry.
You should though, because
I know, just, sorry,
There you go.
hold on one second.
your commitment is just
Okay,
weak.
now you're just playing.
There we go.
There, how are you playing?
Thanks,
Okay.
John.
Thank you.
Okay.
You guys see that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Okay.
let's keep going. I'll move myself over into book stock there. Okay, Municipal Solutions Summit. Michael, yes, no, Michael abstained and Marion had a question. Marion, what was your question? Or
Well, we just had those conversations about, I think we were gonna make it conditional on asking other, member towns for support or so. We talked about some other
Yeah,
funding.
well, it wasn't so much funding, it was making sure that we invite, it was my question, if it was putting it in.
But I mean, if we do invite them, we might not be giving the 35. If we.
No, this is for the municipal
This is for,
summit.
the 2000.
This is for summit.
This is,
You know,
I thought you were talking about the funding.
Duffy.
right, but you were a right, a maybe, you had some question.
Me? No, I was a maybe.
No, Marion, yeah, I'm talking about.
Right.
Sorry, I was looking at it. Can't bring my head over it. Marion, how do you feel about
Who's on first?
project?
I want to know who's on first.
Marion, do you remember what the question?
I mean, I think it's a cool project. It's just a very different than some of the other
Right.
things we've supported. So I wanted to think it through and hear what people were talking about it.
I'm gonna give mine. I'm really, really interested in best practice. Finding, I think it's like
And what?
best practices for small towns to share
Oh, yeah.
what's working and what isn't working. So even if it doesn't become something long-term, I think we can gain so much.
Oh, absolutely.
information.
It's a plus.
I personally feel that, we had an issue with the last town manager. It's a difficult position to fill clearly, and seeing Eric and his marketing person that he happens to live with and be married to. Seeing them take this initiative, I think it's a good investment for a few $1,000s. People will get return
Absolutely.
on it and what you're saying, so I like it all the way through, you know? It
If he
feels
gets,
good.
if he gets one idea from
Yeah.
that meeting,
It's
it's
just
really
really,
gonna save the town
yeah.
more.
I think it's such short money with a possible big return.
Yeah.
I really do.
And you know what's amazing is he's doing a great job, in my opinion. And
Oh, he
just
is.
Wants to do better, and
Yeah.
that's fantastic.
And yeah, those jobs, the town manager, that's so much on their shoulders. It's
Yeah.
almost like if that's $2,000 for them to have a support group, then.
I think he pissed his wife off a little bit. I mean, you know.
Michael, do you want to comment or no? You don't have, to.
Yeah,
You don't have to, it's,
no, I'll hold my comment.
yeah, you also don't have to hold,
That's fine.
okay, all right, so let's keep going, so I think that one is a yes. At least currently, right, okay. Pride of Woodstock. There, Greta and Todd.
So I did this, man.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
did this for lesser amounts because, first of all, I'm very comfortable switching to a yes. For the full amount, there was some discussion. I wasn't sure where we landed on if we're gonna have that extra $2,000 or
Right,
whatnot included or not. So if we can save that $2,000, that's great, but I also support the project in its entirety.
I'm exactly where Todd is. I think just like $2,000 to pay for T-shirts versus we're like even thinking about this whole like conference that's happening, like a similar amount. I think the $2,000 T-shirt line item isn't necessarily, that was my only thing. But
Wait.
similarly to Todd, 100% support it if we've got them.
Hold on, let me just make sure I understand. So the 4,250 is made up of $2,250 in costs, in actual out-of-pocket costs, some of which are teachers, I don't know what. And then a $2,000 donation to someone. That's the 4,250. It doesn't look like that on the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
That's what it is. So,
So it's the donation component. if you wanna just-
so are you questioning, so I don't think the t-shirts are $2,000. The t-shirts.
Yeah, they
are.
They are.
That's what it says on the, that's what.
Oh, 2,000 of the,
I think, okay, so the $2,000
Oh, sorry.
that's the
Sorry, you're right.
donation is only the donation if they sell that many tickets. That's the ticket revenue is 2,000. That's how it's put.
Yeah.
so basically what,
The
maybe a
costs
better,
are to something and then, or for whatever.
4,250.
4,250, and they're saying to whatever from us and 2,000 from
That's right.
from ticket sales. So
No.
if they don't get that,
no. They're saying 4,250 from us and 2,000 from ticket sales.
Right, that's what they're saying.
They're not saying six.
Yeah, no, they're saying 2,000 from, 4,250 from us.
I don't think so.
Their budget,
It's 40.
there's a budget of 4,250
Yeah, I think,
include
yeah.
a $2,000 donation?
No, I think we're covering the costs of putting
Correct.
everything on, and then whatever they get from the race,
They're gonna come to
they're
donation.
gonna donate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, correct. Fine, that's, right, I agree with that. However we want to put
Yeah,
it.
there- This line item, this column, which is cost, comes out to 4250.
Correct.
Right. So,
And so they got revenue of 2,000
right,
and cost of 4,250.
right.
So their net is minus 2,250. And they're asking us for $2,000 more than their net,
If, I'm just, if they get,
the 2,000, right?
if they make that money,
Correct.
right. We don't know that they're gonna make that money.
Correct.
So
They could.
that's what I just want to.
Correct. So another way of saying that exact same thing mathematically is what Greta said, which is they're asking us to pay for the out-of-pocket costs of 4,250.
For the entire thing.
And then they're going to take whatever they raise and donate it.
Donate it, which is great. It's just,
is great.
it's just like, when we look at the like,
Yeah,
you know,
T-shirts are a big component of the
yeah,
budget.
and it's like $2,000 could go somewhere else.
Right.
Or they could build whoever wants a T-shirt, that could be built into their registration fee.
Right.
Could be an option, in my opinion. But I'm also, I'm likely gonna get involved in helping run this thing, so I'm happy to.
And I think they said
Look
T-shirts
for
was based
fundraising
on what
around.
they learned from that place in terms of T-shirt costs.
Yeah, yeah. So,
So maybe there's something we don't know.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying they could come up with a short.
I think overall, this is like a big yes. It's just if we have to be shaving money off again, that's one
You
thing.
probably could shave a little bit off of this. All right, so let's just put
Well,
this
and if
in.
it's effectively subsidizing a donation in
That-
in
that
an
is-
indirect way, right? And so that's. maybe
In
what-
quite a,
Yeah,
That's my point.
in quite a
Yeah.
direct way,
right, right.
an unknown but direct way.
Yeah.
They're asking us to pay for the whole cost.
Yeah.
And, yeah, which allows them to,
Mm.
so, but we're, okay, so,
And for that reason, for that,
right, you.
by
said you're
that
not-
thought, so is the, Marlena's proposal.
I have a different opinion.
Well, let's come back. All right, so, but I think that, so if we're leaving until later the amount, then Greta and Todd, you would.
You were gonna go to
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Update your
let's
thing.
put it in at the full amount for now.
Pride of Woodstock high heel race.
Okay. All right, so now the next one is beautification. So I have a suggestion here. Let's first see what I voted. Yeah, okay, I voted it depends, right? We all voted it depends, or many of us, sorry, not everyone.
Yeah, I don't count any.
What? So I was just looking at the six, right?
You tell us what is, I can't read it, what is it?
Beautification.
So Michael abstained and Deborah was yes, the rest of us were maybe, let's discuss it. So putting this money, I'm in favor of having the EDC this year support the two items that are in beautification 2024, the lights and the flowers. I'm not in favor. I am also in favor this year of making that in a forceful way contingent on someone else taking over this expense. And I think that someone else needs to be, it could be the town or it could be the merchants, but I think it should be the town. Anyway, I think we have to.
Could be
go to the
anybody.
town. It could be anybody, but I think it should go to the town. And so I would be in favor of this funding being put into the downtown rejuvenation major grant bucket,
Yes.
which allows us and requires us, or it doesn't leave, frankly, it doesn't leave to another party.
Doesn't what?
It doesn't leave to another party, in this case, the chamber, to have to do anything. It allows us to go to the town and say, listen, we'll pay for the 11,500 this year. And by the way, we may add a little bit more to that in terms of benches and garbage can cleaning, whatever.
Yeah.
We'll pay for it this year.
But next year,
But next year, we want you to pay for X% of it, and the following year, we want you to pay for the whole thing, or whatever that,
Exactly right.
whatever that thing is. And that we can negotiate that this year, and we can say to the town, look, we're gonna pay 11,500 this year. That's not, and we've sort of decided that at this meeting. So no matter, I mean, we'll have to revote it because just technically, but we are committed coming out of today's meeting to pay 11,500.
whether it be on this one or
No, it won't be on this one. We'll pay it on the other one.
on the other one.
Right, we're not gonna put that at risk. So Beth basically gets, Beth should be indifferent to this. As long Beth, you'll get the money, so it'll just, it'll come from us. It'll just be a different accounting code for us, basically. But that it gives us the ability to say to the town, listen, this is really should be an ongoing thing like this for every year, as Roger put it, till the end of time. So that's my feeling, is I would approve it that way. Larry?
What if they say no?
Yeah.
Say what, Ry?
What if the town says no?
Well, then I would still pay for it this year because we made a commitment to it.
Yeah.
And then I would deal with the issue, and I don't know how I would deal with the issue.
The only thing the town could say no to, Larry, is a commitment on their part that they would agree to a lower figure next year, and after that, they take it on themselves.
All right.
That's the only thing they can say no to.
That's what he's saying, they
Yeah.
can say no to. What if they say, yeah, but then we would deal with it, we'll still pay for it this year. Tom?
Go ahead.
I think putting it in, I think yes to what you're saying, and the reason is when we go to the select board with that proposal, which is gonna encompass a lot of things, like, for example, trash can maintenance.
Oh, yeah.
Getting all these things. It's much easier for them to digest and understand that process as one unit than if we add this other one into it, in my opinion. So that is why I'm fully in favor of shifting it out, but knowing a commitment that there will be lights and what's asked for 2024, as you suggested. I fully, not saying everything you said yes, but I'm reiterating the fact that let's not confuse the town and have extra pieces outside of that one, hey, this is what we're looking at doing.
Right. So in other words, right now, we're saying no.
Correct.
Correct.
No, we're saying no.
Saying no.
With a
right?
commitment that we will say yes to another house. another
Next month,
program.
next
We're
month,
gonna say yes.
Okay.
The next
Okay.
meeting where.
Commitment, not a vote, a commitment.
Yeah.
Deborah?
Okay. So it is a yes, it's a yes out of a different fund later. But
Right.
It's not, it's
It's a no right now.
it's a commit, the only thing we're voting on is whether to take money out of this particular
That's what
fund.
I'm saying. Okay.
It's a
I
no.
understand.
What we are saying, though,
I said yes, so I'm the yes on this. The reason I said yes is I think, like with a number of other things that we dealt with, we need to give an entity a span of time to understand
correct.
what they're gonna need to do next
Yeah.
to make up for it. And
Right.
so I feel like it's really important to do that. And that's what you're doing in a different way.
Right,
So
exactly.
I'm with you.
It's
Okay.
perfect government. We're doing yes with a no. Who can argue with that?
Yeah.
Ah,
Everyone's in agreement, you change your
So,
maybes.
so Marion, put that in as a 0. Because it's a
Yes,
no
I did,
in the total.
in my total. Yep, I did.
Okay,
okay.
I just changed my vote to a no, just
Yeah.
in the thing, right? That's what
Correct.
you want us to do?
Correct.
Well, yes.
Yes.
That's,
that is
if we're
correct.
all nodding agreement, then we would all vote.
Yes, it's no.
Correct.
No, yeah.
Okay.
No, yeah.
You know.
And by the way, sorry, there's also, excuse me, sorry, we need to clarify with Beth afterwards, since she's not allowed to speak now, and you don't need to speak now, that, that whether or not there is a fundraising potential for the beautification grant. We talked about fundraising potential with respect to Wassel, but we didn't talk about it for beautification.
Beth agreed to the principle of the
Right,
matter.
if there is an application for it for beautification, then I would make it, then what we would commit to in that commitment to the village and chamber is the same thing.
Yeah.
That
So
basically,
Wassel would go under that beautification?
no,
No, it's separate.
no, it's completely separate, but when we go to the town and say, we're gonna pay for the 11,500.
Okay, got it.
But prior to that, we would go to Beth and say, Beth, could we have the same relationship with respect to sponsorship on beautification? You guys have 4 months, try to figure out if you can get sponsorship for that.
Now we'll
stuff.
ask around.
If you can, you will, and if not, we'll ask around. That's in the grant already, perfect, okay. All right, so,
That's done.
yeah, okay, so now, next we come to, well, let's just do, well, all right, let's just keep going, come back. Well, so this is, the horse,
Yeah, mental health.
mental health, what's the, Moonlight,
Moonrise.
Moonrise. Yeah. Anyway, mental health. Marion, Michael, you were abstaining. Marion? You were unsure.
I am unsure. I think it's an amazing program. I'm just thinking through the economic development component.
Right.
I'm trying to understand that, so that's why it was a
Yeah.
maybe.
That and, sorry, I didn't hand it over to me.
I'm good.
I'm using my abstention vote as a no vote in our attempt to get to 5 on some of these. So I do have an opinion that's beyond just abstention. The challenge for me really on that one was that it read like a general operating grant. There are a lot of our grants, I can see dollars in program, thing, advancement, outcome. And as a person who has written hundreds of grants over the time, a lot of that language was general operating, explaining what it does, but I saw no direct correlation between $1 in creates a 2-3x in our ability to deliver on Y. And that's why without that clarity or understanding, I was not quite sure what we were paying for.
Right. So basically, yeah, and many, I think a majority of grant making organizations have a policy, or many have a policy of not paying for operating funds for exactly that reason.
Right.
Right. I'm on a board of another one that does pay. We're considered unusual. Yeah. So does any,
I have an opinion.
Can I,
Go ahead.
all right,
Joe and then Todd.
I voted yes, and, based on what Michael said, I'm kind of having second thoughts because I mean, I think I voted yes because I'm really consumed by what it does. It's such a good thing, but so is a mentoring program.
So is the food shelf
And so is, and so is supporting the senior center and supporting, so I'm saying, it is a wonderful thing. It really is. And if they ask me personally for a donation, they'll get one. But is it economic development? I'm afraid I gotta change, my opinion, I've got to change my vote. I really do.
Todd, you want to say?
I not as schooled in this stuff, so Michael and your response, Joe, hits me and makes perfect sense. But my only counterpoint from, in this perspective, an emotional perspective, which isn't something that is really a good reason to vote, would be that the economic development I could see from this specific program, which is at capacity and wants to grow, is that the mental health of workers and people in town, specifically in the schools where I've seen the struggles of families and school board member, I see positive economic benefits from this program with those people and families, which goes into the workforce and goes in the community. And I would say, to Marion's point, where you just mentioned that the food shelf and these they all should come and ask us for money, and we should decide whether it's economic benefit or not. And I wish more of them did. In this case, this is Moonrise, and I feel like I'll stick with a yes personally, just based on seeing the downstream health benefits for our workforce and local residents.
I agree. I agree with what Todd said, but I think I agree more with what Michael said. I'm thinking about changing my vote as well. I don't want all of those folks to come and do it and come to us. I would give them personal donations. I agree with that. But I don't want them coming to us. I don't think that's what we're here for. And and I know community, it's not just economic, it's economic and community development. And between economic and community development, I defy anyone to think of anything that anyone does in Woodstock that isn't one of those two things. Right? And so I think there's a real benefit to the community. And by the way, I want to praise all of us. I think we have, against the force of the fact that the things that come to us are all good.
Yeah.
I think we have done a good job of trying to do our thing, which is what I think the voters wanted us to do. If they wanted it to be a pot of money for good things, they would have called it that. So I'm changing.
Yeah, like UNICEF or something like that. Yeah, we're not that.
Yeah, and so and now that we're at a place where every dollar that we give to them is going to take it away from a unit of housing or something. So
I have an idea. It's perhaps not for further discussion of this meeting, but what if when people come to us for grants, we have a place in our website portal where I know people aren't viewing, but what if the grantees wish, we have a way that if someone goes to the portal and researches it, they can have a hyperlink that can go to that place of business where they can choose to maybe donate or get in touch with them on their own to kind of connect community engagement.
Hub for grant applicants.
Yeah, so it's like this maybe, with our power of publicity and reach, perhaps that's a way to get them to have some engagement from potential donors they might not otherwise have, for when we happen to be in the nay.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it is a topic for another time, but yes, but I think that's an interesting idea. Should consider, I think, yeah. I mean, we don't have a flood of these. What I'm a little bit afraid of is that we do. And
Yeah,
it's
we
literally an
might get a
unlimited.
flood of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's unlimited. But anyway, it's really, anyway, are there other thoughts about this?
So where do we stand on it?
Well, let's revote. Why don't folks, if you scroll to the top of the page and go to application to go back to voting.
And this one is called accessible mental health.
Yes.
Right.
You want us to
See
do
my-
it again?
Yeah,
But only if you're changing your.
I just did.
yeah.
You have to resubmit?
If you change it, then resubmit, yeah.
It's not enough for me to abstain, but I've seen the operation. It's very impressive.
Yeah, it is. I agree with that.
My
I know,
notion of
I
it
know.
is nothing to take
Yeah.
away, detract from it.
Right.
but
No, I
just
get, I totally, and you informed me big time and put me right on this ledge. I'm just happen to be staying over here, but it's really interesting that I've learned something. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, so it's 4 votes, which is not enough to pass. So that's where it stands for the moment. So Marion, put that in as 0 for the moment.
Temperature check.
All right, again, this isn't voting, this is just
Yeah.
checking. Okay, next is the fundraising manager position.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah,
I think a really important thing to consider with this one particularly is that this is the biggest opportunity for economic development and the biggest by far return on investment for us. And I think that, this is the high school, the new high school is a hot issue in our community, and whether or not you're for or against it, these issues, the need for funding and an increased enrollment isn't going away. So it's almost like, if the bond passes in March, this is so important because this person or these people will really help affect the tax burden on the entire population that is going to be affected by it. So that's a really important thing to keep in mind. If the bond doesn't pass, then this person is still going to have, or people are still going to have to help with whatever the next thing is, because there's no getting out of the fact that
right. There's a
something
next
needs to
thing.
be
And
done, and we need to grow enrollment.
The
And
vote will come up again and
yeah,
again and again.
so if I could just finish though, yeah, so it basically, exactly, the vote's gonna come up again and again. And I just think that the fact that, putting in $35,000 and at minimum, $1 million is coming back within 1 year from that, that's what they're attributing. I think that's huge. That's economic development.
And then Mike. And then-
I completely agree with you in terms of the effect of a new school will have on economic development in this community. I mean, it'd be tremendous. And I've always said that, and I've always supported that. If this grant proposal was for a grant or a fundraiser, specifically for a fundraiser, for building a school, I would vote for it. But it seems to be, it's a continual position, it's an ongoing position. And I think, in my opinion, since it's it's never gonna end, it's always gonna be there, it should be part of the education payroll. We shouldn't be paying for that. That's my opinion. If it was just for fundraising, yeah.
Yeah, so I think two of the things in thinking a little bit about this application that really stood out to me, and this is pretty much what Greta was alluding to or saying as well, directly in that this is the only application that we received in which it touches every single person who lives in this community in an extremely direct way. We have no other application that has a touch at every single household and business level. And looking at de-risking the future of our town, you guys have heard me talk a lot about resiliency and what we can do to bolster resiliency. A new school exactly fits into that. I'm not as certain about this and its role as a position year over year going into the future. And instead looking at, we have a very important vote coming up. That's going to dramatically change the dynamic on this position between this year and next year and what it's need. So I can't think about the vote this year and that it means that we're going to have to vote this way, one way or the next year, because we're going to be in just an extremely different landscape. And if that's a future where we can help every single household and business in this town and make our community more resilient, and we can make a vote for it now, I think that's, you know, the most important thing that we're looking at on this dashboard, that this is the most important grant that we could have received.
Okay. Any other comments, Todd?
Deb,
Oh, sorry, Deborah. Sorry.
do it, Deb.
It's you're sitting at the end. I can't. Sorry. I did write it down. Sorry. Deb.
Infrastructure, you know, and I agree with you about touching every spot in the town. The reason I put myself over here is that I wanted to discuss that I feel like this should be part after the vote, after we know where we stand in the community. I really think either, you know, the bond goes in and it's so needed, or the bond doesn't go in and she's super needed, but then her salary can come from what she is raising. So I think I'm incredibly impressed. You don't give somebody $35,000 to do fundraising and have a guarantee that they're gonna raise millions of dollars. I mean, it was a great job. Like, it's something that we.
It's $120,000. $120,000 job.
We're just.
No, but our
Yeah. Piece of it was good.
money that we put in, we invested 35,000 and she came back with a couple million, and that's impressive. And I think it's something that we can also be proud of. But I would like to say yes, with the understanding that this is not ongoing, that it's not tenable for it to be ongoing, and it really belongs over in this category, especially if you're raising money. You should raise for that position. But again, like that piece that we were talking about, you know, here, we're going to give you the bandwidth because we're really proud of what you're doing and we really back you. And next year it needs to be part of your own budget.
Okay, so Todd.
I can speak uniquely as someone who served on the school board and on the EDC and the children in the district. I believe I'm the only person here that fit those roles. Marlena and the people do a fantastic job, A+ job. The school board does the best job they can. But what we've got to understand is it's people who are given $100 million budget and there's no training, there's no CEO of this district. So when Vermont changed these laws, I firmly look at a disservice in running that piece of business with our tax dollars. So when I go to Woodstock, and we're here for Woodstock, I look at, you know, Ben would tell you, board finance, that in a couple years, Woodstock would pay out her own taxes, this whole darn thing, right? But the way it goes and where the money goes, it's very complicated and messy. So I see a lot of waste in the school board, and I see zero fault in theirs for that waste because they're doing the best they can with their volunteer positions. Some are paid, like Jim is a paid finance person and whatnot. So what I would like to see is a buy-in from the other six towns of some substance, understanding that, you know, one of the more rural towns may not have the same capacity as a Woodstock, but even if it's a 5% buy, I'd like to see us really be in it together, because it can't be us versus them. And to the point, it's Mountain View School District. I was on a naming committee as well. Hope you like it. But it's the buy-in from Woodstock residents and taxpayers is incredible because the affluence that exists in Woodstock. But it's not the Woodstock High School. It's Mountain View. It's 7 towns. It's choice buy-in, all these things. So I don't think we should bear the whole burden. But that said, if there wasn't a way to execute that, I would put the money there because it's the best ROI possible. I also feel slighted as a taxpayer that $100 million budget can't find 35,000 on their own to go make 2 million. Okay, but again, these people, I disagree with some of them. They're incredibly hardworking, incredibly talented. As I say in my business, I'm not qualified to run it. I do the best I can. So I support the initiative, but I wish there was some sort of give and take from the other towns.
Okay, Larry, and then me.
Yeah, I said this before. I think that if the bond vote does not pass, then it's a whole new ballgame. And I would urge that we make it contingent on the bond passing or that they need to come back and explain to us exactly what the role of that person would be. Because it could be 3 or 4 years or who knows what we would do is all. That's just my thought.
So I would build a little bit on what Larry said and sort of make a kind of maybe a complicated sort of compromise here. First of all, I think that I understand completely why they're combining enrollment and fundraising, because enrollment is fundraising. And that's only true in Vermont because of the way we pay for our schools. It's not true anywhere else in the United States or any other place actually that I know of.
This is crazy.
Well, actually, it is what it is. I think it has some pluses also. Like net.
Sure.
Anyway, it is what it is. You get a kid to move here. If you get a kid to move here, it's exactly the same as someone giving you $250,000. I mean, if the kid is young.
Yeah.
That is what it is. But you get the person to move to Killington. It's the same as if the person moved to Woodstock. Weird, but that's what it is. So I understand why they combine.
If you get a kid and you move here, there's by somebody giving you $250,000.
$20,000 a year.
It's actually more.
Yeah.
Up to 23,000.
Right, $23,000 a year.
Rates differ a little.
Say elementary,
Yeah, more
Killington said
expensive.
its own elementary, so they're.
No, but they're they're all, and then
It's exactly the same.
in other communities,
It's
they pay. I don't understand. What
outside of Vermont, in Weston, if a kid moves to Weston, they go to the Weston school. Weston taxpayers pay the Weston municipal government, just the school budget, and the Weston municipal government pays for the school. None of that happens in Vermont. Woodstock doesn't pay for the Woodstock school. The state pays for the school. Woodstock taxpayers don't pay the taxes for the Woodstock school.
The Vermont system that
completely
prior to
different.
this was found to be unconstitutional. And they created this system to help bridge the gap between rural and less rural communities that have equal opportunity for education.
Right. The Weston system is what Vermont used to be. I mean, the Massachusetts system.
Yeah.
It's unequal.
Yeah, the idea is.
Simple.
Yeah.
Schools more equitable.
Yeah, it's much,
So
it
if
is
you
more
live-
equitable.
If you live in a town that has less money, you shouldn't have a worse school.
Right.
Yeah.
But as a practical matter, in terms of fundraising,
Yes.
it's like kid raising. They're both the same thing. You both literally get money. You can say how much it's gonna be.
And that's why like the childcare thing, like you loop in, when you get a young family to move here.
Right.
It's a massive compounded economic benefit just
Right.
based on schooling alone.
That's
It's
why
really
childcare is
fascinating.
really profitable. Right. However, so I understand why they combine them into one position.
Yeah.
Having an enrollment person before, not just that the bond passes, but before the school is built, strikes me as a complete and total waste of money. Why would anyone come to this school system? We have to be nuts.
That's right. It's a dump.
So, right, yeah,
The school needs help, but our school system actually ranks fairly high.
Okay. Oh, fine, okay, no, fair enough, fine, fair enough. The school, despite the problem with the bill, let's put it this way, you get a lot more bang for your buck if you invest. I would rather invest in 2 enrollment people the year the school was built than 1 enrollment person in the 2 or 3 years leading up to when it's built. Maybe that's wrong. I mean, that's actually, because I know it is ranked highly, so maybe, I mean, if, yeah, no, more, I heard top 3 or something. Yeah, maybe that's just the high school or something. So anyway, that's an interesting, so fair point.
So what was the point I was talking? I'm sorry.
Our school is highly ranked, so regardless of the fact that the condition of the
Yeah.
building, the school is still a top
Yes,
5.
the question is whether or not enrollment is a good thing to do
enrollment
now.
is still-
Top 5 in the
Student outcomes from
So
West are high.
Okay, all right, so let's, then I withdraw that point, then. So state rank.
Follow up, going to college, all that.
All right, so let me, I withdraw that.
discussion we can have.
Yeah.
What drives that?
Fine, so let's just say that enrollment is valuable. So so I guess what I would want to see is building, to Greta's point, that this is a very powerful lever on economic development, direct and clear. I think I can understand. I am disappointed by, but can understand the inability of the school board to invest in 5 of these people.
Right.
Or not 1. They should be investing in 5 or 10. And I'm disappointed that they didn't. But I agree it's a very good investment. And it ought to be paid out of make the 99 million and 35,000. So I would make this a loan. And I would also make it a matching loan. And by the way, there's no one else in this room. I don't know who's online. There's no one else except for Beth, and Beth won't say anything. If they have it as a matching loan, that gives them something to go to the 6 other towns with. And if they don't come up with the 600 towns, we can still decide to do something.
Yeah.
We don't have to say what it's going to be, or we can make up our minds then. So what I would go back to them is with one of 2 proposals or offers. And this depends a little bit on Larry's point. Either we will give you a loan. We'll do it now. It's a matching loan. It's matching loan up to $35,000. And then, by the way, how we account for it, I think, is a little different. It doesn't go against 0 against our 70,000 limit, but also doesn't go to 35. We have to figure that out.
I was just gonna ask that question.
Yeah, there's no right answer to it. It's a philosophical question, but anyway, it's somewhere between 0 and 35. So I would either do it as
Well, it has an effect on the 70.
I understand. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
nevertheless, it's between 0 and 35. So I would make it as a loan.
0 and
35,000. I'd make it as a matching loan, and I'd either make it now or I would make it after
the
bond vote. Although, I'd make it after. If the bond vote, it's only if the bond vote is negative. Because if the bond vote is positive, they're going to pay for it.
Does it suggest to the town of Woodstock voters that we are telling them what way to vote by taking action on this now in the affirmative, if we did? I don't think it does either. I'm just
No,
asking.
I don't think it does. I mean, something needs to be done.
Hey, Michael,
Just I always appreciate your creativity on how to answer some of these questions. On the matching loan strategy and idea, on the loan perspective, I've been in situations where I've hired fundraising teams and fundraisers in the past. There is actually a national association that deals and oversees fundraisers as a professional workplace unit. And it's actually against their ethic code to raise money to pay for their own position. So we could be running an error by giving this a loan that actually runs kind of in the face of what fundraisers as a profession look to do and how that plays out. On the matching piece, I don't understand enough about the other towns' ability to assign finances, funding, or where they're at with their budget. Is it getting water from a stone going to them and asking them to try and match this in any way without us having a clear line of view of the actual ability of any of these towns to match the money or come in financially in this way, or the political process in which they would have to do that? I think that's like us coming up with a creative solution where we really aren't sure of what the ramifications of that.
Can I just put a star on that, which is, I'm curious as to if that's the issue, that they didn't. This was something we gave to them last year and they didn't go to the other.
Why would they tell us that?
But my point is, they did tell us.
That they couldn't? No, they said they didn't. They didn't say why.
Right, but I'm wondering if what Michael is saying is part of the reason why, that they didn't feel like it was possible. Like, I'm curious as to why they wouldn't have done
She
it.
didn't have an answer.
We had this conversation last year, and I know, so having come to Pittsfield from a town, not one of our 7 towns, but from a choice town.
Yeah.
I think I advocated at that time that, number one, I don't think any of those towns have an EDC that has this kind of like flexibility to move quickly and to grant money in this way. And that I felt like it was going to be a really difficult conversation. So I think we had this conversation last year, and I think we didn't end up asking that as a requirement.
We asked it as a request. It wasn't a requirement.
And I imagine that if you're the fundraiser, you're looking for $1 million donors and you probably aren't spending time looking for $5,000.
Well,
but one way to
less than
solve
that.
it might be to just grant less than 35 and leave it to them
Right, I mean,
That's the
it
rest
needs
of
to be
that
process
part
where we
is
say, look, we'll give you, we're
It's
half.
like a matching thing, just say like, you need 35, we'll give you 15, and we trust you can get the other 15 from the other.
Well, I think the benefit, they might, you know, if I were them, I would prefer the matching grant to that because it would give me something to go say to the other teams. The others.
Yeah, and just on, again, on the process question though, because I'm not quite sure, like, can a fundraising person hired by a town, in my mind, could not turn and go to a town,
It
does not
raises
have
their
the
own
authority to turn to that town and ask for matching money, that would have to be some kind of
Government.
up to the school board, to
exactly.
the town, to go like that
Exactly
and
that path.
through.
No, exactly that path. That's exactly the path. That's precisely what you do. You'd say, hey, guys,
How it works,
how else would you do it?
how it works on the,
I'm just-
school
yeah,
board.
well, when we were like, well, did you go do it? It's kind of like, well,
Okay, I meant-
what ability did she?
No. Well, she was the wrong person. Yeah, no, it's exactly like you're saying.
So when you're on the, just to give a little bit of color on how it works at the board level, we would go as a school board and have all the discussions we would have about money and this and that, and then it gets to finance and they come back with a budget proposal. So at the end of the day, when they decide on something, they're effectively going to all those towns and asking for money because it affects their tax rate, right? So if they went as a body and decided to commit half the money because Woodstock was generous to commit the other half, that would automatically be decided by their towns. If the school board voted in favor, it would then go to the town meeting day, and if town meeting day got a favorable school board tax increase, which they've never not had, as far as I know, pass here in my
Oh,
seven
it
towns,
was,
in our 7 towns.
I can't say.
So I believe that in the 7 towns here, they've always passed, I believe. But regardless, that's the effective way to get them to pay.
So Todd, so then what you're saying is there actually isn't a mechanism for a request, because by the time the school board
It has to go through
approved
budgeting.
the ability
It's true.
to
It would
request,
have to be,
it, or that just, it
that's
just
absolutely
happens.
right. They
So
do
there
have
isn't
contingency
really a
money now.
request.
but that's true. They do have contingency. But
So
yes.
again, back to the idea of it being a loan or a request, I still believe that we don't understand the mechanism enough to make that kind of caveat to this.
Well, I agree, the timing is very problematic. Clearly, I mean, the budgets have already been set. They've already been
Yeah,
posted for town meetings. So
So
for
we
sure,
The question might be this: if we voted on half, let's say, does that mean the position won't exist or it will exist? Do they have a way to fulfill the other half with their funding structure that's proposed
They're
for
already
next
getting
year or not?
2/3 that from elsewhere.
Right.
This is
yeah,
something.
no, clearly we can give them.
A response to the idea though, also of them having to go out, like, so say this person realized, because it's a numbers game with fundraising, you have to touch 100 heads and you're gonna get 5 of them to fund or put down money for our school. What you would actually be saying is, you now have to cover for this position or come up with money for this position. And that's actually now they have to go to 100 plus heads and we're diverting money. It's not as clear.
I
to
would
me.
take out that method. I would take out because it sounds fishy the way you're putting it. So, which I agree ethically and whatnot. So I would say if we were agreeing for any less amount, $5 less, $10,000 less, but then it's up to the school board to be presented by Marlena. Hey, here's what we have. Can we fill this position or not? School board votes on it and says yes or no.
But
Right.
another way to describe though, Michael, what's happening is they've basically drawn a circle around a group of donors. So just to be clear, we're talking about $3,000 a town. That's the amount of money. The 6 towns, Barnard is one of them, right? Wealthier than Woodstock, right? Woodstock is about half, I think. I mean, it's about half of the total population. So when I say matching, that's because we would pay half, and then everyone else would pay equivalent of half. There's over 6 towns. 17,500 for us, 17,500 for 6 towns. It's $3,000 a town. Barnard can, I mean, the towns can afford that. Now they can't get it into their budget in time. Fair enough, although they presumably have $3,000 of contingency. What they're really doing is they're saying, look, folks, we're going to go out and we're going to try to raise money. Don't ask these 6 towns. Let's ask Woodstock and all the donors.
That's my point.
That's what they're doing by us not pushing them to. There's no reason for them to be doing that, other than the fact that they can come to us. You know, they can come to us and they hope we give them the whole thing.
We're already paying an undue burden for this construction, which I'm fully in favor of and happy to pay that tax. But it is an undue burden for the Woodstock taxpayer versus others.
Well, anyway, but I think, by the way, so the idea though that a matching thing is complicated and maybe it's unethical, although I don't. Anyway, maybe it's. I mean, it's considered unethical. Let me put it that way. And And
But it's certainly
the
the job
time-
to tell them how to raise the other half. It's, hey, you have.
No,
to
no, I
raise
was
it.
trying to give them a tool to raise
Yeah,
it. But
understood.
if the tool is unethical, that's not gonna help them. And in any event, the timing, Michael, has gotta be right. The timing isn't gonna work no matter what we do.
And what about the,
So I would-
because of the voting day?
They can't put it into their budget and maybe we don't know if they have the money. Anyway, we don't know if they have the money. So I would change my proposal then, let's give them half, and let's tell them the reason we're giving them half is, last year we asked them to go do something. They didn't go do it. Maybe that was the right decision. This year we're giving them half. If they wanna get the other half, go do what we asked.
When would it be contingent upon a yes or no? Because
Now the
But
question
what
is,
we're asking doesn't have a real way for them, like pathway forward.
we don't know that. We don't,
Well, we know in the year in which they would utilize this grant money, it can't happen.
we don't
so-
know that. Woodstock, for
But the
example,
budgets are already like,
but there's money in the budget. When Woodstock, when there was a flood, we didn't wait a
there's
year
a
and a half
$100
for the
million
roads to be.
budget. They have $13,000 in their contingency account. We paid $2 million for a boiler explosion or whatever.
Yeah,
We didn't have to
right.
go for
I
a
mean,
loan, you know?
They're choosing what to do.
Asking, it's great, but the question is this, to go to the second component, let's just say we all for one moment agreed on some number. To go to the second component, I would disagree with you, Larry, only in this aspect. I would disagree that we should pay them based on yes or no on the outcome of town meeting day, because no matter what this school is coming, it's like my Tassville store, it's gonna happen, it's just when. So the ability for them to continue to raise money and the ability for that position to continue to gain an extremely high ROI, I would still fund the agreed half, even if the bond didn't pass for those reasons. It's compounding the ability, it's getting people, keeping that momentum. They need the momentum or it's just gonna cost more and more money, in my opinion. So it's something to think about. Like, the school will be built one
But
day.
even if the school isn't built, our taxes are, I mean, one calculation that Ben Ford has done is that our taxes can go up if we build it, or they can go up more if we don't build it. Because the repair costs are gonna be astronomical. We're gonna need fundraising and enrollment. Those are the two things that pay for the school, fundraising and enrollment, and mostly enrollment. We're gonna need both fundraising and enrollment, if the bond passes, we're definitely gonna need it. If it doesn't pass, we're really definitely gonna need it. It's just really, so I guess I'm with you, Todd. I would do it now. And I realize that most people won't understand that. And so therefore we can get criticized. What are you guys doing beforehand? I don't know that there's a huge cost to waiting until March. I mean, it's 8 weeks, but sorry, just some thought. Larry?
I agree with all of the reservations that you all have. I feel like this is an opportunity to get a huge bang for our buck. We shouldn't have to do this, but we've been put in that position. And I just think it's a good investment, even though it's unfair in all the ways you've said. So I would stay with the full funding. I also feel that I would still make it contingent on, because I just don't.
What was the last thing you said? What was the last thing you said, Larry?
I would make it contingent on the bond vote going through and say, come back to us and explain what you're going to do if it doesn't go through.
That makes sense.
So to be clear, you're saying it's approved if the bond vote goes through, and once that happens, in order to get it, they have to come back and explain what they're doing with it?
No.
No.
If our bond vote
That's
does
not-
not go through,
Oh, if
I-
they- right. Then they still want it, then they have to, okay, got it.
That makes sense to me.
So Larry's proposal is, sorry, Mary.
Well, I just had, we're going under this assumption that we've been asked to pay 35 of the 120. And we're saying that the 35 should be,
Split by the 6.
split, but,
We don't know where the other.
we don't know
six
whether,
are.
like, it's kind of an arbitrary number. We're not paying.
Well, let me suggest, okay, let's put it in for 35 for the moment. That's just only on the basis that was the most recent idea. And let's then come to the total, because I think we're gonna have to cut that with it in at 35.
Is anyone saying no to this thing, as far as you can tell on your temperature check?
So,
No,
One's saying
but
no,
I think,
It's just about the details.
And
Yeah.
the quantity,
It is what you
and when.
John,
Yeah.
I mean, if I give you a total,
But so let's keep going. Just put it in at 35,000.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I think then we're gonna have to,
Okay.
we're gonna have to take something out.
Yeah.
And I think that's gonna be, anyway, we'll see where it comes from.
I know this saw, I never shut up, but they are not joking.
That's
that
exactly what I was
toilet
thinking.
flush away from exploding. It's crazy how bad it is.
Yeah.
my wife is there
Say
on
what?
tour right now and has been sending me videos and
you won't believe
photos
this.
of what's going on.
The
in that
plumbing
place.
is so messed up and it's underground there. They can't.
It's a dump.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
a dump. Get a bulldozer, knock it down and start all over again.
All right, cool. All right. This meeting. All right. We've got two more left. Wassel service, 5,000 shuttle service and parade.
Wait, are we moving our vote to the yes now? for
Yeah,
that?
yes, yes, I'm
For-
basically having, yes. Well, if you are in favor, we'll all officially vote at the end.
What is it called?
So we still have to talk about
Fundraising.
Fundraising and enrollment manager positions, the second to last, third to last on the list. We're just going down the list.
we still
Okay,
have
both
Wassail Shuttle and-
Wassail and TEDx, they have 5 votes for yes.
Right. And TEDx, we've already talked about
So
really.
we haven't talked about the Todd's proposal and the shuttle.
Do we get the total
Yeah, we're going
right
to.
now?
I
We're
can,
going to.
it depends on what we're including.
No. Let's not get the total. No, sorry. Let's get the total.
Yeah, oh, I thought we included those. Okay, after we
Not yet.
include the last.
Right. So Wassel shuttle, Todd and Joe, do you want to convince us that it's not worth doing?
What?
Wassel shuttle service and parade.
Did I vote no?
No, it's a maybe column. You
Oh,
voted.
sorry,
maybe.
you voted maybe. I apologize. Sorry.
All right, well. You know what? I don't know why I said that.
That's okay.
It is, I don't know why.
Or Joe, Todd.
I would like,
I should have voted yes. I won't do
maybe hit
that.
the wrong button.
Yeah, I pushed the wrong button. Okay.
I would really,
Oh, sorry, you changed.
it's submit. There you go. I would really appreciate a Venmo QR code at the bus stations that's cute and nice that people can decide to scan and send whatever they want for whatever thing they want during Wassel. That's all I would appreciate.
That's why I voted maybe. Because
You know,
my idea is have
Could just be the
somebody.
Woodstock Glow, a little.
Hold on, hold on.
If you want to contribute, could be
All
anything.
right. Okay,
Sorry.
That's why I voted maybe. Like we did with the wagon ride on Sundays, right? Beth would stand there before people got on and they would just give her money. You know, I mean, she didn't ask him for any money. She didn't say there was an admission, it wasn't a fee. He just gave us some money, $20 for a couple, $10 if somebody was alone, something like that.
Have it online.
She had the same thing with the buses. That's why I voted maybe. Have the bus, same thing with the buses. Have the driver or somebody staying there and say donations acceptable. Thank you.
Not the driver, but yeah, someone outside the bus.
That's why I said
Just,
that.
just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
This bus is free for your enjoyment. If you want to contribute to this.
That's why I
click
said
here.
maybe.
I think we
That
should
and have it
actually, we should put like somebody at the entrance to the school. So.
Yeah, right when they drive in.
Right when you drive in,
Even
there's
better.
a bucket, throw some cash into it.
Yeah.
Some version would be great.
version.
That's all. I would move it to yes.
Actually, the QR code is a specific version of that I think is better than a bucket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is better,
Because you're not gonna get pocket change.
well, and it's also younger people will do it, I think.
And no one's gonna rob you.
Right.
Yeah.
It's fast, they can.
Yeah,
So anyway,
you lived in
So
LA
maybe-
too long.
They used to have a jail here.
Yeah,
so we're gonna make it
I know.
contingent on,
you lived in LA too long.
on a QR code or, well, I'd say.
Now, do we say we're giving the money, we want a QR code, whatever profits come from that go towards next year, or are we saying?
I would say we'd like to know what the profits are. So that we can take it into account for possible future grants. So how's that? Does that, I mean, that leaves it open.
If I drink enough, who knows what'll happen with that QR code?
And there's plenty of opportunities.
Yeah.
I also want to thank Beth, for taking on the correctly, I think, taking on the challenge of trying to improve the parade. I think that's. a good idea.
Thank you so much. for
Yeah, I
that.
really appreciate it, Beth.
Okay,
Real estate, John, right?
sorry?
Also the contingency of the, cross
Okay.
pollination and the real estate business.
For the,
Yeah.
for Wassel,
You're saying a real estate?
for Wassel, yeah.
All the events,
All the
All the
events.
events.
cross promotion and then
Motion, there we
Yeah.
go.
pollination is good. I like that.
Cross pollination.
It's good.
Realtor,
Out of ignorance.
cross. Okay, so if we put, and then TEDx we'd already talked about.
That was
That was
Todd.
sustained. Okay.
We
So
talked about
what's
Todd
the-
too.
We didn't talk about Todd.
We did. He left. It was the first.
No,
time we
but we
talked about it.
didn't decide. Did we decide
I
anything?
thought we were gonna add it up and then see,
Well, I can add it up and tell you.
see where we're at.
Is it premature to talk about amounts? Tom?
Well, let's just see what the, so what is the
So-
tax bill is in for, in that number?
It's not.
So let me,
We didn't change the number.
if I don't put task fill in and I do 0 for accessible mental health because we decided on 0 and we do 0 for beautification because it's moving into another budget. And we have not minus Todd's because we haven't talked about it yet. We're at 80,550 without reducing any amounts.
Right.
And without Todd's in there.
Right.
We talked about reducing Pride down by 2,000. And we talked about, so if we do that,
So what is it again? 80,000?
80,500.
80,550.
Okay, fine. So we need $10,500.
Can we put this
If
on
it-
the screen so that way we're all looking at what
Yeah,
you're looking
Good
at?
idea, yeah. Just your
Yours.
spreadsheet, all right?
You wanna-
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I'll share it.
I can
Hold on.
Share it.
Hold on,
Um,
let me give it to you.
Oh,
He's gonna give you the share bot.
So we're looking for 10 grand,
oh, Zoom.
right?
Can you just message it somehow?
No, it's okay, I'll put it on, I have it here. I have it here. It's all right. Just tell me what the numbers are.
You can just share it
I
up.
could just share the doc with you.
You can open it.
Okay, fine, all right, yeah.
I'm just gonna email you the link to the
Being
doc.
recorded. I think it is. So yeah, still have people online. Looks like, okay, good. Tom Ayers, are you still there? Are you still recording? I see. Oh, he did? Oh, okay.
So you should,
Yeah, he is still recording.
John, if you open your email, you should be able to see it.
Yeah, I hear you, Tom. I hear you mumbling.
Yeah, and at some point, depending on how much longer things go on, I am going to have to leave, but what I'll do is I'll just download the recording when I come home, and then, John, I'm gonna have to follow up with you tomorrow or
Tom, you
Monday.
mean to tell us you have someplace better to go? Yeah. Really?
What's that?
I also have to head soon too.
Yeah.
So I didn't do a total, I didn't put in a formula,
This is
John,
where I'll put it in. Yeah.
total on the bottom right there.
You have to leave.
Oh, it doesn't. show up?
I did not.
All right, no, but we're not taking public comments, actually, so. It's that we probably, yeah, it's,
In 20.
Oh, the sum doesn't show up.
that's right, I'll put it in.
So it's 8,805.
You want to tell Tom? You want me to tell Tom?
And then that's okay. Yeah, John, you think we're like 15 minutes away from,
I hope so.
Greta's got to leave is all.
yeah, and I just need to definitely be home
Why is it not?
Is it letting, should let you edit, right?
3:45.
No, I don't think it is.
Okay, hold on.
I can vote for you. if you want.
Thank you.
What?
So I haven't parented yet this week. I need.
Reload the page, John, and you should have edit access, sorry.
Come in.
Soon to be.
Great.
Once in the
Congratulations.
oven.
Is
Thanks.
it working now?
Doing my
I don't
best
know.
to
I think
alleviate
so,
our
yeah.
tax burden.
Yeah, thank you. I did
Now
my,
that's a funny enrollment campaign right there.
I did my part.
Oh, shit.
Dartmouth is a wonderful
So,
place to give
Yeah,
birth.
I mean, I was, it doesn't. This
Doesn't.
this total is not. This is.
What's
I know.
going on? Why is this, hold,
But you have to promise to live here until.
sorry, Marion, just tell me the numbers per thing. It's, I have to log in with Microsoft, so just tell me.
Okay,
The Wamba is regular amount.
I haven't changed any of the amounts currently.
What are the no's?
The no's are accessible mental health prevention is 0, beautification is 0.
Okay, well, hold on, just give me 1 second,
Here,
sorry.
do you want to just read it from my?
No, it's easier if you tell me, but just,
Okay.
so what is it? Mental health is 0?
Accessible mental health is now 0.
Beautification.
Beautification is 0. The Wausau shuttle is currently,
You're still screen sharing, so you know.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right, thank you.
do you want me to just go through all of them, John?
In 1 second, just tell me what's 0.
0 is just accessible mental health is 0
Yeah.
and beautification is currently 0. We have not decided on Todd's and everything else is
As submitted.
as submitted, although we talked about reducing Pride by 2,000.
And it totals 80,550.
Right,
Mhm.
if you don't include Todd's.
And we talked about reducing potentially the school.
Fundraise, yeah, Right.
Can I go back to a point in which I said I didn't have anything to say and say something about the Municipal Solutions Summit? Is that I'm not sure what the other vehicles and if our town is the best vehicle to be hosting and organizing such a thing. I don't, and I also was kind of
How else could you do it? Can't ask Stephanie to go to another town and say, you host it.
right. But there's thousands of entities out there in the country that focus on technical capacity and goal and solution sharing and idea sharing across municipalities that we could maybe send. I just didn't know that we had to be the one planting a flag there to try and host something to do something when there's other professional entities, organizations out there that are doing this already. And that if we're looking at ways that we could get new ideas of what's going on at other municipalities, I also was really concerned that I don't know that we don't already know the ideas of the other municipalities in our region, and that maybe sending him to North Carolina to a small community that looks or feels like ours might be of higher benefit for understanding solutions.
$2,000?
Way cheaper, probably.
Travel?
Unless he's gonna walk.
I just flew to Houston for like $400.
Well, for $2,000, it's like a lot of other communities that are local.
And he's our
Yeah.
manager, he should know.
Yeah.
And would the same problems exist in North Carolina as they do in Woodstock, Vermont, or rural?
He's trying to build a coalition,
Yeah.
really,
Yeah, he is.
a ground movement. And I think that the reason I support it again is that I think it shows support for his position here, which is hard to fill.
And his initiative,
time-consuming.
Todd.
Yes, and his initiative. It's an investment.
Yeah, I like Todd's point that it just reward that initiative.
Yeah.
$2,000.
Yeah.
Because my first question was like, pay him for everything dinner,
Yeah.
but then when you see it from the light of like, it's gonna be beneficial for the community and it's not a lot for me.
I think we're at the thousands
Yeah.
of dollars point now of scraping, so that's why I
Yeah.
was curious of it versus taking $1,000 from anyone else. What could they do with $1,000? There's only 15 people coming. That seems really small.
They're hoping to grow it to 20. He said they had 15 people signed up.
They had 8 people a week ago, I think.
Yeah.
In his app, he
They're
said
gonna
they
get
were
to
at 7, in his application, he had 7 people. So it's small.
I think supporting him is as good as an investment as any.
Yeah.
Yeah, he works hard. He's doing a good
It
job.
was so hard to find a good town manager. Look what happened in Heartland, how long it took, and all the drama, our drama.
And Norwich,
Norwich.
just an open door in Norwich.
Where, Norwich?
Norwich.
Revolving door.
Revolving door, thank you.
Well, okay,
That was sharp.
we could, yeah. So before we get to, so it's 130 with Taftsville and 80 without. If we, I think we could take a little bit off of book stock. I think we could do book stock for 10,000. And I think I would do Mountain View,
We talked about Pride for,
and Pride for 2,000 or for 1,000. So we're anticipating a $1,000 donation, or if they sell more tickets, then 2,000.
so taking it down from 4,250 to 2,250?
32 is what I was saying.
What about the firm?
And I would split Mountain View Supervisory Union in half.
Or defer it until we know.
Well, but
the bond passes.
No, but I think we still need to, whether we officially do it or not, we need to leave room in the budget for it. So I would take it, and actually, to be honest, I would. Well, anyway, so that's how I would get down to 70,000, and that leaves us about $3,000, and we still haven't talked about Taftsville. So
If we took, if we did the changes you talked about, the taking book stock down to 10, taking 1,000 off of Pride, that puts us at 76,550. So we could just take like 6 off of Mountain View if we wanted to meet the
Right.
that way.
Right.
Yeah. And that leaves Todd, and nobody else talk about that.
Well, the other thing is, and I know Deb is here and you can't comment on this basically, but I feel a little bit, if we're taking book stock down a little bit, I also feel like we should take TEDx down a little bit. by a few thousand. I see the two of those as equally important, important elements. They both fit into the brand that. and
The
I-
only thing is, did we, what did we give last year?
Yeah, you gave them 20.
All right, but don't, okay, well, it's a factual question, fine.
They don't.
It was how she said it though for me.
They got 5 more left.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
No.
so, but still, I
Whatever.
think that, but anyway,
Is anyone comfortable committing $10,500 more than we originally said? Is anyone
It's
ready
gonna
to
come
do
out
that?
of something else.
Right.
$10,500 what?
more.
Or over the
Hitting
70,000. That was
Oh, I
what
see.
we talked about in the beginning. It's if
Oh, I
we decide,
Should we
Where
talk,
would it come from?
It has to be voted on.
well, it's a good question.
should we talk about Todd's grant? I mean, we sort of are like, we're not counting it in these totals.
Right, but we need to count on it,
We
right?
need to discuss it.
I'd like to propose something,
Huh?
What?
and I would,
Yeah, no, it's really a question of what, at this point, as long as you guys really don't make comments on the substance of it, you can propose something on his and he can propose something on yours, but
yeah,
you can't really talk about your grants.
I'm not talking about.
Go ahead.
If we agree that 10 is, that we're comfortable with 10 above, right?
80,000.
80,000, right? And we are in agreement that there is some, that we would like to, and there is some value with, assisting on, Taft's-Bill. And we decide that the municipality, the supervision goes in half. That's $1,750. And then if we reduce other grants by that 2,500, so at least we're giving 20. You see how I got that?
No.
Yeah, I do. And the only thing that.
So what I'm saying is everything keeps the same. We're at 85. We take down, Mountain View by 1,750.
17,500,
17,500, yeah, 17,500.
which leaves us at 67.
Right, but what I'm saying is, we agree on 80. Let's just say we
Agree
agree
on 80.
Now we're gonna take Mountain View down by half. That's 17,500 over here, 17,500.
We're at 63.
I'm working on this bundle over here. So we have 17,500. I'd like to see that get to 20. How we do that is then we take 2,500 off of some of these other things, and then we have 20. Then we give the 20, we put the 20 over on Taft's-Bill, and we're back to 85.
Okay, when you're saying 85, you mean 80.
80,500. But I'm
So
being
how much are you proposing to give to Tassau?
20,
Okay, and how much are you proposing to give to Mountain View?
1,750.
Okay, and you're proposing to reduce the couple of others by 2,500?
Yes, and that way it gets us at 80.
Right.
I think we should
Yeah.
talk about Tuftsville because we haven't.
Yeah,
talked
we-
about it
Let's
at
talk
all.
about that.
If we wanted to.
I'm not,
we wanted to do that.
I'm not comfortable with $20,000 to Tassau. I think the most that I'm comfortable with is 10,000. And I could be, this for me personally, I feel like it's a complicated benefit. It's the benefit of acceleration is to the community is small in the long term. The benefit of having a public restroom is the exact opposite of what the people here were saying. Of course, it's a benefit to have it, and you've got people congregating there and knocking on the window. But-
I'm having a really hard time because I have a really hard time separating all the things I know that Todd has contributed to the community.
Right.
With separating that from this specific grant. Like, I just really appreciate Todd so much.
Right.
And I appreciate what he's done.
Totally.
And I'm having personally, like, I'm not even, like, I'm having a hard time voting on this for that reason.
Right.
Because I'm not sure that this grant meets my criteria. And yet I'm so grateful to all the things. Todd
Well, I think you have, I'm sorry to say, I mean,
Those are both okay.
right, right.
Thanks,
I
Camille.
agree with you, but
honest.
no, I agree with you. I think you can't take into account the personal. things.
Right, and I think I know that.
Yeah, but it's hard not
So you want to say it, it's easier to say it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, easier said than done.
No, I mean, it makes it easier, whatever
Yeah,
you do.
I
to
just
say
wanna
it.
be
Record, you don't know how I would vote on this if it was the other way, to
Right.
be fair.
But no, hold on, but don't comment, don't
You
comment.
did vote on it about 2 years ago.
No sour grapes, though.
Yeah, so
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
Please do that.
So, all right, so let me.
So are you saying if you adopted, Deb's scenario and gave him 10, then we're down to 70?
Well, let's,
Okay,
every
let's
other
just-
item, we've discussed that.
Let's do an indicative vote. Let's do an indicative vote on $10,000, if that's all right. And then we can do another indicative vote on a different number. Someone else wants to do that. So, all right, so let's just go. It's just, so,
I would say no.
no,
No,
no.
What? Whether or not to give
10,000, I would say yes. But I'm not a strong yes.
So am
I'd say no.
I'm with you, John.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, so it's a no at 10,000. Okay. Is there anyone who was a no at 10,000 for whom it would be a yes at a lower number, or is it basically no? No? No.
It's for, it's like the reasons that Moonrise is getting voted down. It's just like, I don't think.
Yeah, okay.
I could say yes at 10,000. I really could.
Right, but there's still,
Yeah, I
there's
know.
still too many.
I
I'm
know.
kidding, it's not
Yeah.
personal. Yes,
No, no, it's not. Yeah, by the way, I'm totally opposed to this, but I thought that enough people would vote no that I could vote
You're the
yes.
good
and
guy.
I'm a good guy.
You know.
Because people said we were gaming this, that I even thought about that.
he's only 20% of a good guy, though.
I know.
Okay, sorry, Todd. Okay,
No problem.
all right, so we're now at 80,000 and we need to get down by 10,500 or 10,000-ish.
Or we can agree that we're
Oh,
full with.
Or we're agree-
Or with eight.
What do you mean, we're down to 85?
Sorry, we basically said that Taftesville is 0.
I think we take it out of the fundraising and enrollment manager to get us 70 and don't have to go to the select board and ask for more money.
Well, but it's not us, it's just one trip to
We
this.
voted last year to make numbers to stick to. We should
Yeah.
try to stick.
I think we should try to
Okay.
stick to that.
Okay, so you're saying that we would make this a 24,450.
Whatever the math is, like you're.
Well, so are we gonna decrease Pride by 1,000?
Either, I would say this, here's my position. The people in the best position from their cash flow standpoint to fill their gap wouldn't be the smaller folks, right? In my opinion, it would be the $100 million business. So either the $100 million business is gonna eliminate this position over a $15,000 delta, or they're not. And I think that when you go to them and look at what it brings to the table, they're gonna be like, well, here's $15,000, let's go raise some money.
So basically, if we take 10 off of fundraising,
On the screen there.
right, if we take 10 off the fundraising, we take 1,000 off Pride,
We're there.
Actually, no, we don't have to take 1,000, we don't even have to take 1,000 off Pride if we didn't want to, if we take.
Yeah, we're
that-
right there.
Yeah.
We're right
Michael,
there.
hold on, Michael.
So this has been an angst of mine because now we're gonna get into this game of like trying to put ourselves in the financial situations and act as if we understand what each one of these organizations' ability or inability is to overcome any kind of delta. And I would only be comfortable if we're going to start playing with these numbers, that we apply the same lens to all of the grants in which we're doing and give all of them a X percentage less to get to our 70,000. Because if we're allowing that number to steer our direction, we then can't add data points that we don't know the reality of on whether or not someone would be able to overcome that delta or not through fundraising or whatever mechanism. So the only way that we can justifiably do that would then be to say 5% less across the board.
I fully disagree.
I
with that.
disagree with that. too,
Well, Microsoft, if Microsoft was the $100 million company, we can assume Microsoft can raise less than 0.1% of revenue or borrow or do whatever. But if it's Peter, like, and we know Peter, this is a small town, we're working in Woodstock, a small town. We know Peter doesn't have access to $100 million of revenue. We know Peter doesn't have banking relationships that Peter can get a loan like that for $13,000 because it's Microsoft. And it's Peter, right? You
But
can assume-
I think there's another point.
You're validating my point.
But
There's another point here. There are a couple of reasons why I would differentially reduce. Well, I'm in favor of what's up on the screen at the moment, which is a differential reduction rather than taking I think it's a 12% reduction in everybody. I took a 33% reduction in Mountain View Supervisory Union and no reduction in the others that are non-zero. Not because I'm trying to assess their ability to pay, but because I'm assessing the value of our contributions. And that is precisely what we are required to do, whether we feel comfortable doing it or not.
Well, everything that we're doing, we have to use our best judgment,
Yeah.
right? We're deciding yes or no on some grants. We're deciding, and we've made it clear in the application that sometimes we're going to have to give less. And I think, I mean, I hear what you're saying, like,
There's no objective truth to this.
there's no objective truth. Like we have to trust ourselves and our best judgment because that's all that we have. And I think if somebody is in a position where they ask for 10, and if we give them 9, they can't do anything, then they'll have to come to us and say, I'm sorry, that doesn't work for me. But I think we have to do our best job to guess. We don't know all the facts.
So, all right, so I don't want to make is there another proposal that's better than this that we should?
I would be comfortable voting on this.
I'd be comfortable, yeah.
My only question is, where did we end up on?
So we're
Okay,
leaving the high heels at 4,200. Yeah, I just changed one cell instead of 2. I could make this 25,550 and reduce them by 1,000.
I think that is good.
That what I just said or that on the screen?
I like both, but I think, saying that if we went down to 3,250 for the Pride of Woodstock, then that is, maybe.
A better solution.
I think,
Okay.
I agree
but
with
that's
that.
just.
All right, so that's all right. I'll put that up there.
We're splitting the difference with them, right?
Exactly.
And it feels
Yeah.
fair.
I think, yeah, people had legitimate concerns about how that was.
My math is really very good. Okay, so we're at 70,000.
So
So
really make sure you have all the cells being added, John. Just double check.
seriously? You joking? These formulas are wrong.
So I got 69,000.
After using your website, I just don't trust you.
Well, this is not my spreadsheet.
Oh.
What?
Oh,
that's kind of lame.
It's a long fucking day. This is right.
I got 50. You have 24,500.
No, 25,450. That's
Okay,
probably where
okay.
it's wrong. I kept entering that
Yeah,
wrong. I said,
okay.
wait, I'm not entering it in yours?
No,
Oh, I have my own.
you
That's right.
you didn't like mine.
Sorry.
Look, it is your spreadsheet.
It is
for
your
Lord.
spreadsheet.
Yeah, McKinsey.
Okay, so we're basically, yeah, so beautification, so we're actually spending 80, well, I don't want to say that because it's not exactly right. We basically beautification, we're funding elsewhere, Taftesville and mental health, not, and then, yeah. And so by the way, so this shows, this is the highest percentage of, not the highest percentage of funds we've ever awarded. It's about the same, maybe a little bit higher, but it's the highest percentage of grants that we've awarded. You know what I mean? It's 9 out of 11. We're giving funds to
You know,
eight out of 11.
I have a fact to point out, of which has zero to do with my application, except in the totality of them, okay? You're basically over 2 on Tassville and 9 for 9 on everything else. It's just sort of interesting.
What's the other one for, oh, you mean? that's
Yeah,
the
you're
one.
over 2 on Tassville. That's just an interesting point to bring up. That
It is.
Well, the entirety of the Taftesville community basically came and argued against Taftesville.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, that's where I. Jesus. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know,
You actually said that.
I'm editing that one out. Wait a minute, where was I when I said it?
Yeah, where was I? I know. I wasn't myself. You posted the
Larry,
I still would like a vote at least on the contingency of the bond passing with that one.
okay, so let's just ask a quick question. If the bond does pass, does that mean, is the contingency that we do this if the bond passes, or we do it if the bond doesn't pass?
If the
So if the
bud
bond,
passes.
I vote no contingency because they're gonna need that money.
I vote
No, we did.
I think either way. All right, so let's
This is
just go
the
around,
process.
let's go around quickly. Either a contingency, and if so, which way? Do you want to start with them? You can.
Yeah, yes. Wait, what is?
Yeah.
Should we make it contingent?
No,
Okay, well, and if we should make it contingent,
She said no.
Oh, wait, no,
no.
Yes, passes.
if it passes. I'm gonna say no, because it's yes if it passes and yes.
You don't have
if
to
it
tell us
doesn't.
your inner
No,
monologue. No.
No.
Yes.
No.
okay, so no contingency.
And
All
did
right,
we actually do an official vote on
God,
that?
I feel like Todd.
Temperature check.
yeah,
Motion for
So-
a vote?
yeah, so Michael is making a motion to approve this slate
Second.
with the contingencies or requirements that we stated. Right.
Second.
All right, is there any further discussion? Hearing none,
It can't be.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Done.
Great job.
Good job, thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Yeah, thank you.
Phenomenal.
Uh,
You're,
got all the
Good to do with
software
us.
changes to make, and I gotta fix math in
Now, can I
spreadsheet.
talk about my toilet? Who would have voted for it for less? I would have, in the changing times, I would have voted for it for less.
Less.
To make a spreadsheet.
I think
because
15 would be
Failed
a
technology.
good toilet number.
Didn't have the total.
By the way, when you were out of here, because it's not something that had to be hidden from you, you just wanted to. not be
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
People stuck to, they basically said, we don't think giving money to a private business, it was respectful.
That's great.
It was not, it was
Yeah.
not,
That's
they,
good.
they,
That's good.
they stuck to the.
John?
That's great.
Yes,
Have you adjourned or no?
yes, well, yeah, sorry, there's, we still, hold on. Oh, we need to adjourn, all those in favor? Any opposed? We are adjourned, Tom, thank you.
All right, then I will stop the recording. I will send it to you tomorrow, John, but I'll probably give you a ring tomorrow or a Monday just to clarify my understanding of the contingencies to make sure I've got them right.
All right, good, between now and then, I'll try to figure out what they are.
Okay,
Sandwiches home?
Take care.
Take them all.
take care, everybody.
Thank you, Tom, really appreciate your recording, take care.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tom.
Bye-bye.
What are you gonna do
With a what?
with your life?